Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The day has finally arrived. March 29th. It's after 10 a.m. and you know what that means? That means No Man's LAN is off and running. I'm your caster, Patrick Smoke Chambers, joined by
Swag Studios, the one and only, or I just go by Swag now. Swag. Call me
Swag.
Wyatt. Happy to be here, Patrick, with you on the desk. We got No Man's Land ahead of us, and it really could be anybody's game today.
It could. We were talking to a couple of the teams earlier. There are a couple of small rivalries going on, a couple of interpersonal beefs when it comes to the 1v1 stations. And speaking of which, at No Man's Land, when we're talking about that, No Man's Land is a student-run event. It's so great. I'm so glad that I'm casting here. And it is a Valorant tournament, at least on mainstream, but there's also a Marvel Rivals tournament as well. Why? Tell us a little bit about that, because you have a little bit of a role in that one, don't you?
I wonder who could be running that tournament. I hear it's got about 9 teams coming for that, so we'll be excited to have that on stream. Sadly, won't be able to cast that with yourself, Patrick. But you know what? I'm going to be doing other things, as you said, for that tournament. And it's going to be interesting. We got teams from Brock. We got teams from our own very own St. Clair College. And then we also have teams from, I believe, around our other tournament we ran. But we're going to get to that later. That's later in the day. Right now, we got to talk about Valorant. We got to talk about Humber, and we got to talk about Brock. But right now, I'm looking at the Humber boys right now, and there we are. We got the Brock boys as well setting up on stage.
Yeah, you know what? We were talking to Humber a little bit earlier, mainly Fox style, the duelist of the roster, and honestly, not very much was said about Brock. I'm not saying that Humber are looking past their opponents, but immediately, the number one thing we were told is they've got beef with Team Tedward.
That is going to be very interesting to see later in the day. We heard there were some roster changes between the two teams. So there was a player that used to play for Humber but has now moved over to Tedward to try and gain some more traction, try and create an own team themselves. But let's see how that goes. They consider him a traitor right now over on the side of Team Edward. So that's where most of this rivalry comes from. But like you said, before they can look over to that, they have to look across to their left where Brock is ready to rumble.
Right, I mean, we didn't have a chance to speak with Brock. They've just arrived, so they're going to be setting up for a bit, but I'm assuming they'll be going quickly as map bans look to be almost starting going underway. This is just a best of one as we are in that round-robin format currently before we head into playoffs. But at this point in time, Wyatt, so excited, but let's just talk about our matchup ahead of us. Break down these two rosters real quick.
Well, we talked to the Humber boys.
Yes.
We know a couple of them. We got Gwester, we got Foxstyle, we got Heartache, we got Zhang, and we also got Zell. The one that I'm mainly going to be looking out for is Foxstyle. He said he was their main duelist, and it's going to be interesting to see him playing that Jet and then also that Raze. But I think something that I'm generally expecting out of this tournament that I've seen throughout all of VCT, Americas, and whatnot, and even in our last SGS event that we hosted here at St. Clair College, is a lot of that Tejo and Breach combo. That ball of death that can just force you off of any angles that you may think you have control over.
Yeah, you know what? You and Simo were talking about it on stream a whole lot. I remember you guys breaking it down, and honestly, I couldn't agree more. With those two, especially with how much damage the Teo ult does immediately, when you can have people off their line, stunned, just, disoriented in any which way, shape, or form, it's just going to make that effect so much better. The other thing is that, though, you are burning both your initiator ults in one play. So that really does mean that you have to also then question how you're going to play around your other ults on the team. You don't want to just run through them. But at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if that combo comes through. But it also is kind of map dependent. We don't really know at the moment. We know that one of Humber's players is strictly a flash initiator, and I would assume that that would mean we're going to be seeing a little bit of the breach, but at the same time, that doesn't necessarily mean the Teo's coming through either, right? I mean, it could be either or. What I don't know is who that second initiator, if they have a double initiator comp, is going to run.
It is going to be very interesting to see what they decide to do and what kind of map picks they decide to pull out. I mean, it could be definitely anybody's game, but you know what, Patrick? Here's what I got to say. I got 20 in my pocket, putting it on the table to say we go to Lotus. Lotus, everybody loves this map. Everybody loves this map.
If we don't go to Lotus, do I get the 20?
To be determined.
To be determined.
But you know what? Back to Lotus. Everybody loves this map, and there have been so many interesting playstyles that I've seen on the side of A and B. Mainly going up, pushing a lot is what I'd love to see. Some teams will go and take half of the map as fast as they can, especially with some new agents in the pool, such as Waylay, who can get up there within a blink of an eye. And I think that's going to be something that these teams are going to be looking out for. I think if Humber have to start this off right, they don't know what they're getting themselves into. They don't know how Brock likes to play, and neither do we. This is a complete wild card to us on the stage. So it's going to be interesting to see what they decide to pull out, what kind of map they want to go to, what kind of agent picks they want to pull out, and how they like to play around the maps that they have selected.
Well, you know what? When we were talking to Foxstyle, we were saying, like, hey, how do you feel about Waylay, right? Because this is someone who obviously is new in the game, has a lot of things going for them, and we saw some of our other teams, SGS, pulling it out, mainly Northwood. For that exact reason, we saw in Lotus, obviously, just past that B or A link to B, right? It's the Waylay just using that double jet dash, essentially, that she has, and then gets on top and just waits for the attackers to come through, and immediately, if no one shows, or you just take a pop shot, if nothing hits, you immediately have that recall, and you can just get in, get space, get out. It's great, but we were talking to Foxstyle, and I remember he said, it's just not for me. Not a very big Waylay player. So if it's going to be anyone who we'd be seeing the Waylay out of, it would probably be Brock, let alone if that even gets picked out. Sometimes a lot of people, they just like the security of using that Raze right now. She's just extremely in the meta. Same with the Jet. You can't really go wrong. They're just two staples. So if you want to kind of get a little bit risky, yes, we could see some teams pulling it out. But at the same time, it wouldn't surprise me if we just kind of leave it off to the side for now.
I would love to see some variety in this game because that is what the top teams in this esport are doing. Talk about a great team is Furia. They love to experiment, and that's why they are improving. That's what these teams need to take. They need to take that inspiration to be a little more creative, to be a little bit more innovative, to be a little bit more outgoing, to say, well, you know, Waylay may not be for me, but you know what? I see them being used in VCT Americas and in EU. I think that I got to give it a try, and I got to start and learn it. And you know what? These boys are already looking happy. They're already looking spry. I think that we are going to see a little bit of creativity out of both teams, but you know what? You mentioned it. Security is much, much better over trying to risk anything just to see if you guys can pull off some flashy new style of comp.
Yeah, you know what? I was going to say that security is very much needed, but for Humber, they have a little bit of a buff as well because a couple of their players have already played here at the Nexus before, and if that is truly the monitor angle we're seeing right now from Foxstyle, that is very rouge, but it's interesting nonetheless. I will say, though, Humber, they do have some veterans on their team who have played at the Nexus before, mainly 2 players, and I don't think Brock has anyone who's played here before. So at least, you know, Humber has a little small advantage with that veterans buff, but at the same time, everyone seems very cool, calm, and collected. And that's very important, is the mental state, because that's everything, especially when you're playing on a LAN here at St. Clair. It's a facility, the Nexus, that not a lot of people have the experience of viewing, and sometimes coming in here as a player, it's a lot. So I get it sometimes how the nerves can kind of start fluttering. You know, you get the butterflies a little bit, but at the same time, I think it's going to be very key on what team can just lock down mental the fastest. And I think I got to give that buff over to Humber because of the fact that they just have the experience here before.
I mean, especially at a LAN tournament like this, we could talk to our lovely crowd audiences here at the Nexus. Definitely excited for the events that we have going on. We've got Valorant, we've got Smash Bros, we've got PUBG as well, and then later in the day we got Marvel Rivals. We also have some side events as well. I mean, I know you and me took part in a little bit of that, Patrick, doing the time trials on Mario Kart. What do you have to say about your time?
Listen. All right, hear me out. I have the fastest time on Mario Kart without drifting or using any red mushrooms. That's all I'm gonna say.
Ooh.
Listen, that's all I'm gonna say. There were definitely no crashes, no falling off the edge. It's not cap. I know I can already hear my producer in my ear right now. He's saying it's cap.
That's
Listen,
so cap.
He's not. Our producer, fraud. Don't worry about him. Right now, I'm telling you, it's not cap. 2 minutes, 7 seconds with no red mushrooms and no drifts. That's the time to beat why, shameful from you. You couldn't join me in that notion, but you're sitting pretty in second right now on a $1.30.
Yeah, you know what? I think I might be knocked down on my small little pedestal. I mean, I'm already knocked down on first place because of our wonderful producer who loves to grind the game. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what people like to play and how it's going to go today. I think we got a lot of stuff open. We got a lot of stuff to see. We also got some Pokemon as well, which
Yes, we
I
do.
think I will actually be spending that $20 on, if not a little bit more. But we'll wait to see what happens there. But you know what? We've talked about a little bit more about the event, talking a little bit more about Valorant. I've been thinking, we talked a little bit about maps, diving a little bit more in. I'm thinking Lotus would definitely be one of the ones that we definitely look for. If not, I'm thinking Haven or
Yeah.
Icebox.
Well, you know what? I would say a lot of people tend to pick into Haven a lot more. It's just more of a well-known map around the board for everyone. It's kind of like, I know I'm a Rainbow Six Siege caster, so coming from Siege, if I can take the connection, it's kind of like the clubhouse of NA. Honestly, if anyone gets that reference, it's just a map that everyone knows, and especially we're seeing it now this year. A lot of people love those 3-site maps. It's just easier to attack, and at the same time, while it is harder to defend, it's not like the retakes are horrible. It just depends on how you manage them. So again, I can see why that's kind of coming into effect. And I don't believe you have to worry about very many St. Clair varsity players who are demons on Lotus or Haven. So you know what? Going into it this time, I mean, you got to worry about our ACAD team, but that ain't the premiere. And so it's going to be definitely a lot more of a different look to the stream that we are seeing, because I'm telling you right now, I think you're bang on. We're not going to see very many change-ups. I think it's just going to be stand and go. It's just going to be, hey, you know what? We're picking in a Lotus. You know we're picking in a Lotus, and we do too. That's just how it's going to be. May the best team win. We're not going to try to kind of get you on any off-maps or anything. I think all teams just want to stick comfortable here. That would be my prediction in terms of what we're going to see from the mentality when it comes to going into map bans.
Indeed, and you mentioned my next point that I want to talk about. Our very own academy team that we have here just came off of SGS, and I think just finished a couple more NACE games that they were in as well. They're pretty hot right now, I would say. They are definitely interested to perform better in this tournament, and is what they want to do, and a lot of other people are also looking to try and take them down as the home court. But ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're going to be getting into our maps.
We got map bans. All right, let's see what we're going through. It's going to be now Lotus being taken in. Fracture, Icebox, Haven, it's gone. Wyatt, you keep your $20. You don't have to give it over to your boy with matching shirt. I won't lie, I really wanted that, but it's okay. You get to spend it on all the Pokemon packs you want, which is probably just about 2, because inflation.
Valerie, I'm coming for those Pokemon packs. I'm coming for those Pokemon packs. But right now, we have our map. We have Lotus. As you mentioned, this is what I expected. This is what everybody loves to play. It's a great, I wouldn't even say it's like a fallback. It's a great main map. Everybody just loves to play around with this map. And to be fair, it's got some great aspects to it. A lot of long corridors to go through. A lot of like small little hideouts as well. I've seen a lot of people get around some neat corners to try and pull off some masterful plays and pull some ults out as well with it. I think the breach in Tejo is going to be absolutely beautiful around this entire map, because the one thing that Tejo does so well is, rather than just trying to kill people with his ultimate, he's able to push people into a fight. And something that we saw in SGS was actually the difference between, I believe it was SSC, our St. Clair team, and Northwood, was our St. Clair team was picking a Fade over Tejo. And me and Simo had a little bit of a discussion over that, trying to figure out
whether that works,
which initiator kind of works. And I think overall, I think the Tejo has to work better. Not just with the combo for Breach, but if you're thinking about it, Tejo's utility, Tejo's kit is used to push you out of a position, to push you out of a site. Fade's utility is used to figure out where you are. So if you're holding on to an angle, if you're facing off against a Fade, sure, they're going to figure out where you are, but you can still dink someone off and take a body before you start to leave or you get traded. Whereas with Tejo, you have to be forced out of that angle, because you could get stunned, you could get missiled, and that would definitely be a lot worse than just being discovered by a Fade Eye or a dog.
Yeah, you know what? I'd have to agree with you, and I think that when it comes to finding out what the answer to the question is, whether you bring the Fade or the Tejo, I mean, if you guys watched SGS, you kind of found out the answer yourselves because Northwood absolutely stomped our varsity premier team, and you know what? Those guys, they are doing great in Nace respectively, but Northwood on the day, they were just peaking. They were absolutely just insane, and nothing could stop them. I see right now as I'm looking at Fox, I think it's just getting warmed up a little bit. But you know what? It's almost time-wise. Let's get into some score predictions. We don't technically know what side is starting on attack just yet, but let's just go both ways. Let's say Humber starts on attack, right? We know they have the experience. Brock on defense first. If that was the situation, we'll flip it after. What are we thinking?
Starting Humber on the attack.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, sorry. Actually, I'm getting this right now. My bad. I didn't pick it out because I was listening to you. We saw it on map end. So actually, it's Brock on the attack. So now knowing this, Brock on the attack, Humber on defense. What's your score prediction? So we know that Humber defending first. It's not typically the best start. It's not the best case scenario. You'd rather be attacking on Lotus. But at the same time, we can now expect that the onus is on Brock to take rounds in their favor. And that means for Humber, every round that you let slip to their defense is just bonus.
You know what? I'm a Humber fan today. I'm going for Humber College. I think that even though they're going to be on the defensive side for the first half, I think they'll be able to end it out in a close, probably 6-6, maybe 5-7, something close to where when they get on the attack, I think they're going to steamroll it. Mainly because, talking to the boys, they have the mentality, they have the energy, they are ready to go for this. I mean, we definitely heard a lot of banter between them and Tedward Gaming on their rivalry, and I think just overall, that is going to spill into every single game that they do, whether it be against Brock, whether it be against our academy team. I think that they are going to be bringing the same kind of energy and the same kind of mental fortitude into every game that they bring, and that's why I have Brock.
I was going on Fox style, and I would say that I need to somewhat match closely to your prediction. You said round-wise. Just sorry, remind me again. What was your actual round count?
Either a clean half-half 6-6, or we go possibly a 7-5 and 8-4.
That's insane. Like, as an 8-4 in favor of Brock, at least because they're attacking, right? Or you're saying Humber is going to take 8 rounds on the defense?
I'm going to say 7-5, 7 in favor of Brock, 5 in favor of Humber.
And if that were to happen, I'm not going to lie, I think that I could see the game ending in that in that flip of sides, and I could see Humber taking it at maybe a 13-8 or a 13-9 round count, depending on where it goes from there. Because if you're attacking, right, you just need 4 to 6 to the better of about 2 or 3. That's very doable on Lotus. So again, I wouldn't be surprised at all if I'm starting to see trends here with Humber being able to at least just hold momentum, at least take some rounds little by little. But at the same time, this could go very wrong very quickly if they're not careful, because obviously 13-0 isn't, the great, or sorry, 12-0 isn't the easiest thing to do on attack no matter what map you're on. So if you're just starting to let rounds slide by and you're losing tons of rounds on the bounce, your economy's not looking good. It also toys with the mental. Let's say that Brock take a really quick 7 rounds to zip, which we've seen before loads of times on Lotus. I'm not going to lie, Humber, you guys are looking very confident right now, but I can see it all falling apart very quickly if you're not careful with how you position yourself.
Indeed, I think that confidence can very quickly turn into a little bit of overconfidence, trying to be maybe too aggressive, or on either side, defensive or offensive, wherever they may find themselves. And I think that's something that teams can definitely punish for. On a site like Lotus, on either of the 3 bomb sites, it has so many angles that you have to account for, and then you have to try to clear out. I think that is going to be something that these teams have to keep in mind. Whereas, yes, this is a very exciting event. We've got a lot of great teams to go through and a lot of good games to cover. They cannot get ahead of themselves, put one foot in front of the other too fast, and then trip over themselves and fall into a losing streak.
You got to kind of focus one round at a time. But something that I want to talk about real quick is in terms of agent select, right? Again, Foxstyle, we were talking about his duelist pool. He really mains the Rays and the Jet. Out of the two of them, which one would you expect and why? And I'll go first. And my guesstimate on this one is going to be that we're going to be seeing the Rays. And the reason for it is because, especially when we're looking at a 3-site setup, right? Especially if you're on the defense first, you need to be able sometimes to rotate over quickly. And those jump pads can be very useful for that, as well as the fact that the rocket launcher that Rays has as well. There's so many small closed-in rooms on Lotus, especially when you're kind of meandering around the B site, right? And it just leaves for very easy lineups for that. Same with the Rays nades. There's so many corners that people like to sit in on Lotus, so you can really drive out people, whether you're having to retake sites on defense or whether you're even on the attack and trying to free up space for your execute. I think that this is a character that is, or an agent right now that is very prolific in Lotus, and it would not surprise me in the slightest if we see that being the pick out of the two.
I definitely have to agree with you in that sense. I think Raze's utility just fits better with this map, and also I think that we could possibly see some other great agents out. I think one that I'm more interested to see now, thinking about how the Northwood game went, something that they love to abuse so much was deadlock. I could not tell you the amount of times that
That's
we
Darkest.
saw a deadlock on Darkest popping their ult and just walking into sight, just holding the ultimate, just do, walking along, because that scares the entire team. Because they're like, oh no, we could get ulted, someone could die. Because it's so hard to get out of that if played correctly. And nobody wants to get into that. So the second that you hear that ultimate go online, you have a free sight.
Basically, that was one of the best ways you could use the deadlock ult. It's not even for the fact of capturing a player at that point. It's just simple time delay. I mean, you have the post spike set up, spike gets planted, and immediately you're on a timer for retake. Pull out the deadlock ult, you burn a good 15, sometimes 20 seconds of uncertainty that the enemy team can't really act on, and that's a huge advantage. You're basically cutting your post plant time in half, whether it's on the defense or the offense. It doesn't necessarily matter, right? And the capture just makes it even more the better because you're just freeing up that body, and sometimes you're not even looking for the kill. You're just trying to find the capture, so you're making other people overextend to try to free their boy out, and that just isn't going to happen. So now as we go into agent select, let's see how we pick into it. So the roster is going to be Wester, Heartache, Charlie, Foxstyle, and Zell, Spiral Wind, Hate, She's Mine, Zomzino, and Massa on Brock. So now we are seeing that Fade is going to be brought out by Massa Mag, and we see that Zomzino, the Omen, the Raze gets picked up by She's Mine, the KJ from Spiral Wind. Anything sticking out to you a little bit out of the ordinary so far?
Definitely considering choices from that Fade, but Fade can still be played very well. I like the Viper as well. The Viper is very interesting. Viper, historically, a very great agent to play on this map. The one that sticks out to me mainly is that KJ. I mean, definitely a great Sentinel, but could be substituted for someone a little better. I think it's going to be interesting to see how they use the utility for setting up on. They are on the attacking side first, so we'll see when we get later into the game how they decide to play on the defensive end. And then over on the side
No
of
Teo.
Humber,
No Teo.
that actually surprises me greatly because I wholeheartedly expected to see a Teo in this comp. But you know what? Still a decently new agent, might not be in the hands of any players on this stage right now to say, you know what, I know how to play this character, let's play this character. So I think that's why they're reverting over to the Fade.
Well, you know what? Again, whether it's the Breach ult paired with a Fade ult or a Teo ult, That's still very insane. Like the Fade ult and the Breach ult combined is still an extremely good play. Let's not dog on it too much. I mean, you're literally disorienting everyone, almost blinding them at this point, throwing off their aim completely. You're repositioning everyone, and you also know where everyone is. I mean, you pay for that sort of stuff, right? That information can't just happen for free. And again, it's something that you can use without having to burn a cipher pick as well. That lets you pick into a different sentinel, which we see gives you the, I guess, privilege of being able to choose into the Vise.
Yeah, this is also going to be very interesting because it is going to be a double initiator versus a double controller comp. Haven't seen myself much double controller comps on Lotus for a little while, mainly because of Tejo being in the rotation, but I think they can still play to it. I think Viper, even though she's missed her heyday, is still a great agent to play, and then paired with that Omen, just your classical controller player that everybody loves to play, is going to be very hard to try and get through from the side of Humber. But now for them, it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to use that Breach and that Fade together in unison to try and take a site.
Yeah, you know what? Immediately when I see the Viper from Brock, I don't hate it. That Viper Pit can be used so well and so effectively. We saw it used on that A site from Darkest on Northwood when he got that ace in SGS to really kind of seal the deal and start the momentum shift of that Northwood St. Clair series. Wouldn't be surprised if that could be the thing that bags Brock some very crucial rounds. But I think I've heard right now that Brock, they're just getting a new chair. We got to replace it, but it's okay. It's a little bit of time burn, but it's no big deal. Sometimes, maybe it's just not comfy enough. I don't know. I mean, I'd very much doubt it, as these Secret Lab St. Clair chairs are so comfy. I've had the privilege of sitting in them before.
Definitely one of those chairs. Haven't taken one home yet myself, but you know what? There could be one missing in the far near future. But you know what?
That's crazy.
This just gives teams a little bit more time to talk to each other, to get a plan out. They definitely put some time into this beforehand, thinking about what they're going to actually be playing on LAN, and also just getting ready ourselves on the desk and in the crowd, in the pit, getting ready to see some Valorant. We got some thumbs up. It looks like we got a little bit of a gang sign as well there, probably for a few seconds. But you know what? Thumbs up, smiles, looking great.
I don't know if I necessarily say that, just a hand signal, but you know what? Everyone's having a fun time. We are too. Why? Can't believe that we're finally here at this very day. We are on the Valorant scene, but until game gets underway, I think we've given our predictions and everything like that. I want to quickly talk about some of the other teams in the tournament that we were sitting down and talking to, mainly GVSU. They were really fun to sit down and talk with. We got to learn them and kind of what they're about. Right now, they're playing with a sub as well. I believe it is, no, Adam's blue. So I believe it's one of their other players who's the sub playing in for today, but is a flex. That's very interesting because you want to see kind of how he acts in this new environment, joining the team. But one thing I can safely say is they were very much looking forwards to eliminating our Saints ACAD roster, as well as not just our Saints ACAD roster, as well as dominating their own teammate Dak in those 1v1s at our 1v1 Valorant station. Farming Dak on Haven mid is what they were trying to do for the mini games to have extra raffle tickets. But I think that it goes without saying they really want to be the ones to take down St. Clair ACAD.
Indeed, they do. And you know what? Something else that we also talked to GVSU about is talking about their sub that they have in today. They sadly are missing their main duelist. And the second we were asking them about, like, who do you play? What do you like to float around? We were like, oh, we heard Sentinel, we heard Controller, we heard Initiator. We were like, okay, well, who's the duelist? Dead silent.
Yeah, no one really wanted to pick into it. I noticed it. I was like, wow, so we got two controllers. All right, people want to play Sentinel, some initiators, but no duelists for GVSU. But that being said, that's not the team that's playing right now. Humber, we got Brock, we got Humber. It is No Man's Land 2025, and the first round of Valorant starts now.
Good setup so far by Zomzino. Looks like they're aiming towards the C site here, but we have Charlie, who is ready on that site. Going to back off a little bit. Probably play for the retake a little bit more. Definitely, they're going to be spotted out by this utility, as well as it looks like Hate is on a little bit of a A little bit of a lurk right now over towards A. Seen this a little bit more, but right now back into the action. Looks like Hardy is going to take one out, and She's Mine is going to answer back with one of their own. Now trying to get out as quick as they can. Going to try to throw a nade down to try and delay them, but they've got 3 there, and it looks like it is all said and done. Humber take the first one on the defense.
Well, you know what? That's the first one in style, and that's good immediately from the defense. You saw them wanting to take the C mount, execute, but the second that happened, you have to deal with all that Vise utility. You have to bait out the Vise while you have the spikes that you got to worry about as well. And by the time all that's calmed out, everyone's already rotating through that revolving door on B. So immediately, it's going to be Humber that jumps all over Brock. They're able to secure their first run on defense, and a good one at that too, because like I said earlier, you know, Lotus, a very attacker-sided map with that 3-site setup. You need to spread your defense thin, and I love the Vise pick here from Humber because it means that the Vise can lock down a site completely on their own, and being able to do that is so key because of the fact that then you can at least have 2 people everywhere else.
Indeed, I think that is how they're going to play, and I think it's going to be great. I think the one thing that I'm going to be interested to see more come online will be a little bit of that Viper lurk. We see that from our own Saints varsity team more on Fade with Tillo, but seeing that from Hate is going to be very interesting. But starting out now, looks like nobody's going to have the spike in hand. We got some setups, some crosshairs, some angles ready to be taken. Looks like they're gearing for another hit towards C, as well as Hate is moving towards A.
Well, you know what? Immediately, the thing I'm very excited about is usually those C-Mound ego chows, right? You never know who's going to be on the winning side of those, but as the rotate comes through from Brock, we can very much see that they're looking to try to take that A execute with the Omen just outside of C-Mound to watch for the lurk if any flank comes through from B, from their Omen, or through C-Mound, which, again, very much possible. Revolving door from Tree gets hit, and soon we're going to see engagements. Charlie with the first one on to Hate. And now Brock's offense, they're going to have to back up even more, so they need their plan B right now, Wyatt.
They do indeed, and Zomzino was in a perfect position to try and take any aggression up from C Mound. Sadly, didn't decide to do anything, and now they're down 1 player. They've had to leave Spiral Wind over there at A to keep some presence there and possibly spot out anybody on the aggressive side. But now, looks like the execute is going to be happening over towards C, and it is all but Fox there. Finds one onto Zomzino, throws the nade down. She's Mine going to try find them. Fox finds the second as well. Fox finds the third and takes the entire Brock team down towards A. And now, it looks like we see Spiral Wind is on the flank. Gonna try to pull out a win here, but you know what? As 7 seconds counts down, it looks like it is all said and done. Might try and find a pick here onto 1. Can't find anybody just yet. And Charlie going to be finishing it out, and now they've taken 2 up so far for Humber.
Well, you know what? It's just looking better and better as it goes on. It's a great job for Humber's defense to stand strong. They don't get sort of messed up by the Tree execute onto A site from Brock. They stay calm, they stay composed, they let the Viper Toxin run out, the wall goes down, and Brock, they just didn't execute fast enough, and again, it just seems unlucky because every time they pick a site as of first 2 rounds, they're picking the site coincidentally where the Vise has all of the utils set up. So you choose A this time, the Vise was over with the Fade on the A site for Humber, and it's just unfortunate. You go back to your C initially, but at that point, the movement's already heard, everything's already found out, time's getting low, you can't go stealthy anymore, but now they're going to try it again. But you know, yet again, very much like the same tale before, you'll notice that Vise has all of the utilities set up already on that A site. So the Viper wall down for now. Toxin's building up from Hate, but you have to make sure that you're watching that B link. You could get swallowed up if you're not careful.
They're definitely considering another flank over to C. Looks like they started it now. They figured out where they are. The smoke's going to also come out from Heartache. Western trying to find someone here. Looks like Brock are considering moving off. Looks like they're just going to move 3 off and keep 2 on there to try and keep some presence there. Nobody has decided to adventure up from the side of Humber now. It's been great discipline so far from them to try not to overextend and lose any bodies early off, but now We got less than 40 seconds left. Brock have to make a decision on where they're going to go, and it might just be B.
Yeah, you know what? The second that the Breach doesn't see any activity on C Mound, you just know that the B take has to come through. B Link right now being found out, the Rays jumping through, and now all of a sudden everything is about to go down. Smoke's covered by the Omen. Location revealed though, and Wester going to find the first one. Trades back and forth. She's mine with the Rays nade, and all of a sudden, Pix going through for the side of Brock, and now Spiral Wind trying to get the plant down, but 12 seconds left, has to get off. This is going to be so close. Fox style trying to even up the odds. The rocket launcher comes out and it's going to find Spiral Wind. Plant down. The last one, B-Link. And Fox, in similar fashion, finds the second 3K of his day.
Definitely a great way to start it out so far. Definitely got the blood pumping, the courage up, the vibes up for Humber. They've taken 3 so far, and you know what? I'm not too upset with Brock's performance. We saw a little bit more light from them. They definitely performed a little bit better trying to get into the site. They got the spike down, but it was about keeping control that they had that problem on. You see, I think she's mine that Rays Nade has been so great, those pain shells, at getting people out of areas and angles to try and take the site. And then we saw Foxstyle right there just absolutely dumping on that KJ with the ultimate.
Yeah, you know what, it was so key as well from the Breach on Humber that Zell was able to use that Aftershock to make Spiral Wind have to reposition to a more favorable plant spot for Humber to retake on. But now we see this rapid take onto B, and they already have control established. They can start getting their plant down immediately. The Fade, not finding anyone, but knows about positioning. That being said, the retake comes in from Humber. They're just giving picks away for Brock, or at least Brock's giving picks away for Humber. And all of a sudden, the B take comes crashing down. Zell picks off the second last, and now it's all up to Spiral Wind. But looking at what Spiral Wind has to overcome, I'm gonna say, yeah, it didn't even need to be said. Nothing, no hope for Brock this time, as Humber getting very scarily in the lead now with 3 free rounds on the defense. You have to think if Brock doesn't switch it up soon, this one could be over in very quick fashion.
It could be indeed, and you know what? It's going as I predicted a little bit. Humber are our favorites so far, taking a couple more rounds to themselves. Brock have to find an answer, and I think that starts with controlling the site. They're able to get onto it very quickly, but it's about controlling it, and that takes discipline, that takes aim, and that takes teamwork.
Yeah, and speaking of teamwork, we see the smokes going down for C Mound right now. Bot from Rays being shot out, and now it is pretty clear to Humber. You know, Brock, you know, they might want this C site. I don't know about you, Wyatt, but you know, if you're going to commit all that utility there, you know, might be where you're wanting to push through, although the revolving door gets opened up as they're trying to see if they can get any action through to B. But Humber, they're just not biting on any bait that Brock puts out, and why would you overchow? Why would you overcommit? You can just sit here pretty and waste time. A minute left to go, and Brock, you don't really have anything to search for.
Humber know that they are shaky and know that they are a little spread out right now. They don't have an exact plan on how to get onto these sites. Looks like they might have found it now, looking to go over to this A site. The hit might start soon, and it looks like they spotted it out the weaker site. Looks like the Vi's going to be getting off. Charlie getting out safe and sound, but now the Fade is there. Wester is there to help. Massa trying to get onto the site as well. I think they've just been a little too slow with it, and that's been great on the side of Humber to try and stop them out. Wester finds the first one. It looks like Massa is trying to answer back. Doesn't find anybody.
Wow.
Heartache and Charlie find 2 more, and it's all up to Hate. Now it's all up to Zomzino trying to get onto there. Looks like the spike might be dropped, and it looks like Hate is now out of the game. Zomzino is able to find 1, and it looks like it is all over. Bomb down. Zomzino is going to live with his life, and now Humber have taken 5 so far.
You know, at the very least, Zomzino is able to rid Humber of a couple of their guns, but it shouldn't matter. They have all the currency in the world. They have all the economy in the world to buy back. Pretty simple. So, again, Brock, you know what? I think it's just coming down to late executes, and you're not dealing with that Vise util early.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what it's got to be. And then also, it's just on the side of Brock. They have great ways of getting onto the site, as I said before, but it's about controlling it. And I think it's their utility that they have to use, and then also just their overall aim, because right now, looking on the side of Brock, they don't have a lot of kills to them. And this timeout is going to be great to discuss that, great to figure out how they can use their utility to not just take a site, but keep a site.
Right, but I mean, it's also not surprising at all. If you lose 5 rounds on the bounce on a Lotus attack, I mean, I can tell you sure as hell why I'd be taking that timeout no matter what team you are. So, you know, this is a little bit scary right now for Brock. This was meant to be your side, to be the ones to kind of get in, get active. What's going on, Rays? As we see that Humber now, they're staying calm, composed, and I really do think that their setups, and especially their retakes, have been absolutely nothing short of masterclasses. But right now, we see Brock lining up for, it seems like, another C mound pressure. Boombot goes through, and that should reveal the positions of one. And now the blind comes through from the Omen as well. Rocket launcher, she's mine, finds one on a Fox style, and all of a sudden, C mound getting active early. Wester through the smoke finds Zom.
It's a great pick out from Brock so far. But the problem is they're not following up on it. They're trying to just poke at the defense of Humber, take one person out at a time, and they do not have enough utility or time to try and play that way. They have to commit to a site. They have to commit to try and take down the entire Humber team. And now Hate is going to be able to find one more on the side of Humber. They have now the player advantage, but it's about how well they can play with that, as they now are, looks like they're faking the push towards A, trying to bait out some of the defense, and it looks like it might have worked. Looks like Wester is looking to try and support the rest of his team over to B and A, so I think Humber, they're going to have to retake this site.
Yeah, you know what? This has actually been very good from Brock. They're able to, despite the time constraints, find their site open from that bait. That being said, Humber, there are no slouches when it comes to retakes. We've seen it about 4 times by now. So let's see if anything goes down. The breach concussion goes through. She's mine with 1, with 2 as well. Finally unlocking, has the 3K for Brock. And now all left to Charlie. 1v4 scenario, but I don't think, maybe a caster curse can come through, but that's going to be the most help I can provide. Has to shoot the alarm from the KJ. Flash down, but no one peeking into it, so it's not going to activate. Immediately swings through, but the double stack from Brock is going to be able to get the job done. She's mine with a 4K on the round to cement Brock's first post timeout.
Good way to start out. Good way to get one on the board for Brock now. And it's about what we were talking about. It was about them getting onto the site and then controlling it. They were able to do this. She's mine was in a beautiful position right here to take 1, take 2, and then it left them all into a 1v4 scenario. And then Charlie was able to get a couple picks, but it was not enough. It looked like that poke tactic started to work for them, but it's about how many more rounds can it work for them and how fast can Humber adapt.
Well, I think if it's anything, you know what, that round did work out from Brock, but I think if they play rounds slow on the attack, we've learned that it's going to kind of bite back at them, and it almost looks like right now Humber just has them figured out, as we do see the Odin through tree door on Wester, finds one, can find a second one, yes! Absolutely, Wester not through the wall again, don't tell me you're gonna get 3, the Odin spray back from Brock is not going to find anyone, but they do have tree control. Have to watch out for the 2 on Heaven, however, from Humber. They can just kind of overlook the site, but it seems like they're actually looking to kind of rotate over, and they're just cautious about that B side. They don't want to leave that B link open, and since it is, you have to be wary about how you're going to position your Raze and your Breach. But it seems like they're in pretty good spots to deal with the oncoming assault, especially if you just have that revolving door down. I'm almost confirming it right now. The Raze has definitely heard everything around that B side, but now it seems like a double fake comes back in. They finally make up their minds. Charlie finds one, but at the same time, Brock, they're advancing onto this A site. Have to make sure that the wall gets triggered. There it is, jumping through. That's going to be Spike, and all of a sudden, Charlie just can throw up the Vise Flash and doesn't have to peek anything. Just waiting for that fade, Masa to just move in, and the second that LOS is created and that Vise Flash goes off, that's when the swing will occur. and it shouldn't even have to be contested. I was going to say, if you are Masa, I think you just kind of save here and just let the round go by. You don't want to give up your gun. You need to keep that Vandal. So, smart decision overall. But Humber, defensive forces.
So far, really great. Really great defense. Something that I have to attribute to them is how they have been very composed. Looking over towards that C, you know, if this was my game, not to compare me to any of these professionals that we have on the stage here today, if that was me, and I heard there was some aggression towards A, I'd be moving all the way up C to take as much space as I can. But you know what? They're keeping composed. They know that they can take down Brock on the defensive side and that they can stop their attack. So they're not overextending, which is great for them so far. But then you look at Brock. Brock had a great moment there, but it looks like they just made the wrong call. And now they might be able to make the right call if they're going over towards A. Looks like Massa is going to be able to drop one ult down, but they have not taken advantage of it just yet, and now Gwester's going to return with an ult of their own, has hit everybody on the side of the attacking Brock, and now looks like the HJ ult is going to go down as well. It's going to push them off back, but now they have to get this spike planted down before this ultimate gets out, because the second it's down, they're going to get in, but looks like Hate is going to drop their ult as well. Invested so far 3 ultimates to the side of Brock, but now Heartache takes the first out down. Massa looking to find a couple more. Gwester is in here, bringing the arsenal now. Looks like Charlie's gonna try to find nobody there.
There's
Heartache
no
finds
way.
one onto Zell, and it's all up to Hate, and she's mine. Still in this smoke, trying not to get spotted out now, and it looks like the defuse is going to be coming out from Humber. No matter the cost, no matter the challenge, whether it's 2, 3, 4, or 5 ultimates invested, Humber have been able to strike back.
Well, you know what? That's it. They threw a kitchen sink at him. You do the Viper Pit as well, the Fade ult. I mean, literally everything to be thrown at that A site to just confirm one round on the defense. But the problem is your shots just aren't landing when it comes to the retake. We saw on that A-Link side, it was just the Fade missing. And it's just unfortunate, really, because Brock, it was looking like a good setup, but all of a sudden, Humber, led by Heartache, able to retake as they have been able to so many rounds in the prior. So it's just tough. You don't really necessarily know what to do in this situation if you're Brock, and I can kind of start to sense that right now they might even be doubting themselves. It doesn't look like whenever they have a take that they're really all that confident, and they need to switch it up. The first pick goes down. Hate finds the trade out. They know where this Fade is. There's no way Wester. There's no way you find one. You find 2! The double headshot finally gets dealt with, but Wester's done more than his job was intended.
Wester, the MVP in this round so far, great with that absolute machine gun, just pop, 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 took 3 out, and now we see Spiral Wind left to themselves, trying to make the hero play here, doesn't have a lot of utility, and does not have the gun nor the player advantage.
Yeah, you know, it's just tough. Like, what do you do here if you're Spiral Wind? You don't want to give Humber another round, but at the same time, like, is it even, like, do you just save here? What do you even do in this scenario? You have to peek out, in my opinion, but the second you do, everywhere is being watched. Humber, man, you know what? I mean, score prediction-wise, Wyatt, we were way off. We thought Brock was going to be able to take a lot more attacks, and maybe Humber was kind of right in just looking past Brock and was like, oh yeah, you know what? We're just here to try to take out Tedward. Because at this point, Brock, they're offering no competition. They're lining up perfectly for Wester there with the Odin. It's just sad to see. It's tough. And I think Brock, it's just kind of a sinking ship right now. And more holes are just being opened up in the hull.
Indeed, and they've got to patch those holes up quickly, or else Humber are going to be menaces yet again. Foxstyle finds Massa, tries to find another, but is smoked off both sides right now. Looking very, very good so far. It looks like Spiral Wind is going to adventure a little bit towards B, but Heartache might be able to find them out. No, looks like they're gearing up towards a C push. Fox tries to find another one. Now sends the bomb buddy just to try and clear that back out. Spotted out now. Zell is in a beautiful position. If baited out by that op, could find a couple kills here. They're not committing to it just yet. I think they just have to sell this C push a little further to try and push Charlie off of there.
Well, I was going to say, there's no reason for the Breach to really overextend either and peek onto C Mound, because you sit in that position, you have your 2 flashes, you have your concuss as well in pocket. There's no reason to just peek out and waste all of that utility. Let the utility be the one to determine when to swing. So you can just kind of sit pretty right now and just stay posted, but right now the take isn't coming from C, it's coming from A. Ult comes through from the Raze, but we heard nothing really happens yet. She's mine. Rocket Launcher's been taken out for now, but it seems like, look at Humber. They're trying to rotate over to C, but now they've pulled their forces away from A. I'm surprised this wasn't called out earlier from the Vise, but Wester finds one through the wall with the Odin. We've seen he's been a menace so far, and he's going to look to try to continue that notion.
They definitely got the player advantage. It's coming on to now. She's Mine finds one, but Wester answers back. Charlie to find another. And it is all up to Spiral Wind, who's now taken out by Zell. Gonna get another defuse here, gonna make it 9-1, which means we've only got 2 more in this half until it is game time for Brock to lock in. They've only got 1 on the board. They have to close at least 2 more out in this half to find some light, leading it off when they switch on the defense.
I don't even know if I can say there's any light at the end of the tunnel for Brock right now. It's closing very quickly, and I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The only light that you might see at the end of that tunnel is actually just the Humber train that's just headed straight for your souls, because Humber have just looked so dominant, and when you switch up to the favored side on Lotus as well, you gotta think for Brock, you know, the KJ, yes, is nice. Is it better than the Vise for holding down a site? I don't necessarily think so. For flank watch, maybe, but again, that's not even the thing you're asking yourself right now. What you're asking yourself is, how can we get Fox style off of that op? Because you already have the shots coming through, and he's already found one. Fast take coming in from C right now. Util being used out. We heard the Raze nade, not going to find anyone, but just forcing Humber out of position. But Brock, they've successfully claimed the site. You just got to wonder, look at the ults that Humber has, right? I mean, they don't even need to use them right now. The retakes come through, the breach ult goes down, but even then, it doesn't really amount to too much because Masa has everything to account for and is not even going to find a shot onto Wester. Wester going through the revolving door absolutely turns and destroys Masa there. Had no business winning that gunfight, but sometimes you just miss shots, you have late reaction, and you're kind of down and out of it, and I think that's kind of what Brock looks like to me.
They definitely seem down and out of it right now, and Humber, they've just got boulders to play with right now. They have 2 ultimates on the board, can be used very well to end out this last round quickly, and you know, Brock does not look like, well, now it looks like they have the utility and they have the guns to possibly contest this and take another one. Some early aggression towards A. Looks like Wester finds a nasty shot onto the head, but Foxile finds Spiral Wind over towards C. Now, going to stop them for the A push a little bit, and now a little bit of a missed dart there from one, but Hate in the mid gets taken out by Heartache. And now She's Mine trying to get back in there to try and find a pick, a trade to even it out. They're down 2 and they have to find 2 to equalize it.
Yeah, you know what? I don't even know if that's going to need to come through because Charlie finds one from Tree. Masa goes down, and Heartache, you still have the Omen ult that you can play around with in pocket, the blind. Being sent out Aftershock as well. Zom does get the plant down, but is it too late? That's the question. She's Mine with the first onto Charlie, but then Wester answers right back with the refrag. Blind goes through, and Zom, Util coming straight for him. Same with all of Humber. But I will say, Humber, the kings of the retakes. They're able to do it again. And they claim their 11th, yes, you're hearing me right, 11th round on Lotus defense.
Switching over to the attacking side now, I think this game could be done and dusted. definitely
going
to go into the hands of Humber. I mean, the pistol round could be a game changer here. You know, Brock, they could have pulled their Uno reverse card out now and said, you know what, Humber, we're going to stick it to you, and we're going to take the next 11 rounds to 12 rounds back to back to back to back.
Yeah, you know what? If, Wyatt, if you were a betting man, if you put your $20 on that, I'd have to call you a fool. Because there's just no way that's going to happen. I'm counting him out right now. Unintentional caster curse on the way. But you gotta focus one round at a time for Brock. You can't think about the big picture, you just have to think about the present scenario because you need to stay locked in for what you're seeing at the moment. And they have a decent setup, at least on C, you would think, but that raised nade is going to just clear out Hate, who is ratting in the corner right outside of C Mound, and that's a great first pick for Humber to work with. They have the C side. There's no one from Brock who's even aware of it. And now as they make the rotation, let's see if they can retake as effectively as their opponents.
Trying to get into there. Massa's taken quickly out. She's able to find one onto Zell, but now going to be able to dodge that blind to get back into here. Fox is low, so could find one shot. Finds one, finds two! And now it's a 2v2 scenario, a spike down. Brock have to get onto here, but Heartache and Charlie are there close. It looks like Charlie is going to be able to find it, but you know what? She's Mine was just able to get that raise nade. Their raise nade came in too late, too clutch, and now Humber are just one away from taking it.
You know, it's very unfortunate for Brock. You find the final kill from the grave, but it doesn't matter because you had a spike to defuse. And at the end of the day, no one's alive. You can't really have that job be done. Charlie clutch with a double headshot, able to bag Humber that match point. And a very quick start to our day here, Wyatt. Not gonna lie, this was not the start I was expecting, but we will have to see. The onus is on Brock if they wanted to keep going. Humber trying to take space on the C Mound. The raise nade trying to clear out the player behind that C site. But now look at the cross right now, that Spiral Wind double stacking up with Hate. This is going to be hard to clear out, but at the same time, B looks pretty open. The C take comes through, Aftershock's gonna have to make the move through the Omen smoke, and now Zell's going to be able to find one. And all of a sudden, Humber, very much like last round, they find their C control quickly.
Massa gonna spot out two, gonna try to find a couple, tags a couple, but doesn't find any kills just yet. Looks like Wester might be able to find one, finds Spiral Wind, tries to find another, but Massa from underneath finds two, and now has equalized it, but the spike is down, and they are on the back right now. Doesn't look like they have the weapons to try and contest this, but Massa finds a third, Zomzino finds another, and Massa with the 4K! Brock find a little bit of light and take just another step to the long road that they have ahead of them to claim victory.
And you know what, Massa with the Sheriff, no better combo that round. Finds 4, and man, in crazy fashion, Brock, they take their second round conversion, despite the fact that the pistol round was won by Humber. It's not very often that you see the losers of that pistol round converting on a next, but they did. And sometimes that's all you need, a Sheriff and a Dream with a couple of headshots. 4 in this case, but can Brock sustain their defense yet again? Only time will tell. Toxin's running low right now, but at the same time, if you're Humber, maybe you start to switch it up. Util gets thrown down on C, but it's just purely a bait. But A is being watched so closely by the Omen and the Rays, you wonder how Humber's going to play this one out.
Looks like they're going to get in here soon. Util out definitely. She's Mine does not get flashed. Zomzino is able to find one onto Fox. A little bit of spray coming through right now, but nobody's going to find anybody. Just, you know, Zell preparing for the flash. Doesn't go online just yet. and it looks like they're gearing up to say, you know what, let's not go through that smoke towards A, and let's go towards C. Let's see how we can play towards this site, where coincidentally, it looks like Spiral Wind is ready with some utility.
Yeah, you know what? I think Humber, they're running low on time. This could very well be another defensive round for Brock, especially when you win that second round. When losing the pistol round, you immediately throw off everyone's utility. But that being said, Humber, it's the same story. The Omen smoke goes down, and they have the C site, the plant going through, and that spike is down and going. Time now, being the main factor from Brock. They need to act quick. The refrag comes through, but Wester will find the KJ. And now is the fade. Masa tries to create space. Zell lurking around C-Mound. Hate finds 2 though, and now 3 as well. The flick onto Zell should be enough, and that's going to be all she wrote. Brock might not be just out of it yet. However, when combated with the logic that you literally have to go flawless now for the next 10, they still have a long mountain to trek.
They do indeed, and it's going to be taking small steps towards that. They've taken 2 so far in this second half, being able to find a little bit more, and you know what? I think She's Mine might be able to come online with that showstopper soon. But Gwester does have that fade ult as well, which could pay dividends on the attacking side. They're going yet again for this C push, but it looks like they're going to keep Charlie over to A to try and contest this aggression.
And now is Humber looking to move into C. The fatal goes through, but Spiral Wind ratting in the corner finds 2 on Mound and has done their job. Fox Style using the movement tech from the Rays to be able to get onto site quickly, but Hate waiting in the Omen smoke. A great show of patience. Brock, they're getting online on Lotus defense. And that's not very common that you see Lotus becoming a defender-friendly map in the match. But right now, my eyes, they aren't deceiving me. So far, it seems like both teams are definitely having an easier time on the Lotus defense.
Something that I'm definitely seeing right now out from Team Brock is some more smiles, and that's what we need. We saw them a little bit before when they had just gotten their first round. It was kind of a, you know what, we got 1 round, we're not too happy about it. But now, with the pop-off plays that we've been seeing from Masa and then Spiral Wind, has been great so far to keep their traction in this game and possibly keep themselves alive.
Yeah, you know what, but they have to do that for, again, 8 more rounds straight. Showstopper gets denied, though, from Fox Style, and that could be the biggest play. Zom with 1 with 2, but Wester finds the refrag. Has to be so careful. Masa peeking around the corners can find maybe another. The flick just can't come through, but it doesn't matter. Brock has at least done a very good job thus far, and Wester has so much to make up! But there's just no way coming out of tree that you find the double. I would have thought that it was going to be almost impossible. But Wester hits those, and Humber seals the deal.
You know, I thought we were going to go at least 3 or 4 maps over to the side of Brock. They had the momentum, but you know what? It was all up to Wester. There to shut down the showstopper, and then to take 3 more as well. Brock put up a great fight, but you know what? The road here is not yet done. We got a lot more No Man's Land left. Looks like the boys, looks like the lads are getting some GGs, some handshakes, some fist bumps out right now as we gear up for our next game to come.
Yeah, you know what? I must say, breaking down that matchup as we do see the stats behind us. Wester 21-9, right? Name a better combo, Wester and an Odin. Right? Because on defense, that was absolutely ridiculous. Right? I mean, so many plays there from him, and just it honestly didn't really matter what gun Wester was using, whether it be the Bulldog, whether it be the Phantom. The dude was just online no matter what. Huge plays from the Aftershock, making Spiral Wind have to rotate over to a more favorable position for Humber to retake on the plan, as Fox Style was able to find and clean up the rest. And Foxstyle was someone who unlocked a little bit early, was on the raise, very much like we predicted. She's mine. I think Brock, they were starting to claim some momentum, but anytime they thought they had a take, Humber would just hit these incredible shots on the retakes to even or give themselves man count. And on attack, Brock just kind of looked lost. They looked very indecisive, and I think that's kind of the problem. You can't afford to have that indecisiveness and time as your element on attack when you need to immediately realize, hey, we need to clear out the site where this Vise util is. We need to make sure that it's not where we're trying to take. And if we find that out, we need to rotate quick. And sometimes they'd go back and forth. Sometimes they'd bait one site, go to another site, bait that site, and go back to where they were initially going to go. And when you do that, you're not only losing time, you're also losing people. You're losing players on your team. Because Humber, they had these crosses laid out, but this was just absolutely disgusting. Speaking of crosses laid out, I have no idea how Wester made it through tree when Brock had that cross covered night and day. It should have been black and white, done and dusted, but Wester just wanted to end it now, wanted to put the statement in. Did a very good job of doing that.
And definitely showing us that you don't need to play a Taeho.
You don't need the Taeho.
You don't need it at all to still play Lotus to its full extent. You know, Fade having a lot more history on this map and a lot more time to be a little more creative. Definitely found their value here. And as we saw, you mentioned it before with this mode, it has been absolutely disastrous. We saw some light up as well later into the rounds. A possible comeback from Brock that I'm rooting for. We want to see more competition, see them come back, and Massa was one of those key players to try and start it. Had a great 4K to ignite the steamrolling rounds that they found afterwards, one after the next. But then it was all left up to moments like these where you found Fox just taking down that showstopper, which you could have found immense value. And then you just had Wester there, who was ready to take down the 3 remaining players on the side of Brock.
Yeah, you know what? It really is a shame, but at the same time, you kind of feel, you know, Humber, they were running away with it. It was going to be closed out. Now, I will say, I'm at least a fan that it was closed out in fancy fashion. But at the same time, let's be honest here, there's just no way that Brock were going to be able to string together that many defenses in a row. That just isn't something that you should be seeing on a map like Lotus. But now, getting into the match stats, She's Mine popping off later on, but at the same time, they got off to a very slow start. Wester, Foxstyle, Charlie, literally everyone played their role. Zell 5 and 11, you know what, maybe not his day, but at the same time, there's lots of Valorant left to go, and there were key plays where those aftershocks and flashes were able to enable other people on Zell's team to get the picks that they needed to.
Indeed, and props to Wester, able to go 21 in 9, pop-up plays here and there. Great so far to start out the day. Definitely gearing them up for their game against Tedward, which I am most excited to be able to watch and cast. That's going to be very interesting. Be also interesting to figure out who will be able to play next, because we've got a lot of talent here to go through it.
Well, we do, but we will have to get to that after a short break. We have 2 more teams coming up after this. Another round of Valorant. It seems like it's going to be St. Clair ACAD versus Tedward. So we'll be back after a short break with the matchup between those two.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Man's Land. I am Wyatt or Swag Studios, joined with me on the desk by Theo, the Holy Juan. On the desk today, how are you feeling for No Man's Land? We just got done our first match against Humber and Brock. What did you think about that? And then what do you think about our next matchup between Tedward and SCC
Yeah,
Academy?
yeah. I mean that game. Let's be honest. It was a bit of a stomp, but it's a first game of the tournament. Both teams still settling in, getting ready for the rest of the day. But obviously a very strong showing. But hey, let's talk about what we have on the board now. Tedwin against the Saints Academy team. We saw the Saints Academy team play not too long ago in the LAN tournament, the SGS, and now they're right back at it, right into the swing of things. I think they're definitely going to be feeling good about themselves, and I would say they're probably feeling good going into this matchup.
Indeed, and we've got on the academy team, we've got the twins, we've got Jello, and then we've also got Sushi, we've got Wombat in there, we've got Benson, and then we've also got Varsiel, one of our new picks onto this roster. They've been doing great so far, and as you said, they did play in SGS Valorant. They did pretty well. They beat out a couple teams, but they sadly weren't able to climb too many mountains, and I think this is definitely going to be a redemption LAN tournament for them. They want to win this out. They want to get high. They want to make either that semifinals or grand finals standings in No Man's Land. But you know what? Time will tell because they have a good opponent against them right now. Tedward Gaming looking to move forward in the tournament and meet their rivals on the side of Humber.
Yeah, Tedward obviously a very very strong team, trying to show a lot of people what they're made out of today, and if they can get a win against the Saints Academy team early on in the tournament, I think that will give them a little bit of a confidence boost and really set them up for a really good tournament. So I think this matchup is very important for both of these teams. I think whichever team can come out with a win will just get a jolt of confidence, a jolt of momentum, and I think whoever wins this one now will be feeling just very good for the rest of groups and heading into the playoffs.
Indeed, and I was talking about this, talking to this team a little bit right now. We've got Sev, we've got Nix, we got High Rise, and we got Kova, and we also got Ant coming up against our own team. We can see our bright boy right there, Varsil, getting ready, practicing aiming, and then right by him is Wombat, one of our veteran Valorant players, played on the team back way when, plays on it now still with our own producer Owen, and it's going to be interesting to see how he likes to play with these youngins right now, new, fresh to the team, and the twins themselves looking to light it up. Definitely a great dynamic duo that when they can work together, they can work together.
Absolutely, and we're gonna be getting into the game soon, but before we do that, let's get into some map bans here. Obviously, it is just a best of one. This time, Wyatt, we're not gonna be seeing the same map we just saw. We're gonna see Haven. What are you thinking of Haven? It's gonna be Saints starting on attack.
It's going to be very interesting to see. We saw them play a little bit of Haven in SGS, and I've seen a little bit of their Haven elsewhere in some other leagues as well. I think they like to play a little more aggressive towards this. I mean, definitely they've got the twin duo. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what they decide to pull out, if they decide to pull out any interesting duelists on this, because throughout the entire scene of professional Valorant, we've seen so much creativity come out of this map. We've seen characters such as Neon, such as Jet, such as Yoru as well, such as Yoru, and a couple other ones on the side of Duelist that just are like lighting up and finding their spot on this map. And then, something that I am expecting out from this team, which we actually didn't get to see last game, is that Tejo Breach combo. Didn't see the character at all in that last game, which was a little bit of a shocker. But you know what? If it's old and it works, you don't need to fix it.
Yeah, absolutely, Wyatt. Obviously, a lot of different team compositions. One thing I remember I saw work very well against the Saints, a varsity team not too long ago. It was ISO just walled up on that seaside, and then the enemy team just walked up that a little choke point, took out the entire seaside, and planted it every single time. So, our Saints, varsity, and academy teams, they definitely look at each other's gameplay, and the academy team probably probably looks up to the varsity team a little bit. And, that's something they might be able to steal into their own playbook. That's something they could practice. Some little things like that is something their opponents wouldn't be ready for. So I definitely agree with you. I think some interesting picks could definitely be very important to deciding this map.
Indeed, and looking over right now at the roster for Tedward, we can see Nyx right there getting ready, and a little freaky, getting ready to get into this game, and definitely the vibes are up for Tedward Gaming. They are ready, they are locked in. I see you there, Nyx. I see you. Salute to you guys as well from watching at home. You guys are locked in, and you guys are ready for this game, and you know what? I think that's something that our own academy team has to bring into this. Haven't been seeing too much vibes for them right now. They have to bring a little bit more energy into this, and I think something somewhere that has to come from is definitely Wombat. It's been one of our veteran players here, has played on a team with our very own producer in the back, working absolute miracles right now for this entire production. Owen Parker has been absolutely great.
Okay, bro, I
so
need you to
far.
stop gassing me up.
And
Like,
I
let's
think
stop that.
that this is going to be a game of how can Wombat bring his experience to the rest of this team to help them out. And then how can he also guide some of our new pickups, such as Benson and Varsiel, who are meshing into the team and finding their grassroots, finding out where they actually fit in this composition and in this team.
Absolutely. And now, Saints going to be starting on the attacking side here. Obviously, an attack-sided map with the 3 bomb sites. It's important to get off to a hot start on attack, especially on a map like this, because if you drop the pistol round, you lose the second one. Then it's kind of hard to start stacking up those rounds. But if you get off to a nice start on attack, obviously the pistol round, it's one of the more important rounds in Valorant. If you can get off to a good start, get a second, get a bonus, you get rolling, get the momentum, that's definitely how you want to start a game. But I feel like this first round is going to be very important to deciding this map. And if Saints can take a pistol round home, I think they'll be smooth sailing for most of the attack.
I agree with you. I have to agree with you that the pistol round can be very crucial and very influential going into this game. And talk about the vibes, talk about getting that energy up. It looks like we got the Twins on the end. You can see a little bit of smiles there, see a little bit of running there, trying to figure out, just get some more kinks worked out, whatnot, before they get into this game. But I think their energy is also going to be a crucial factor into this, because I highlighted this in SGS, and I gotta highlight this as well. The Twins can play great with each other if they are playing with each other. If they decide to play against each other and one starts to butt heads with the other one, you're going to have that same commotion splatter all over the rest of the team, and it's going to be really hard to try and work through their comms and their arguments throughout the game. I think that's something that the rest of the team also has to highlight and realize, is that they not only need to be on point, but they need to be getting everybody else on point, working together as a single unit to come together and win out this game. I think definitely SEC Academy are looking for a win here, looking out to start it hot. We can see Wombat there. He's getting a little bit of the vibes up. Looks like he's got a smile as well. But ladies and gentlemen, no further, we're going to our agent select. Let's see what we will be playing on.
Yeah, White, for your sake, I hope we see a Yora. I know he's your favorite agent, so that would be fun to see, a very hard agent to play, obviously. But we do have some picks. Sova, ISO, that I was talking about, picked up by Tedward, and the Cypher so far. 3 pretty standard picks. Omen, obviously, probably picked on most maps here. We'll probably see him the entire day of the tournament. And Coma, still thinking about his last pick. There it is. Your Yoru is going to be picked up. White, you got to explain this pick to everyone watching, because you probably know it better than most.
I think the Yoru pick is definitely really great. I'm not going to try and glaze it or anything, but I'm actually more interested into the ISO. There's another duelist that I wanted to try and highlight. I just forgot the name. But you know what? I think is great for getting down those long corridors, and definitely where they're going to be starting on the defensive end could be used very well to try and take up some of the sides of this map and just play as aggressive as they can be. And it looks like out from the side of SEC, we're getting an exact mirror comp here. Don't know if this was planned or not, but you know what? It's going to be interesting to see how Sushi decides to also light up onto that ISO, just to continue highlighting the agent. I think definitely one that I have not seen Sushi play a lot, and is going to be interesting to see how he works around the map with the utility that ISO has.
Yeah, I was talking about it a little bit on that C site. That ISO wall just blocks off anything coming at you, and you can just walk through with your team. Obviously, one good way to counter that is you get up, you sit on the right side of the wall, and the enemies usually won't expect you to quickly peek, get a couple kills. But I think this ISO will definitely have the most advantage on the C side, and alongside with the Yoru, with the flashes, with all the utility, I think both of these teams will be very strong on the attacking halves. Obviously, both teams do have a Cypher, and the Cypher, if I had to pick, would probably be setting up on the C side as well, because I believe that the C site in this map with these agent picks will be the most prioritized bomb site. Obviously, we'll see A every now and then, but I think with these picks, C site is going to be a big point of focus.
I think we're going to see a traditional setup, talking about the Cypher and talking about the entire team in total. I think they're going to play heavy towards defending A and C, whereas leaving B for a little bit more of a retake, because B has a lot of different angles that you could come through, and you can retake it in so many different ways. I think that's how we're going to see it played, and I think talking about the other agent, talking about Yoru a little bit more, I mean, you highlighted one of the ones that I love to see in this game. Definitely not an agent that most have reached his actual peak performance yet. Is a great agent for getting into the backline and disturbing rotations, cutting people off at the choke points that they have. And now, let's get into game. Let's see if either of these duelists can actually put what I've said into action. Can they cut off rotations? Can they be aggressive? And can they amount it to wins? It is all coming to you live, ladies and gentlemen, and let's get it underway.
Let's get it going, Saints. Looking to go for a default kind of push here towards the A site. Cypher is set up on C for the defensive end. We talked about the pistol round. So important. Looks like both teams playing it slow, Saints. Not going very aggressive to start this round, but it looks like A will be their desired destination, as they have a lot of players walking up this long side. But you can see Headwind quickly rotating over. They have a couple members on here. The Cypher still all the way on C, so if Saints want to use their numbers and go now, now's their time to go.
It is indeed, and we see that TP from Euro is going to be getting into the back line as well, so might be able to get back there soon and cause some disruption. All is quiet now. Jello might look to peek this off Sev. Sev's just walking left and right, left and right, left and right to try and see if he can find anybody here. But very few shots have actually been put out so far from both of the team. Very quiet so far, and it actually looks like we're going to be getting a little bit of some aggression up from Benson, but he's going to be pushed out very quickly as the rest of the team starts to come and help him out.
Yeah, they need to help him badly. Now all 5 members from the Saints are here, so Saints, oh, don't check the corner behind you. Hyra is going to find the initial pick. Sushi finds a trade, but they have no idea the Cypher's in the corner. Gets one, gets a second. Sushi does find the trade, but numbers now for the side of Tedwin, and they have no idea this Euro is back of sight. ISO doesn't get taken down, and a good shot there coming out from Virgil makes it a 2v2. Plan's going to go down, but low health bars here for the Saints. Sushi goes down 1v2 now for the Sova. Nice shot there by Coma. It's going to be Tedward finding the first round.
Great way to force Varsiel to kind of panic a little bit in that moment. Had the dart out from Sev to force him out of that position and try and save himself getting spotted out to possibly get wall banged. But you know what? It's going to be so far 1 to Tedward. A great way to start it out. They seem pretty good so far on the defensive end. We saw Benson trying to get in there a little bit, put some aggressive words on the field, but was immediately shut down by, it looked like Ant and High Rise as well.
Yeah, it's if Tedward can find these 2-for-1 trades in a situation where the numbers are in the Saints' advantage, I mean, they're going to have a great defensive map. And Saints, on the attack, they're going to lose the first round. They're going to be forced to save here. Tedward, they bought up pretty heavy weaponry here, so should be big favors to win this round. But Saints, if they can use their numbers properly, get in at the right place at the right time, they could get a lot of chaos going and maybe get at least a couple kills on these Tedward players.
4 members right now for the SAC Academy team are up towards B. Nobody's moved just yet, but the smoke has now dissipated. Who will fire the first shot to kick it off? Looks like the dart is now out to smoke as well. Near sight as well, gonna get blinded out.
Down the
High
line.
Rise is shut down as well, and now they're going to take this site, and the plant is going to be coming down. High Rise is going to be able to find the first, find the second, find the third, and then shut down by Sushi, but Ant is able to answer it back. It's all up to Sushi now, and Nyx is there to take him out.
Yeah, a good round there from Tedward. A couple kills for Saints alongside a plan, so gonna get some decent credits. Should be able to get a very nice full buy going into this next round, but a great start on the defense here for the side of Tedward St. Clair Academy. They need to focus and back up. High Rise with a huge play here on the open, gets 3 kills, and with that Bulldog gets a lot of things done here. 2-0 start now. St. Clair Academy need to win this next round, cannot let the defense pick up the bonus here. And let's see where the Saints decide to go. Still haven't really full-on pushed either A or C. They've been relatively slow, and now that they're on the full buy, they're going to be playing a default, hoping for Tedward to make a mistake, which they don't really seem to be doing.
Wombat going to try and put some pressure on, find someone early on. Ant just sitting patiently in this smoke to try and find someone out. Looks like Wombat is going to try and bait someone with that fake gate crash. But doesn't find anybody just yet. Ant still waiting around this corner, still having that sixth sense that someone is there, but now going to be spotted out. Wombat isn't able to find anything just yet. Looks like he's going to be throwing the flash. Doesn't find Ant, but Ant is going to be able to back off a little bit now as SCC start to consider their options as where they're going to go.
Yeah, and it looks like they want to slowly move their way over to C, but High Rise, he is a judge on that Omen. He's sitting in that corner. I mean, if Saints don't spot that out, this Omen will get so much value. And here we go. We're going to see the engagement. Sushi just going to walk straight through. High Rise pick up the first, picks up the second with the judge, and there it is, right as I said it. Beautiful kills, and now Saints going to rotate over to A. Nobody there from the side of Tedward, but the Omen with the judge going to TP to heaven. Gonna try and slow things down here for the side of St. Clair.
Yep, now gonna TP down with that judge in hand. He's gonna try to find someone out. Benson is on here with Varseal. Looks like Benson's down first, and now Varseal not gonna be able to follow as he takes down High Rise, but Sev is gonna answer back, and now it's all up to Jello as 2 seconds count from 1, and the round closes out. Tedward gonna be able to take their third. Now it is a mounting up against the Academy team, and Tedward are feeling it. They have the vibes, they have the smiles, but the same cannot be said for the Academy team.
I mean, that judge on High Rise gets so much value that round. On the bonus, just picking up 3 kills alone. That's ground winning there, as you know, we're gonna have a little technical pause, some technical issues here for St. Clair, but I think there's more than technical issues now if you're on the side of St. Clair. You get the attack on a very attack-heavy map. You pick this double duelist composition, but you really haven't done much with it. And I think for the Saints, they need to be way more aggressive just picking a site and using their utility. They're going to have a numbers advantage no matter which site they choose. It's just they're going so slow. They're giving Tedward so much time to set up their defense and really read the offense, and it just hasn't led to much here on their attack.
I have to agree with you there. I think that Academy team are very indecisive at the moment. We can see Varseal and Benson talking right there in between Wombat as well, like trying to figure out what exactly they are going for, because so far we haven't been able to see it. I'm sure the folks at home haven't been able to see it. A clear plan of how they're going to try and get onto a site. So far, they are just picking and prodding at certain points, at certain angles, to try and find a hero play, a solo play, to possibly get 2 or 3 kills. But it's being quickly denied by the stellar defense out from Tedward, where they are realizing that SCC doesn't look like they have a clear plan, a clear schedule, a clear line of attack going on to either 3 of these sites.
Yeah, and you pick the picks like ISO and Yoru, picks that just cause chaos, make things like hard to read. But I haven't seen the Yoru throw in a single flash TP. I haven't really seen the shield been used by ISO by the team that well. It makes you wonder, are the Saints really that prepped on this team composition? Or are they just have practiced it a little bit and they're like, yeah, this is really good, we have to play this? I mean, clearly Tedward have shown that they're ready to play with this team composition. They're ready. They're doing things right. But I think on attack, when you pick a thing like the Yoru, you just have to cause a little bit more chaos. You can't make things really easy for the defense. And I think that's the Saints' biggest mistake right now. They're not using their utility and their agent options to their best potential.
No, they are not. They have to start lighting up now, and the tech issues subside. We're back into it, and now SEC might have a little bit of a clear plan right now, looking to play very aggressive up to C so far on that save. Sushi does have the one Phantom, which could play wonders with that ultimate as well to try and find an initial pick onto someone on the site. Now gonna pop it down. Looks like he'll be able to find anybody. Now, trying to get back onto this. Ant is going wild, finds 3. Sushi able to find one as well, and now, yes, on the flank, gonna try to spot them out. Benson in this smoke might be able to find someone as well, but now smoked out. Benson's able to find one, but it looks like Sushi might be caught off the flank as well. Benson finds one as well, but Seb and Nix close it out, and it's a great round by Tedward, being able to recognize that they could get some value on that flank, and a little bit of a question mark in the air right now for Sushi, why he did not decide to try and push up with the rest of his team and opted to stay in that long position.
Yeah, definitely questions there for the Saints. Obviously, it was a save round. At that time, we saw the Yoru TP come out, the Chaos. Sushi was also on 1 hit point, so maybe just a little bit scared, trying to sit back, maybe catch the flanker off guard. But not the worst round from St. Clair in a save round, getting 3 kills. And showing some life here is good, but here is Coma. I love this play from the Yoru. I don't think the Sova has any idea the Yoru's here, but the Yoru has no idea that the rest of his team isn't there to help out the Sova, so he'll pick up that ult orb completely for free, where it could have been an easy kill for that Yoru, but now on the flip side, Ant falls down, and finally St. Clair seem to have an advantage. They need to take this round home.
It's great to deny Ant's ultimate. No value can be found from that, but Coma does have his own. If he's able to find an ult orb or a pick early on, that could lead to a great rest of the round, being able to gather so much information for the rest of his team, but might not be in time as SEC are now on the site. Varsil able to find one, looking for a couple more, a little bit of a spray now. Benson's going to be able to find another onto Nix, and they have the site. It's looking good. Coma's able to get one, but traded out quickly by Sushi, and now it is all up to High Rise. Going to try to get onto this site, but does not look like he has any hope of taking it off of the Academy team. Finds one, but can he find more?
I mean, that was a crisp shot there from High Rise. Gonna ruin the economy of the Saints just a little bit. If you can find a couple more kills, would be very nice. Gonna go around this corner, but there is Varshal. Gonna pick that one up, and a big first round for the side of St. Clair. They finally get over that hump, and they got the initial pick playing the default, and I think that's what they've been looking for. Then once they had those numbers, they quickly pushed into it. You saw no hesitation there. And got the plant down, got the post plant, got the kills when they needed to. And that's just textbook offense. If they can keep pushing like that, that's how you want to play this map. But still a lot of work to do as Edward. I mean, they are looking still good with a 4-1 lead. And they can afford a full buy, still with a lot of money in the back pocket.
This will also be interesting to see as we have ultimates now onto the board. Wombat and Varsil could definitely combo their ultimates right now to get Wombat in there and spot some people out while Varsil just shoots from afar and damages them time after time. But it doesn't look like we're going to be having that yet, as Wombat is going to try to get in here with Jello. Nobody's going to be able there just yet. And now it looks like we have Coma stationed up heavy towards C, trying to find someone as well. Gonna be trying to push up as well, but nobody has found anybody yet.
Yeah, I mean, that A push there by Nix was a little bit dangerous for the side of St. Clair, but didn't find any kills. And now they're going to, I think, use that Sova ultimate maybe alongside this Your ultimate as this Cypher. He's in a lot of trouble, but Your ultimate's about to turn off. And he actually teleports right into a kill. Coma finds a second. St. Clair do get the plant down, but it looks like Edward, they're going to use the Your ultimate of their own, ping out absolutely everybody. 1, 2, 3, everyone spotted out, but a couple kills coming over for the side of St. Clair as Sushi and Banson find a couple. Seb finds the trades onto Banson, but another kill for Sushi. Sushi. Now it's a 2v1. The flash comes out and Seb finds the double kill. Tedward using their ultimates so well, and they're going to find the retake and take a 5-1 lead.
Coma was there to say, you know, Wombat, you can get your old butt out of this game because this is how a Yoru plays. This is how this ultimate works, and he played it so well. Starting out, was able to get so much value for his team. They had taken the site, and you know, Benson and Sushi, they found great kills there, but there was still a lot to overcome. Seb was able to find one next shot out, but then Seb able to find two more. A great combo between the Yoru and the rest of their team to find Tedward Gaming their 5th round.
And you saw the value there from the Yoru. He didn't kill anybody, but in his ultimate spotted out everyone. And one thing I want to say, I'm surprised they didn't use that Sova ultimate on Benson on the Cypher last round, as now there's going to be a Sova ultimate coming up for the side of Tedward, but Saints, they're pushing in quickly. Sushi going to find the initial pick and stays alive here, but Coma and Nyx find a couple kills of their own, and here we're going to go in to the ultimate, the 1v1. Who's going to be able to find it? Sushi picks it up, makes it 3-on-3, and Wombat with a nice little shot through the smoke there, picks up a kill, gives Saints a 3v2, make that a 3v1 as Sushi gets his 3rd kill of the round.
And going to have to be a miracle worker here from Heaven. Could definitely get a couple out
Oh!
right now. Finds Jello. 2 more.
1 HP.
Sushi is very low, so if he decides to peek this, this could spell disaster. But no! Sushi just has the better aim.
Good job there, Sushi, with a huge 4K. And it was much needed. St. Clair really struggling to get themselves going in this game, as Tedward have played very well on the defensive end. And after these first few kills, I thought it was not looking too good for the side of the Saints, but a good ultimate here from Sushi. Gets a big kill and picks up the 4th to close out the round. Now 5-2, obviously still a lot of Valorant to play. But St. Clair need to go on a little bit of a run here, especially on offense, and try and at least tie up this half, as it's a save round coming out here from the side of Tedward.
A little bit of aggression shown right now from Nyx. Gonna try to fire some shots off, but now Wombat's clone is going to get stuck out there. Not going to shoot over it, going to realize that it's just a fake. Wombat going to try to get into here. Doesn't find anything just yet, but Coma is pushed up so far and has his bucky, but isn't able to find anything. Moves right on by Benson, and all he has to do is turn left and shoot. Now Tedward find themselves a man down, but they are not out of it yet.
Oh no, High Rise has the judge. We've seen this before, and no Sova drone to really get him out of this position. I think he should just sit in here and wait for the Sova to walk up, but he's gonna actually swing. Not too sure why, as he stays alive, gets a couple more shots, and they're gonna go down, and St. Clair, there's gonna run into this point. Nice shot there from Seb. Picks up the judge, picks up one more kill, I believe. No, it isn't able to get it. Makes it a 4-on-1 now for the side of St. Clair. Plant's gonna go down, and looks like Saints on their strong round, where the save comes out from Tedward. Gonna be able to pick up a pretty clean offensive round and keep things rolling for themselves on attack.
There was such a great opportunity there from Tedward with the Omen in that judge position to try and spot someone out, and it just stayed there. If High Rise had a little bit more discipline and patience, could have been able to find 2 members of St. Clair to possibly turn the tides. But you know what? Round 8 is over, and round 9 is among us. Let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, a couple ultimates here ready for Tedward. The Sova ultimate and the Omen ultimate for the side of St. Clair. Only the Omen ultimate online here, not really close to anything else as well. So St. Clair, this map, they've been playing a lot of default pushes on this one, and playing very slow and methodical on the attack. And you know, there's a 1-on-1 in mid. It hasn't worked out perfectly for them yet, but we've seen them show some life in these rounds. It's a big round, though. If they can win this one, Tedward will be forced to another save, and then the Saints put themselves in a good position to at least close out this half in a strong fashion. But if Tedward can take this one, at least 6 on the defense on a map like this is perfect, I would say, if you're asking me.
It definitely leads them to a great aggressive push.
Oh, it didn't spot him.
And yeah, it's not going to spot out Coma. He has the opportunity to peek over here if this drone comes in time, but no, the second drone is going to be knocked down. And now SEC patiently waiting to try and get over around this corner. But they definitely suspect that Coma is in one of these angles and can be able to find the first one onto Benson. And now SEC have got to push through. Ant is able to find another one. But now the ultimate out from Sev is going to be able to find one. Jello trades out high rise, but now it is all up to Varshil. In the 1v4 scenario, he's up in the front, a little bit of a spray out, catches some bullets, and then catches them to the head. Nick's taking them out, and now SEC, they have a lot to come back from.
Yeah, that was a big round. Banson was on the flank up garage, and he got caught by Ant, who found a couple kills on that Cypher, and that instantly swung the round in Tedward's favor. As now St. Clair, they can afford a bye here, but if they lose this round, I mean, it's not going to be looking for them. Jello, not as wealthy as the rest of his teammates, forced to a Stinger. So the weapons here in advantage for Tedward as St. Clair. Looks like they're going for another default push, and they're really giving Tedward a lot of time to think on these defenses.
Indeed, Benson going to easily take out Nyx first to start, and Sushi's going to follow as well. Coma, typically as he is pushed up far, but now going to get back as Tedward finds that they have the disadvantage. Jello going to be popping down the spike, and now Ant is found. He is discovered. They know exactly where he is, and they're going to be able to converge onto him. Saved with Sev as well. Coma, though, able to find one. Give the numbers a little bit more of an even pace on both sides. If Sev can find one here, it could be life-changing, but no! Sushi is able to take him out. And now Benson able to find Coma, giving him a little taste of his own medicine. And now it's all said and done, GG's. Even if Sushi loses this out, which he doesn't, Ant is still left with two people with knives ready to get him. And now SCC find one more, and it was a great way to start a run that they can now continue.
Yeah, Sushi's trying. He's 16-6, and he's down 6-4. I mean, definitely suboptimal if you look at it from one perspective, but looking for another perspective, Sushi's just having a really good game, and if he keeps this up, I mean, St. Clair are on pace now to tie up this half. It's a force buy here from Tedward, which is pretty interesting. They have some Vandals, a Stinger, some Light Shields. Probably don't have full utility here, but looks like St. Clair, they're going to be going on to the C-site quickly here and walking up, but Nyx finds a big pick onto Wombat, and that's going to slow things down for St. Clair.
Wombat sent to an early retirement. Now the rest of the team is there to clean it up, and Benson, the young blood, takes out Coma. Now they have the spike down. They've got to keep the retake up. Cypher is going to be able to spot them out now. But will Benson suspect someone on the flank? Looks like he doesn't, and Sev is able to take him out now. Sushi, though, answering back, able to find Ant. And now St. Clair Academy, they have the man advantage. But High Rise and Sev are left to fight. Looks like it's all up to Sev now. The dart out to try and spot someone. Spots Sushi. There's one more on site. Will he find Jello? Doesn't look like in time because he suspects someone long. Finds Jello though, and now he knows the last remaining player is long. He's not going to be able to find them long. And Barseal able to clutch it up, taking him out. Now ending it off even. Well, not even so far. It's still 5-6. Could be even for St. Clair Academy.
Should be even, I would say, because the buy here for Tedward, suboptimal. Gonna have to have a couple Guardians. I mean, the economy is cooked, but it is the last round of the half. They went all in on that last round to try and give themselves a winning first half, but from the look of things, Saints should be able to tie this one up. Ultimates, though, are in the advantage of, I would say, Tedward, because the Omen Ultimate isn't too game-changing, but the Omen Ultimate from Wombat could be very, very crucial here. If Wombat can get a good ultimate on the side, get a lot of info, that could definitely be round-winning. Coma, one kill away from his own Euro ultimate, also could be round-changing.
Indeed, it could be. St. Clair playing it slow now. Looks like Wombat is going to pop his ultimate as well. Gonna be able to find anybody here. Spots out one, gonna be taking him out now. Sushi there to follow up Wombat. There's two more there that he spots out. Barsil is able to find Coma as well. And now Wombat is back to his own safe side. Barsil is gonna be able to find a second as well. And now it looks like the rest of Tedward Gaming are scrambling to try and get onto the site, get this game back in their own hands. Benson just gonna walk through and finds Nyx.
High Rise somehow ends up in the middle of everybody, and it's a firing squad from the Saints. That's gonna be the round, and that's going to be the half. 6-6. Tie game. I mean, Saints off to a poor start, made a nice little comeback, as now they have a bit of momentum, but hey, we're right back at even Stevens. Pistol round, start off the second half. Again, one of the more important rounds in the entire map, and whichever team takes this pistol, they're on track to put themselves in a winning position.
These guys are definitely locked in right now. We've seen a lot of smiles, a lot of emotion shown from the side of Tedward Gaming, but then on the side of SCC Academy, light work, no reaction. That's all I can say is what their faces are giving to me right now, which just shows that they are ready to give this defensive side a try and close this game out.
Yeah, I mean, still a lot of Valorant to play for both of these teams. A very important matchup, I feel like, for both of them in the group stages. As you're going to see, Tedward, they're playing way more aggressive on this attack. They're going in quickly with no regards for any of the defenders on the side, and this is what you love to see from this double duelist composition. They just brute force their way into the site, find the kills, and have a 5-on-2 post-plant situation.
This is great for them. Varsiel might start something himself. The rest of the four are on site. Will he realize this? But old man Wombat is going to get taken out, and now leaving it all up to Varsiel with 3 HP. Going to try to go for the clutch moment here. Has 3 more to get. Has to jump out of this smoke soon or dissipate to try and get something started. High-Vis is going to peek it, and Coma is going to shut it down. And now they have found their lead yet again. 1 game up, but not yet closing it out.
Yeah, I love that attacking round from Tedward. They use their agents perfectly. They go in, they find the kills, they have the numbers advantages everywhere around the site, and St. Clair with just 2 members on that C site, even if they find a kill each, it's still 3v3 post-plant. It's more favored for the attacking side. And we saw Cypher didn't set up any traps on the flank this time for the side of Tedward. They're going to have that ready, as now St. Clair, they're on the save round of their own. Tedward have some very nice buys, and you can see B-side completely left open, but Tedward, they're playing it slow with the numbers, with the gun advantage. They will be very happy to take these longer sight-lined gunfights with St. Clair, who only have pistols to their name.
Indeed, now going to be droning it out to try and find someone. Varsiel is up long though, so might be able to find someone. No, just able to shoot the wall. Now has to back off as the rest of the team starts to converge onto his point. A smoke out from Jello is going to find a little bit of value there, but it looks like Wombat is just in the wrong position here, as it looks like they're actually going away from this A site, just opting to leave Nyx down there. High-Rise definitely suspects someone is down there, and is going to be walking away now as the rest of the team follows. It looks like SCC are also gearing towards that and predicting that they decide to move off this site, as we see Varsiel moving back over towards C, and it looks like with 30 seconds left it's going to be a quick hit, but Jello is ready for it.
No.
Not able to find anybody though, as Coma finds him. Flash out now. Seth and everybody else are on to the side, but they're going to get spotted out now. Varsiel able to find one. Sushi is knocked down for the count. And now, with numbers in their favor, it looks like Coma's going to be able to find another round of Wombat. And it's all up to Benson, who gets taken out by High-Rise. They found 2 so far, and it was great for them to start out the round trying to go towards A, then opting towards C. And SCC, they adjusted fairly accurately, but just couldn't put bullets to their strategy.
And obviously they have the pistols, so it's very hard to win that round. And again, Tedward, they just send all 5 down the same choke. They just take the gunfights, they use their numbers, and they play the attack how they want to play it. They're controlling the tempo of the game. As now again, you're going to see another default here coming out from Tedward. They spot out the Yoro in mid. Get a nice little scan on him, as I think it might just be an A push, but Coma TP's right into Varshal. He's going to go down early.
That was an absolute burger moment from Coma. Just right in front of Varsil, caught a bullet right to the front teeth, and is now down for the count. But the rest of the team is still going to go towards A, and Seb's going to be able to take down Sushi. Varshil answers back though, trading them out, and Wombat is here now as well. Jello going to be able to find a wall bank to the head, and taking him out now, but Wombat is able to find High Rise as well. It looks like numbers and health are in the hands of the Academy team right now, but Benson might be able to find something big here, finds one, and the rest is right there. Should be all said and done.
Yeah.
Seb is out for the count. Benson finds a 2K, and SCC Academy find 1 on the board in the second half.
Yeah, they have the weapons there, and they take good gunfights. They take it home. An important round for St. Clair. Definitely don't want to let the bonus come through. I mean, Coma with a bit of a, as we said, burger play there. It didn't work out for the Yoru, and that really set the tempo here. Still a couple nice kills from Tedward, so a couple of the Saints here won't be able to afford everything they want, but Banson here in the end, perfect positioning. Waited there for a very long time to find those kills, as next round's gonna get underway as some interesting buys. High Rise only has a Stinger here, as the rest of his team has the Vandals online.
This could be huge from Wombat if he decides to aggress, but it looks like he's just going to push back. And now Coma is pushed up far towards A. Hopefully doesn't get spotted out by this drone. Praying for his life. It looks like Varsil does not expect anybody up close now, but is still there to keep assurance in case someone does decide to sneak up above him.
Yeah, it's going to be a big A hit here coming out from Tedward. Let's see how they decide to play it. The shots for you from Varshal misses on everybody, and that's going to give a lot of space over to Tedward as the Sova forced to back up quickly, but nobody's looking for the side of Tedward. St. Clair finding kills left and right. Finally they get one back, but still numbers here for St. Clair. It's a one-on-one on the site, but a 3v1 overall, and Seb just going to back up into this corner, and now he's just going to get surrounded by everyone from St. Clair. Flank here from Cypher. It's going to be on play, but a nice kill comes out. The flank is here from Banson. Does Seb have any idea? Turns back around, but his peek's not going to come through. Good patience from Banson. Picks it up, ties it up at 8 rounds apiece.
Great way, you know, Seb almost had an opportunity there, could have found the last defender on site to try and take it and then leave Benson in a little bit of an awkward situation. But you know, he's happy there, he's laughing, he planned that out beautifully, took so much space, absolutely bolting it like Usain himself, and then was able to find Seb here. And you know what? Almost found him there, but then backed up and did not expect to catch a couple bullets to the face.
Yeah, great round there from St. Clair, honestly. A good job from them, as now they have control of this second half, and it's 8-8. Wombat finds the initial pick, finds 3 there on the Yoru, as St. Clair have finally hit their stride. Tedward now 2v4 situation, trying to figure things out here as they play the defense very well, and Tedward, not much life to them here. They have a Vandal and a Stinger on their agents here. They're looking for a straight up B push, but a Cypher Trap is there. St. Clair collapse. Sushi gets the double kill, and St. Clair, for the first time this game, take the lead.
Definitely good for them so far. Great way to be leading this second half, and now they've started to find a little bit more ground. You know, Wombat definitely brushing off a little bit of the rust on that Yoru, has now found some value for the rest of his team, and with his ultimate as well, you know, I mentioned it before when we had these two up, I think him and Varsil could definitely pull a combination out here to try and pull probably 1 or 2 picks on Tedward Gaming. But you know what? I look over at Tedward, and they have more ults than SCC Academy, so this could be the round of ult dumping from both sides.
Yeah, Tedward could do the exact same thing you just said, but what a flash there. Picks up a 1 there, Coma. Great job. The A site's completely open for the taking, but Nyx, he's going to get taken down in the 1v1 still. Varshal falls down. The Sova ultimate comes out, does not hit onto anybody. Cypher ultimate comes out as well. There's the ISO ultimate. Doesn't find anybody. It does find someone. We get the one-on-one, and there's Coma picking up Sushi. So both ISOs dying in their ultimate this round, as now it's a 4-on-2 for the side of Tedwin.
So far, 0-2 on the side of Tedward for ISO alt. Haven't been able, well, as SCC, haven't been able to find anything so far. And now Jello trying to start something off. Benson on the rotate again on the back, but Seb suspects it. Jello gonna pop down now, but pops right into the bloom of Ant. And now Benson just going to opt out of this. Not going to waste too much, but you know what? Sev might be able to knock him out here if he's not too careful. Might have the aim, and he does! And he closes it out to tie it up. 9-9 now. We are but 4 rounds away, Theo, to figuring out who may close this out. It could be 4 to the next team, or it could be another trade back and forth as we've seen both teams giving and taking in this game.
Well, Wyatt, I'm going to ask you really quickly, do you think this map will go to overtime?
I'm thinking that as our current trajectory, we are on that map to overtime. I'm thinking both teams are not putting anything aside. They're having their pedal to the metal right now, and they are ready to pull as much as they can into this game. Now, Jello going to start it out with a thunderous applause, finds Nyx out, but Coma is on the site and is going to spot out Jello as well as a couple more. Now he has to back off and play for the retake as Sev going to get the plant down. The rest of the team now there to help, but you know, Ant is on that back as well to try and spot out any flankers, and that might be Wombat as he's popped his ult now. He's going to be able to try and find a couple here, but that combo comes out as well from Varsil. Going to try to spot him out. Doesn't find him, and Ryrise is able to block it and dodges the 2, but Wombat is there to clean it up, and Jello finding his third with that operator. Great way to find the lead here, and now 3 rounds away. They've got to keep it consistent. They've got to keep what they've been doing on point, and it looks like we have finally seen some smiles out from this Academy team in this game.
Yeah, I said it before the map. The best way to stop that C push is to pick up an operator, because it's just so hard to push through that tiny choke point. If there's someone sitting with an op, and Jello instantly found a pick, and then obviously the retake 5v4 from the Saints, using some big ultimates to find some big kills, take another lead in this game. And it's a bit of a wonky buy here for the side of Tedwin. Yes, they can afford 4 Vandals, but one person high-rise can't buy anything. So a big round here for St. Clair and Tedward. Whoever takes this one will either have a huge lead and be able to close it out for Saints, or Tedward, they can be right back in this game if they can find a round here.
They could indeed. And Nyx is pushed up mid, but there is a Cypher trip in his way. Looks like the second one is going to be spotted out by Coma, who's now going to back off. Wombat is pushed up very far towards C, which could work wonders for him, because High Rise is there, gets spotted out now, and gets taken out. Another one close to follow. Coma is there, but you know what? Wombat opts to get out of there and takes him out from afar. Finds one up close and then finds the second from a distance.
Great job there by Wombat, swinging the odds of this round in his team's favor single-handedly, and now 3v5. What are Tedward gonna do? You think brute forcing B is a good idea? I don't know about that one. You can see St. Clair, they're in no rush to find any kills here. All things still in now. Tedward give away their position. They're going to try and push up this B side. And now we're going to see Saints collapsing from all angles. The Omen flash comes through. Marshall pulls out his dart at the worst time there. Even saw Nyx, but decided he needed to shoot that dart to spot them out. And now a couple kills for Nyx. Makes it a 3-on-3. St. Clair has to get back into the site quickly as they look to push from all sides. A big flank for the Cypher here for St. Clair. Can he find any kills? There's a pick for Wombat, his third of the round. Benson does find Ant on the flank. It's only Seb left alive here, and Jello with our operator gonna pick it up. Saints take an 11-9 lead.
This has now put Tedward in a very sticky situation. If they cannot find at least one round with this unoptimal buy that they have going into the next, it's going to spell disaster for them. And It was this man right here, the unk of the squad, able to find one up close and then found the second to deny Coma any more value within the entire round. Great way to lead it off, and yet again we see that Tedward are forcing to get as many guns as they can to try and stay in this game, and SCC, they're just sitting comfortably.
Sitting very comfortably since Jello's picked up this operator. Has been no problems defending the C site here. As looks like Tedward, they're gonna make their way over to the A site. There's a Yoru TP again. It's gonna find a kill. Jello picks up one all the way up short, but a 2-for-1 trade here. Poor side of Tedward as Nyx finds one more. 4v2 now on the suboptimal buy, as you said, and Tedward using their ultimates have created a big advantage for themselves on the safe side. But here is Wombat, picks up one as he looks to swing the round back in their favor.
Looking to find another up into heaven, knows that he's there. A little bit of a spray out, doesn't catch anything on high rise though. They have the spike down now, and now they've gotta play to it. High rise is ready with this blind to get anybody off of that the moment he gets that sound cue. The flash out now from Wombat might stir something as Benson starts to edge his way onto this site and try and find something as time ticks down. But Ant finds a kill onto Wombat, picking up that operator from Jello and picking the second kill onto Benson. Now it looks like they're starting to climb back. This could come close and we could see overtime.
Yeah, Wyatt, I think it's definitely in the realm of possibilities. Also now, there's an operator on the side of Tedward. We'll have to see if they want to keep that one or if they want to throw it off the map and stay with Vandal. But Ant, once he got that operator, got a couple kills with it, and looks like he'll be keeping it. Jello, who had the operator for the side of the Saints, won't be able to afford another one. So a big key weapon here for the side of Tedward. There's the ISO wall on the C site. It's now going to be pushed through though by the side of Tedward as they're playing a little bit more patience on this attack. And Sinclair, they're just sitting sturdy, gonna let Tedward make the first play.
Sev leading the charge here for Tedward, has the bomb, but does he have the strats? Going to send out a drone now for the rest of his team. Looks like one's gonna get spotted out. Sushi just jumps in, finds one, gets traded out. And now Varcio looking to aggress up as the team veers toward a B push. Could find immense value here if he is careful and picks his ones very carefully. Nick's gonna be the one to come up first, but Nick's gonna be the one to take him out. And now they might have the free side if they're able to take out Jello as well, because the rest of the team is not there just yet. The ultimate going to be able to come out, and now he's going to find Jello. Will he be able to find it? No! Jello is able to dip him out of his own ultimate. And now the tides are equal. Benson spots out one onto Coma. Taking off that tracker now. High Rise is going to find the plant. And now SEC have got to take it over.
Yeah, Saints in a world of trouble here. 2v3 and have to push in. You can see that. I like this Cypher smoke, but he's just going to jump straight down. And so many angles here for the side of Tedward. Makes it a 3v1. They have an operator. They know where this last player is going to be coming from, either heaven or main. And now Jello makes his location known. And just like that, Wyatt, we're tied up at 11. And I believe St. Clair might be on a save round of their own.
You know, I think you said it, Theo. I think Jello should have definitely thrown that operator away because it is working wonders for Ant so far. We saw an attempted hero play there from Sushi to try and spot someone out, and then
this was a big
kill. This was an immense kill out from Jello to take Nyx down, but sadly didn't amount to much the rest of the round, as Ant was just able to find so many great picks. Benson tried to edge his way onto the site, but now round 23, let's see if it can start out different for either team.
Yeah, St. Clair with the Force and Tedward, they're just sprinting in on this C site. The Omen ultimate is going to be used, and Nyx finds the first kill onto Benson. Now in the backline is the Yoru. They're just in the C site completely for free. Everything used here by both sides. Another ultimate here comes out. Nyx trying to find the 1v1. Shaky shots from both, but picks it up onto Sushi, and now a 5v2 post-plant situation.
Nyx going to find another one on the Jello. Wombat still alive here, going to try to pull something out. He finds 2!
Nice shots.
And there's 3 more remaining.
I mean,
The ace on the possible horizon.
that's the only way.
Has to make something happen now. Spots out Coma, but gets tagged a little
Nice
bit as
save.
well. And yeah, the time is ticking down now. Going to definitely be saving this gun because SCC have been put in a world of hurt.
A good round there from Tedward. I mean, not really much to say. They found the opening picks, but they did use a good amount of ultimates to take that one. They used the Sova ultimate. I believe they used the Yoru ultimate. They did everything in their power. We hear some shots come out there. I don't think anyone died at the end there, so the gun should be saved. But I believe St. Clair, money-wise, they're looking a bit rough here. They just kind of forced up a buy, and obviously they're on the loss streak. They've lost the last 3 rounds, so they're going to have a bit of extra credits, but Sushi not able to find this one-on-one. You can see nerves definitely kicking in these last rounds. Earlier in the game, those are shots we would have instantly seen, and yeah, look at the buy here for St. Clair. Wide, if you're them, you're asking for some desperate help from somebody to get some extra credits.
It's got to be a hero play to come out right now.
Oh,
that's
that's
to start it, but no Nyx! He's going to deny it, and he's going to pop the ult down now as well, finding
that's
Jello. And unless Varsil can come in with a clutch moment with the
judge.
judge, it is all over for
Oh, the
SSC Academy right now. The pop is going to go down. Ant is ready with this operator, and he finds Varsil closing it out now. Tedward Gaming 13-11. A closer game than we expected.
I mean, a very, very close game. 2 rounds separated. Saints were up 11-9. They were in the driver's seat, but just great composure and clutch play coming out from the side of Tedward. And a much-deserved win, a very important one, I feel like, for their tournament there, as they're going to be moving on with their winning ways. St. Clair drop a map, and you know, just that was a good series for both teams. I feel like a good map, good experience. You know, I think Tedward definitely going to be feeling very good after that victory. As you saw, celebrating, all the GGs come out on the point. Wyatt, well, what do you think of the map?
I mean, looking at this replay right now, there were a lot of great plays out from everybody on both teams here. We saw, I think Ant was one of the ones that lighted up most out of anybody on this team, and then Coma was absolutely great himself. The Yoru ultimate has a lot of potential, a lot of value to able to spot out people, and then it was used beautifully in this moment where they were able to secure it, and Sev just able to light up, finding the rest of the defenders on site. And then we saw a couple moments, I believe it was this one here, where I think both of, actually no, it wasn't that one, but there were moments where both of our ISOs didn't find any value in their ults, and that was a little unexpected, but you know what? In games like this on Haven, with these mirror comps that we actually didn't expect out for both of the teams, it was very interesting to watch because it came out to some very near second plays from both teams.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. And for the side of the Saints, Sushi, definitely their big star player. We're going to get the scoreboard up as soon as the replays are over, but I can guarantee you Sushi probably had double the kills of anyone else on his team. Maybe not guaranteed, but close to it. He was just fragging out on this ISO. And for the side of Tedward, it was much more balanced kills, and that's a lot more team spread out kills, as Saints kind of relied on Sushi a little bit too much. And you know, if they're looking to go deep in this tournament and really show out today, I feel like the whole team has to click. It can't just be Sushi putting everyone on his back and trying to carry the team to a victory.
Indeed, you need a lot of your other players to light up as well. And this play was absolutely stellar out from a high rise. Lived with just barely a moment to spare, dodging Varsil's ult, but then you know what? The Wombat was just there, put the right click out with the pistol, and just took him out. And then we saw the attempted hero play out here from Wombat, yet again, showing that he may be Unk, but he can still play. And then it just came down to a matter of moments like these. Nyx found 2 there, and then it was all said and done. And finding that last shot onto Varsil was a great way to close it out for them. Going over to the stats now, let's see quite exactly who was our top fragger turns out to be Nyx for the side of Tedward. But as you said, top fragger for the Academy team was undeniably Sushi.
Yeah, obviously, he slowed down a little bit towards the last few rounds there, and that's when you saw Saints kind of come to a halt. They were up 11-9 off the Sushi's back there, and then those last 4 rounds, he really couldn't find too much value on that ice. We saw the ultimate come out, didn't get the kill, and it's those kind of plays in the big time moments which, you know, they just stand out to everybody. You see it happen when the rounds are close, and you kind of forget the rest of the map, but Sushi had definitely probably the best performance out of everybody here. Obviously, Nyx, the ISO on the other team, also top fragging, but as you saw, much more balanced kills on the side of Tedward, and just a very good victory for them moving forward in this tournament. I mean, if they keep playing like that, they can really surprise a lot of teams.
Indeed, and I think I'm gearing up towards a very interesting map to see towards Humber and Tedward, because we saw them talking a little bit more, got some smack talk out from both of the teams, a little bit of some bickering back and forth. I think those teams are the two that I'm looking to see perform in a game against each other, and I want to see the Academy team light up as well. We saw them have a little bit of a slow start. They were a little bit of a early wakers, a little bit of a late showers in the game. Started to light up in the second half, definitely, once they were able to tie it up a little bit more after Tedward had gone on a great run to find a lead there. But they still have a lot of tournament left to go, so it's not over for them yet. The run is still alive, and they can still make it to a semis or grand finals match in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of tournament to play for everybody. That was just the second game of the round robin. We're gonna have another round. We're gonna have a playoff. So still a lot of Valorant to play for the rest of the day. But yeah, I feel like both these teams showing that, you know, they probably might make it to the playoffs. Both teams looking very strong, and you know, Tedward definitely played well. But if St. Clair keep playing like this, they can keep games close, and if everyone can keep up in the kills, pick their game up a little bit, I think the Academy team has a very good chance of going deep in this one. But all that being said, Wyatt, that's it for this game. We're going to throw it over to a break, and we'll be right back with the next matchup.
Sorry to everybody on stream. Testing, testing.
Okay. Okay, then never mind. Just in a minute. Thanks.
Check, check. Smash players, stop your friendlies. We're going to get started here in a moment. All right, Smash players, I'm up here on the balcony. If anybody can see me. Hi, how's it going? Okay, welcome to No Man's Land. Since we only have 3 hours, Marvel was moved up a little bit, so we're going to try to hustle a little bit. This will all be double elimination, best 2 of 3. The bracket will move to 3 of 5 when we get to top 6. Okay, top 6 is when we'll move to 3 of 5. If you need to report anything, come and find me, or come to the TO desk over here with Ethan. We will report your scores, all right? I will call everybody, all their matches first. What's up? Yes, we have 2 stream matches. We have 2 stream setups. So stream is over there with Wink, and the other one is over here. You can find that stream at the Rose City Smash Twitch or YouTube, and you can find this one here on my personal YouTube. So NT_neon. Windsor Smash. Later on, we're gonna stream it all up on the big screen, and it'll probably go on the St. Clair Twitch as well. But that'll be a little bit longer on, and you'll see it when it happens. So. Round 1 is going to take a little bit longer than the rest because we're going to need to sift out some DQs if need be. But we'll go through as such, all right? Smoke and Joe and Nugget Lord. Smoke and Joe. Nugget Lord. Perfect. So can you both raise your hands and look at each other? Wonderful. Find a stream, start playing. Best 2 of 3. Can I get Fupley? Is Fupley here? Okay, we'll put that one on hold, but that was against Toasted Bread. So we'll hold off until we get them. Kelp. Perfect. Kelp's over there, and we have Dev Monkey. Perfect. All right, you 2 are playing. Best 2 of 3, wherever you get the chance. Perfect. Okay, Mr. Blue. Awesome. Just raise your hand. And then Canada Nerd. You both wrecked each other. All right, you guys are round 1, best 2 of 3. Cool Skeleton 95. Right over there. And Warrior 0828. Perfect. That's a game right there. And then we have Wink and DJ Violet. Perfect. So over there. So that's a game. That should be 6 for now. We only have 6 setups to work with. So 3 on that side, 3 on this side. Come and see if you have any questions, but there might be a little bit of waiting around, all right? Good luck. Have fun.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Theo, known as the Holy Juan. We got Patrick Smoke Chambers right next to me as we get into our 3rd round and final round of the Swiss stage of the Valorant event. Patrick, we've seen a couple of games so far. How are you feeling going into this last round?
Well, you know what? I'm feeling pretty good, Theo. And something I think I don't know is how this one's going to work out. Because Brock, the last time they were on stream, that first round that me and Wyatt were casting up against Humber, do not let these guys attempt to even start cooking on Lotus Attack was something we learned. They ended that half, I want to say 11-1.
Yeah.
Not in their favor, obviously. That game didn't go so well. But they're looking to bounce back, and, well, we don't really know too much about this St. Clair Puggers team other than the fact that the roster is Maya, Abby, 2 players from our GC team here at St. Clair, and then A47, Zuvista, and also Bendy, who you might know a little bit about.
Yeah, Bendy, a good buddy of mine on the COD team. I don't even know he played Valorant at all, so, you
gotta find out.
Ascendant is what I'm getting, Bendy. You can see they're locked in on the very right as everyone looking good, looking sharp, looking to lock in. And I want to say Bendy is my player to watch. I think he's going to frag out today. And, he might just have to tap in the Valorant side of things, bun Call of Duty, play some other games, and look to get competitive in Valorant.
Well, listen, I mean, the recoil is going to be a little harder to manage. Usually you're used to running the COD assault rifles, and, well, there's not really much there, especially when you factor in all the attachments you can put on. But, In Valorant, that isn't the case. So as long as we just see that he's not holding down he's not holding down his mouse to
With the
fire.
Vandal.
Yeah, we'll be good. The other thing I want to know is because he's a COD player, right? Sometimes I know that most COD players are on controllers. So obviously with Valorant, he's probably not on control. He's probably not on rollers. So it's probably going to be interesting to see what he comes out with. But you know what? At the same time, I think it's going to be a pretty fun showing. Something that Brock needs to do, speaking of showing, is showing up.
Yeah.
Because, not the greatest start that we saw earlier. But, again, like I said, they're looking to sort of make a name for himself, hopefully, on this round of stream. And I think they could definitely do so. I saw some glimpses of hope from them on that defensive Lotus, but the problem was it was just too late already in the game. They would have had to went perfect if they wanted to bring that one to overtime. But they showed some grit in the end. So hopefully upward momentums for them through there.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the side of Brock, this is kind of a map that you kind of have to win. You're going up against a team that was kind of assembled a bunch of random places. These players probably haven't played too much together as 5.
It was made last night. I was literally in the room when this team was made last night. So it's definitely going to be one to look out for sure.
Exactly. And if you're Brock, I mean, you don't know that information. Now you might know that information that we've said it. Yeah, as a team, you got to be able to at least put up a really good fight. Obviously, some very talented players from our GC team who have been showing out this season. You know, it's going to be interesting to see the dynamic of how these 5 players who have never really played Scrim together, none of that, how they're going to be able to muster up against a Brock team that, let's be honest, hasn't been having the best tournament so far. So I'm expecting fireworks in this game. I'm expecting a close game. And I'm definitely not expecting either team to just completely run away with it.
Well, I believe also something that's interesting about this Puggers team. I believe I have actually seen A47 before in my classes with Mr. Rabinovich Simo. For some who do know, when we have to put on streams in class, there were some times where we chose to stream Valorant, and then we had to get players to come through. And A47, I believe, is someone who's always kind of around the open lab. So we got him to go in, and it was probably under a different gamer tag, but I'm pretty sure bro fragged out on Jet. So you know what? You never know, right? I mean, this could be the key to the Puggers' success. You're leaning on that leadership from Maya and Abby as well, part of the GC team as well that had such a good semester 1. So, you know what? I mean, anything is possible. I could definitely see Brock getting slammed for the second time in a row, but they don't want that to happen.
Yeah, absolutely, Brock.
You don't want to get embarrassed twice in a row on stream. Come on.
You don't, especially against a team which is just like, it's a bunch of very good players with no real synergy being put together. So we're going to see a lot of individual skill. I feel like a lot of big plays here coming out from this team. But, you know, what map do you think we're going to see, Patrick? You know, we saw Brock struggle a little bit on a certain map. Do you think they go back to that map, or do you think they should switch things up?
You know what? I mean, hopefully, if you are going to go back to Lotus, Brock, hopefully you've looked at the drawing board, but you're literally up against, like, Team England squad right now. It's just 5-star rating, but 0 chem across the board. So hopefully you can get it down pat, but, you know, right now we're waiting on bans, so technically those maps are being sorted out right now. If I were to lean on what the Puggers might go for, I would expect to see most of what we've been already shown today. A lot of Haven, a lot of Lotus are really kind of the main picks. That being said, you know, maybe for Brock, you know, you didn't like what happened to you in Lotus last time. Maybe you pick into Haven this time and see what goes down.
You know, a map I would love to see, which is kind of a chaotic one, Fracture. I think it's a fun map to watch.
Very quick one, too.
Exactly. It's a quick-paced map. I mean, so much can happen, so many angles. It's one of my favorite maps. You know, I know it's not a fan favorite. People love seeing the Lotus, the Haven, the basics. Well, I don't like basics as much.
Let's switch it up.
Yeah, I'd love to see a Fracture. I mean, obviously, it's not a map that probably going to see this early in the tournament, in the playoffs, where it's best of 3s. Definitely could see that map come out, but in these best of 1s, I think these teams are just going to play the most popular maps, and on a map like Fracture, you need good teamwork, you need good synergy, and you don't have practiced that map, so I don't think we'll see it here, but I would love to see it in a spot like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the thing with Fracture, it's such a quick map, and when we look at how you're going to be marking in with the Rays and usually the Tejo as well, that team up is usually very good. Sometimes you see the Breach being brought out on Fracture. Literally anyone who can get quick plays going and fast at that. There's not really as much build up, right? There's not as much flank watch there because by the time someone's already trying to flank, yeah, the spike's been planted, dude, and 20 seconds are gone off the clock already. It's very fast. So again, there's not usually a lot of onus on the Sentinels to make anything work. It's mainly more on the Duelists and the Initiators to really force the pacing, like it is on any map, but just that much more on a map like Fracture. I wish we would be seeing a map like Fracture come out here, but the fact that both of these teams, especially Brock, they didn't run a Teo on a map like Lotus. If I'm not seeing it on Lotus, I'm probably not going to see it on Fracture. And on Fracture, it's kind of a must. So with that being said, if the Puggers do not ban out Fracture, I would most likely expect Brock to not let you see your map, Theo.
And for Puggers, what kind of team composition do you think we're going to get? Are we going to get something standard that's usually played by all these other teams, like one duelist, one controller, all stuff like that? Or are we going to see some crazy curveballs, maybe like 2 duelists, 3 duelists, maybe even, some crazy stuff where everyone just plays their best?
Usually I would say, man, 2 duelists, 3 duelists, Theo, you got to be trolling me today. But you know what? This is a literal pickup team that was formed in the hours late at night last night. This team is not even 24 hours old. I can tell you right now, if we saw 3 duelists and they were like, you know what, screw it, we ball, I wouldn't even be surprised. You know what? For comedy's sake, I hope that happens. But I got to be real. They're probably just going to run around just a base comp that, again, it's also map dependent, right? So it just depends on what we see. Now, again, Fracture, all right, you know what? You want to pick 3 duelists on a pub stack that was built like less than 24 hours ago? Yeah, go for it. Be my guest. That would be fun. But I just don't think on a map like Haven or Lotus, which we're most likely going to get, I just don't think it's going to come through. Even on a map like Icebox, I just don't expect it. But let's see what we got. So Icebox gets banned out. We are going to see Fracture and Haven banned, and there you go. It's back on Lotus, and I'm not going to lie. Brock, you definitely didn't cook here. There's just no shot. I mean, I get it. You want to ban out Pearl, so then you
why not play Pearl?
Yeah, you ban out Pearl, so then Lotus gets picked out, and then boom, Brock's on attack first. Yeah, the last time I saw Brock on attack, bad things happened. But you know what? Against this team, the St. Clair Puggers, there's definitely a lot of room for improvement that they can work on throughout this series. Anything can happen. So, you know what? The Puggers could slam Brock.
Yeah.
It's not out of the question. Brock, they had a weak Lotus, but Brock could slam as well. Yeah. It just depends. They've been playing with each other for that much longer, so it's really a wild card. I don't know how to predict this one right now, Theo.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't think most people would be able to team create in 24 hours, but the players on this Puggers team obviously very mechanically talented. We would like to say, but the synergy from Brock should be a little bit better. So the set plays, like the longer stalled out rounds, I'll definitely favor in Brock. But rounds where there's quick exchanges, where the rounds are moving very quickly, I think that's the best pace for the Puggers to play. Just try and throw Brock off their game and don't let them be settled in and play in their comfort, and just do things that would just give you small advantages and try and turn them into big ones.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something that I hope to see. And if Brock are going to run the same lineup they did last time they were on Lotus, then we'd see that double controller comp coming out with an Omen and a Viper combo. And last time, you know what, it didn't really work so well for them, but then again, that was because Humber were just hitting their shots on retakes time and time again. You know, it just took Brock a little while to sort of unlock, but in terms of team comp, you don't really know what to expect from Puggers, so it might have just been simply a diff when it came to agent select. You don't know what's going to happen, and I'm trying to just piece together in my mind what the Puggers comp would even be like.
Yeah, like what do you think we're going to see?
If you're Bendy, right? You don't really play Valorant too much. Yeah, you're Ascendant, but compared to everybody else on here, you probably play the least out of everyone.
I mean,
you
right? think so, right?
So you would think, right, that maybe, okay, he's a super mechanical COD player, he slams in those, right? Maybe you put him on a duelist role. So it's just, you know, less brain power, more creating space and making sure that you can get opening picks and win your entries. So maybe you trust him on that. Maybe it's one of the things where Bendy is just kind of more of a reserved player who then has insane mechanics. You never know. And in that case, you're like, okay, well, if he's a little more reserved, you know what? screw it, let's throw him on Initiator. He can call the pushes. I mean, I don't know, right? That wouldn't probably be the play, but in this scenario, I know A47 in the past, I've seen him on the Duelist a lot. So, again, usually with a player with less experience, one would think you'd throw him on the Duelist role, but that's enough yapping. Let's actually figure this out. Enough with the predictions.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely expect one of the GC players to kind of take the charge, as they've played in this Valorant team environment. They know what they're doing, and one of them could definitely be taking lead. So I wouldn't be surprised. And Bendy on an Initiator, it would be interesting to see. I have a crazy idea. What if you just put Bendy on controller, let him run through everybody, dink, dink, dink? What do you think the chances that are?
What, kind of like the Instinct Clove on Lotus? That's
Yeah.
what we'd throw Bendy on? Well, you know what? Maybe, but for Brock at least, this team comp is literally the exact same from what we saw earlier on Lotus. So we have the Fade, KJ, Omen coming through with the Raze as well, the Viper. And there's Zuvista actually picking the Jet. We already have two duelists. One more, guys, and we can certainly figure this one out. We can run it right now. Let's have it. 3, come on. Oh, no, I don't think it's going to happen. We see the KJ being picked out from Abby. Good to at least, slow down the pacing a little bit. Bendy is on the breach. There you go. The man with probably the least hours played here is the one who's going to be calling the shots. And Maya, very much like Instinct, adopting that Clove on Lotus. So you gotta think he's probably taught her the ropes around the Clove on Lotus. And again, you know what? I think that if Maya is going to take anything after Isaac, it's going to be that, well, she's learned, then she's top fragging, 100%.
Well, what Isaac usually does, he on the defense, he walks up mid every round, and he kills the enemies in mid. That's just how it goes.
So do we see Maya just walking up mid and just taking names?
I mean, if what you said is true,
she's capable.
She's capable. If she has been learning, we should see Maya around mid on defense specifically, just walking up B, killing everyone, and GG.
Sometimes it's that simple. With Bendy calling the shots at Initiator, I don't know how simple that's gonna be, but we'll figure it out shortly. We're almost in game. I honestly, for this Pugger stack, I actually like the double duelist. You might be like, well, Pat, why is that really the case, right? I mean, you're on defense first. Well, you know what the problem was with both teams on defense for the Humber Brock matchup was, and not actually defense on attack. It was the mobility. It was being able to get through, clear a site, and make sure that you can get there in time before the retake already starts to come in, before the spike's even planted. I think that when you have two duelists like Jet and Raze, they can maneuver around the map so quickly. It might be better. They might just be able to mobility diff, but who knows? Speed is key, as they do say so. And you know what? Speed kills. St. Clair, that's what they're running. But Brock, they definitely have a more disciplined lineup. We'll see if that plays out for them.
On the phone here, you could see the Omen flicking through. I've never seen that. That's pretty cool.
Make up Loud Esports.
Yeah. As Brock, they're going to be on attack first, as we stated. And obviously a very attack-sided map. So let's see how the Bruckers play the defense. As first round's gonna kick off, it's gonna be just Ibuprofen on this C side, on the Killjoy, but doesn't have the turret here to slow things down. As the bot here will be able to spot out some advancements, as you're gonna see the Clove rotate over, and it's gonna be a Brock just backing up here because they don't want to push into the C side.
Yeah, you know what I will say, Maya on the Clove, she did start in B, so immediately,
Hey.
you know what, she's learned well, and now rotating through Waterfall as the transition comes through. It should be Brock now. They're kind of repositioning, and actually looks like they're still trying to find out what they can do here on the C mound. It's going to force the Clove back over from Waterfall into C, and right now, if I was St. Clair, if I was the Breach, I'd most certainly be on my way. First one goes down, Abby finds one, Abby finds two, but Zom finally gets the shutdown. The cross is being held. That's going to be Maya, who gets gunned down by Zomzino. Hate able to find Zuvista, but 47A has one back onto Hate, and now it's just a 2v2 in the last dying seconds. Spike planted, soon to come.
Lower health bars here for the Saints as Brock. They're going to get the spike down, trying to win out this pistol round, but still a lot of life here left for 47A. That's a smoke. Looking to find the shot. Just one body shot would have found it. Bendy now stuck in the 1v2. Let's see what he can get done. He's going to get taken down. Zomzino. 3K on the Omen in the first round. goes over to Brock.
Well, you know what? That Omen smoke is so unforgiving on Waterfall, right? You just have to hold the high ground when you're on that C site, and well, if you lose that gunfight, you might want to uninstall the game and leave no man's land. But you know what? That's not the case right now. Brock, they were able to find that attacking round. And you know what? They've matched what they were able to do in game 1 of showing up here today. It seems like they're definitely more than warmed up through their second game. And now tackling their third, definitely look a little more synergized.
Yeah, you're going to see Saints here not buying any weapons. They're going to go for a full save, and Zomzino can do absolute god's work with the Outlaw here. One shots to the body all across the board here. Let's see if Saints can just find a couple kills this round, mess up the economy of Brock here. Would be a successful round on defense, but with the double duelist, as you said, it's probably a little bit harder to hold these sites. So Saints, they just need to look for early kills in these rounds and try and just slow down any progress that Brock tried to make.
Right, well, if it's going to be anyone who starts to slow down the round for Brock, it would have to be Abby with that Sheriff in hand, right? I mean, that's the only gun right now, minus 47A on the Ghost. But even then, I think you have that ability to have the one tap with the Sheriff depending on the range. That could be the thing that starts to mess up Brock's utility. If you're Brock, though, you just have to play this one calm and composed and make sure that you hold your crosses on long angles that really give you that advantage when you have the assault rifles on deck, especially with Zom on the Outlaw. But now, the push comes through onto A site. It's going to be the Owen blind that comes through. It's gunfights all around.
Oh
Zuvista taken down first. They immediately see the barrel of the Rays.
The flank, though.
47A is next off the board.
The flank from Maya is there. Is she going to look to her left? No, won't be able to find it. And nice 3K here from the Rays. Saints not able to find a single little Bendy, though. Going to show out, picks up one, but that's all he's getting. As a clean attacking round from Brock, they take the side with relative ease, get the spike down, and just a textbook second round after picking up the pistol.
Well, you know what? You win pistol round, and surprise, surprise, you have your second round conversion. That's usually how the tale goes, so they say. And now Brock picking up their second round. They definitely are looking good, but they just need to keep this momentum rolling. Now St. Clair, they finally have the funds to be able to purchase some firepower of their own with 3 Vandals the side of them, with Abby switching up to the Guardian. This being said, I'm really looking at Spiral Wind right now, who's actually still keeping on with the Sheriff, which, you know what, to be fair, is probably because, well, he died last round and now they don't have the funds to do so. And that's what you were talking about, is if a couple of those picks came off the board for St. Clair, who knows, maybe the funds wouldn't have been able to be purchased for those higher weaponry guns. But that isn't going to happen, and the round's not going to happen for a little bit right now, as we sadly do have a tech pause here, Theo.
Yeah, tech pause coming out here. Something not right. You know, got to make sure everything is 100% when you're playing a match of such high magnitude. And, you know, these two teams, I mean, both teams want to get a win here. Obviously, Brock trying to get back in the win column after a rough start to the day. And the way they've been playing so far on this map has been pretty clean. They've been able to take both A and C in these first 2 rounds with relative ease, I would say. Not too much resistance. And, you know, the Saints, they found some kills here and there, but doesn't find too much here for the Saints. Going into the third round, I mean, it's a big round here because Brock, they have a couple big buys. They have a Vandal, a Phantom, still have that Outlaw. And for the side of Saints, their A47, he only has 4,100 credits, so he can't buy Light Shield and a big gun. He will need to probably not sell one of his abilities in order to do that, or do something. So, I mean, Brock, they put themselves in a great spot here to take this third round and really start running away with it on offense.
Well, you know what? I was going to use the pause to talk a little bit more about maybe an event that you're popping up into later. But for now, we have to talk more on Val because we're back in the game. Luckily, not a long tech pause. Sometimes they are, but this one short and sweet. And, well, that's what we like here, Theo, is now we have Brock on their third attack. They look like they're trying to set up that Viper wall towards A just so they can sort of work through. But Zuvista holds the chokes. Where the player has that vertical on the rock, I don't believe so. The track comes through, and now the Fade is going to start finding stuff for the Rays to act on, and that's going to be She's Mine popping out with 2. Now, making the way over the B-Link. This has to be very careful right now. They have that A site if they want it, but Maya now holding on to Heaven Control. 1 minute left as stands in the round, and, well,
Killjoy.
so far, I gotta say, St. Clair things aren't looking the best for them.
Look at Killjoy from the side of Brock. Walked all the way up C, fully unspotted, but Maya picks up that kill. And let's see, are Brock still going to force the C? Yes, they will. They have a free plant here. It's going to be a 3-on-3 post-plant situation. Everyone from the Saints going to be grouped up together as pushes coming in from both sides. As it's a big round for both sides. Ibuprofen and Bendy going to be able to find a 2-for-1. And there's a shot from Maya. A great retake there from the Saints.
Well, you know what? Maya and Abby, the dynamic duo, they end up getting it done. And there you go. St. Clair, they find themselves on the board. And honestly,
Whoa.
I was just saying, hold on, Bendy, what's going on there, bro? What's going on there? It's all good. They've taken their round. That's all they need. Let's get into some of these replays here, Theo. This was a very huge part of the round. I honestly thought that Brock, they had such a great foothold. Thought they would have honestly went for that A side, but the second they rotate to C, the problem was I feel like they just had a little bit of lack of control after their spike was planted. And that's ironic because it's kind of what was happening that first match as well that they were on. That's kind of their problem is, Brock, it's not an issue of whether they get to the site or not. It's about how much time they've taken to do so, and then after how they choose to hold it down. They're not very successful so far on the day in those scenarios, so they're going to have to see if they can make anything work. Hate's making it work, though, as right now the quick kill onto 47A leaves St. Clair Raiseless.
Yeah, 47A having a rough time on Raze on this map so far. Still plenty of time to pick these up. Ibuprofen trying to get the perfect timing there and forces the Raze back, who could have been fully into sight there. But here's Maya picking up one. Gonna go down after She's Mine on the Raze. Definitely fragging out here for Brock, and the Raze comes out, picks up Ibuprofen around the corner. Bendy trying to win that 1v1, but She's Mine on an absolute tear. Makes it a 4v1. It's only Zavista left alive here on this Jet, and She's Mine on this Raze, putting Brock on their back.
Yeah, you know what? She's Mine is just carrying right now, at least in terms of the pick departments. And, well, to be fair, that's their role. That's what the Raze needs to be doing, and creating space is really just kind of what the Raze has been doing. That's a good job there from Brock, as Masa is able to pick up Zuvista to close that one out. Brock looking a lot better on the attack now, and I'm very confident to say that I think they have because of just the chemistry, I'm noticing they're playing as a team a lot more. They definitely look a lot more, what's the word? I guess together, united, right? Sometimes we're seeing St. Clair, they look a little bit disjointed at times. Solo, right? We saw the pick coming through in Waterfall. Bendy's now, meanwhile, trying to go through Spawn. There's not really too many people stacking up with each other, so it kind of makes sense. It's what I've expected, but Brock, they're doing a really good job. Give them credit for at least knowing this, realizing this, and sort of double stacking up together.
Absolutely, as we get round number 5 underway. Operator bot for Zavista now for the side of St. Clair, as they do have a full buy except for Maya. Maya is sitting on a Sheriff. Oh my goodness! What a shot there from Spiral Wind onto Ibuprofen. Looks like Brock is really locked in on this map as She's Mine looking for a one-on-one kill. Bendy trying to find himself, but that's too much heat for him. He's gonna back out there. You can see Maya walked up mid, now pulls out the Sheriff, trying to find a kill. The Fade ult picks up one. Bendy in so much trouble, gonna get taken down. Next, the B site's fully open. 47A does find a pick, and oh, that's a shot you can't miss on the Jet, especially when you buy the Operator. And just like that, Brock taking their 4th.
But even in that play, it's kind of the same scenario. We see Bendy on B-Link, right? He's trying to force that 1v1 gunfight, but it's not a 1v1, and Bendy doesn't know that. The Fade is literally right behind the Raze. They're Brock, they're stacking up together. Maya's a little bit too late, and once she comes through and tries to help Bendy out with the Chow, I don't know if it was a miscomm or whatnot. Bendy's already gone, right? He's already dipped, so it wasn't really anything for St. Clair to work off of. There wasn't really a repeat. You can see Maya challenges Sangle. Bendy's already out of there in his own spawn pretty much, right? So it's kind of that thing where I can tell Brock, this is where you know they've been a team for longer, is they're just playing more together, and they're playing a lot closer to each other to be able to follow up and be able to trade back picks. And that's what we've seen trades usually going the way of Brock so far as they work their way up 4-1.
Yeah, and now it's a save round for the side of St. Clair. Bendy falls, and so does Ibuprofen. Hate here on the Viper. Nice little shot there. Gets the double kill with a great spray transfer. It's just Maya walking up mid, gonna find a kill for herself, pick up a gun. I mean, we haven't seen a 1v5 this tournament yet. There's ever time for it. This is that time. Has the ultimate. Not sure if now is the time to use it. The operator. Oh no, that's not an operator. That's an outlaw. As Spiral Wind picks up the last kill onto Maya and Brock. They are smooth cruise in control on this map. Up 5-1, obviously an attack-heavy map, attack-sided map, and you know they're doing the right thing. They're winning these rounds.
Well, you know what I was going to say. I'm not going to completely call it a stomping just yet because of the fact that this is Lotus, so this is an attacker-sided map. At least history would say so. And I think that Brock, you know, we're just kind of seeing that. Maya tried to get something to work up mid, but at that same time, everyone's already dead. So there's not really much you can rely on if you go down as well. The round's over, so now Brock up 5-1. Seems like they're trying to take control of C-Mount yet again, trying to see if they can find any pre-fires. She's mine onto C-Mount, but nothing really there just yet. The defender KJ ult going down, and this is going to be very interesting to see what Brock does. Do they just wait this out and then go after, or they're just actually going to counter KJ ult? So let's just put them on top of each other and just see whose KJ ult does more. 0 players detained so far from St. Clair's, but right now Brock's is going to find one, and because of that, they can now immediately move onto the site. It's a little bit troll for sure, but this should be a free pick from Spiral Wind. Spike planted, Brock control secured, and hopefully for their sake they can hold.
Yeah, I was gonna say 47-8 can change the round with a Raze ultimate, but just gets caught in the Killjoy ultimate, and there's a Viper ultimate. Zavista with the knives. He's gonna throw the op in there, use it as a flash, and you saw down work down. Maya gonna fall, and down goes Bendy. Brock firing on all cylinders. The St. Clair are falling apart.
You know, it's an interesting choice. I want to almost say that the Jet knew that they were going to die right then and there. So they're like, you know what? Here, I know you're inside that Omen smoke with a shotgun ready to kill me anyway, so take my op. And at least in that case, maybe you put on the sniper close range. It might work for me. It might not. Either way, you're probably going to get the op anyway in the round. So here you go. A little early present. But there you go. It's going to be Brock up 6-1 as we see that Zamzino just trying to force out the teleport, should be able to create some space here for Brock. The smoke goes through, or the blind goes through. Sorry, that was a smoke, actually, my mistake. As now it enables Brock to work their way up to A, which is something we haven't really seen too much of. They really like going through C right now, Theo, but that is not the case. Swings, you think they're going to happen soon. Players from St. Clair making their way up from B lane, but they are just falling by in numbers. Showstopper goes through. It should be able to find one. Actually finds no one, and now stuck in hell. It's going to be She's Mine. Finishes it off with the shorty. Abby finding one on a hate, but the spike planted. This round all but over.
Yeah, Abby Profin has a lot of work to do, and she's just going to get wall bagged. Not much to do there, Brock. Another great round. I was going to say yet again, the Raze ultimate could be round changing. They're playing so stacked up, but it just finds 0 kills. And these duelists from the side of St. Clair, I'm going to be honest, Patrick.
It might have been a troll.
Might have been a troll. Might need to put Bendy on the Jet.
Yes. You know what? Maybe. At the same time.
Maybe not. Never mind. I saw the scores cards. Well, you know, he's keeping up.
We can tell you right now that on the offensive side of things, at the very least, you know, that's where Bendy on the initiator will shine. I can feel it, Theo.
Yeah.
Right now, it's definitely not happening. No, Bendy having a rough go at things 2-8, but you can't really take the mick out of him too much.
No,
he's giving it his all right now on defense on Lotus, which isn't the preferred side. So we'll see. But Brock, they already have an insanely high round count, round differential on St. Clair, and they're looking to just beef that up more and more. As we see them try to rotate away. I don't necessarily think, they look like they keep on wanting to pull away from C, but seeing the fade go through there, I think they are actually going to try to at least bait this one out. And if they're going to rotate now, I was going to say it has to happen with a minute left to go. Seems like with the positioning of the defenders, if I were Brock, I'd try to send it on A immediately, especially with the pick coming in through B. That's going to force the Jet through spawn down onto the B site. We can see St. Clair, they're biting on the bait that Brock has put out, and this should be a very quick spike plant on the A site now. That being said, the Jet seems like they're aware of this, and they're trying to make that counter rotate, but the B link gets pushed in, and we truly see what the whole plan was all along.
Yeah, we're going to see Bendy here trying to go around this corner. It's just Cannot do it. Does get taken down, and now 1v5 for Ibuprofen. Team Ace, Brock, firing on all cylinders, and they're clicking at a perfect time. Up 7 rounds to 1. This has just been a very clean offense, I want to say. This Viper wall has found so much value on A. Even when it's not used, it's used as bait. St. Clair, they're just kind of all over the place, and they don't really have any plan to slow down Brock.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, Daniil might hate me for this comment, but right now, this would be at least what I would have thought my prediction would have been looking like later in the Marvel Rivals tournament if I had Team Moon Knight going up against Frog Council, but we'll talk about those later. But right now,
No.
Daniil, don't hate me, but right now, Brock up 8-1, St. Clair, you know, it's just a tough run of things, but even if they can just find a couple more rounds, you know, hopefully you're just not left to that 11-1. I'd really hate if I was casting 2 BO1s on Lotus to see both attacking sides, or just both side ones resulting in 11-1 finishes.
Yeah, I mean, it would be suboptimal for sure. Zavisa doesn't get spotted out, but a nice flash there coming out, and it's going to be able to take down the Jet. I think the flash might have came out from Bendy, so might have not been the best flash ever. Might have flashed his own teammate, but still, the round continues. What a shot there from Maya. Has the ultimate, but it's going to go down. Uses the ultimate anyway to pick up that Vandal, I believe. And this could swing the round here for St. Clair. But Maya needs to find a kill and find one quickly. She gets it. But Hate on this Viper has been having a phenomenal map. Finds another kill for themselves.
Yeah, you know what? Hate has been on an absolute clinic. Definitely picking up from what we saw last time we were on Lotus. And, well, that kind of just goes for all of Brock. The 4K. Can we give the ace? No, Abby spoils the show, and now in a 1v2 with the Sheriff Spike planted as well. Actually has the Phantom now, so definitely winnable.
Need more bullets.
Yeah, has to make her way through either Waterfall or that spawn side, and it will be going through Waterfall. But that being said, we already have crosses laid out on Mound. This is going to be so hard to do.
Wasted, huh?
Well, I mean, you could say that, but at the same time, they have 2. They're just trying to bait out the movement, and there it is. Zeno waits for the cross, gives the Peekers advantage, and immediately takes the head straight clean off of Ibuprofen. Sadly, not her day for the 1v2 clutch.
No,
Great shot by Maya, though.
Maya tried that round. Got a couple kills by Hate on the flip side. Hating to see the Saints win, and just absolutely going crazy on this Viper so far. You take a look at the scoreboards. Hate top fragging alongside She's Mine, who's kind of slowed down in the past few rounds on the race. But hey, I like this. Let everyone on the team get a bite of the pie. Let everyone feel good about themselves, because going into these deeper stages of the tournament, you need everyone on your team to be firing on all cylinders to really put up a fight against some of these really, really strong teams. And 9-1 lead for Brock. I mean, they're in cruise control right now. Feels like they can do no wrong.
Absolutely, and you know what? I think that Brock, you're doing a really good job of just controlling your pace of attack. It's been something that I thought was lacking up against their match against Humber, but I can definitely see that they've reviewed the film, they've had the study session, they've looked at each other, and they're like, there's no passion here. We need to up the passion. We need to up the pace, the tempo on our attacks, and start cleaning house. And, well, they're doing just that as Bendy, the first one to fall. I'm very curious to see what Bendy's going to do with the initiator on attack, but we might not have very many rounds of that, Theo.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. It really is.
Unfortunate. Zavista, though, did find a trade back, as now we have ourselves a 4-on-4 situation. 47A needs to go big here on the Raze. Doesn't find the initial shot. There's a Raze ultimate from She's Mine, but everyone's getting out of dodge. Still a lot of space created. Plant gonna go down with 20 seconds left. And now 40 seconds for Saints to find the answer. But Maya gonna be the first to fall as a big pick coming out from the Killjoy.
Well, right now the KJ opening up the board, and why not give a second one over? The trades come through, but She's Mine finds the double headshot, one through a wall. And man, this is just looking like a clean sweep, as right now, you know, Brock, they are rolling with the punches. They can do no wrong, as you stated earlier, and I really do think that, I was going to say, that score should be 10-1.
Yeah, 10-1.
I was like, I really do think that our scoreboard's misinformation.
Yeah.
But no, we get it right. But it's 10-1 now, so we're all good. And round 12 to come. And I think that for St. Clair, well, it's just tough. You have to use the breach ult. Bendy, seeing Brock walk up mid, but I need that breach ult out of Bendy and Elise soon. There you go. Comes through, or at least the aftershock. That's not the breach ult just yet.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming probably just going to save that until you realize where Brock is going for their main execute. You don't want to waste it early. You want to make sure you get your value out of it. But
You want to make sure you use it.
Are they aware of Zuvista's positioning? Right, you might want to make sure you use it. Bendy could die before that, right?
Exactly.
You never know.
Oh, Zavista though on this flank. Nobody's looking. Peek, Zavista peek.
I was going to say, you
around
have
the
so
corner.
many people.
One, but now gets spotted out, and that's it. If there was just some more aggression there,
If
but
you
there's
go around-
another. Wait a second, do they have any idea Maya's here? They do. Still a 1-for-1 trade. There's the ult from Bendy coming out, knocks up one before 7A, gonna drop and gets the kill with the shorty. It makes it a 3-on-1 as Ibuprofen on the flank with the killjoy. Gonna be a nearly impossible clutch here as the Viper ult should be coming out from Hate.
What are SCC Puggers, what are you guys doing to Abby? She's been last every single time. I get it, she's a Sentinel, so like, yeah, that's gonna be kind of what you're used to seeing, but at the same time, this is just torture. It's round after round after round. Somebody win a trade. Don't leave Abby alone in this scenario. So scarce moving through the smokes. Zeno almost choked that one away, but was able to find the shots when it matters. Picks up the 3K. And, well, for the second time in a row of me casting Lotus, 11-1 is your score for first half. And if we're trying to speed run the day, Theo, I'd say that I'm a pretty good luck charm in doing so for that.
You are a pretty good luck charm unless the Saints
Bendy
win.
unlocks right here.
12 in a row right here.
He's
and
2 and
win
12.
the
He can
map.
do it.
He can do it. Hey, he got 2 kills in the first 2 rounds of the game, I believe. And, having a bit of a rougher go since then. But that just shows you the difference between having a roster that had a rough game against a very good roster, and now we see another good roster from Brock going up against a team that doesn't have much experience. And you can see how much of a slaughter it's the other way. So it just shows those tiny little things like that just lead to very insanely big differentials in the scoreline.
But as of right now, that differential, it could be the first to be cut down.
True.
From 10 to 9 rounds of St. Clair. They can move on this effectively. Smoke comes through, but it's going to trigger the KJ nade, and, well, now gunfights go awry, and Spiral, we're just going to act like we didn't see that. 47A finds the first Hate with the refrag, as now the double comes through. This Viper has been completely in control for Brock.
Bendy gets the plant down. Maya picks up a kill, but does get traded out by Zombino. 47A and Bendy playing on the same sightline here, and it's just beautiful refrags from Brock. They put themselves on a map point, as they're gonna have some credits to close it out. We get a little heart there. I mean, after a match like this, Brock maybe will be throwing up a little bit more hearts in their team, especially considering how they started the day.
Well, you know what? I mean, I wish there would be more to talk about in terms of bite back, but we're not seeing any of that right now. Brock has just been absolutely rolling. Hate 18 and 8 right now. And honestly, with what we've seen, Theo, you could have told me Hate had like 30 picks at this point,
True.
and I would have believed you.
I would have
Because
believed you too.
Hate has just been on an absolute bender for this game, has been going absolutely crazy. And now, let's see if Hate and company at Brock can finish this one off as St. Clair. They look to go for their A push, but again, Hate being the one to lock it down. We see that Brock, they also have that potential B-link control if they choose to use it, but the door will have to be cracked. And
it's too good.
it's just on fire right now. The second one should come through as well for Hate if it just holds the crosses correctly. There it is. And immediately, can we call upon a third?
Ace.
Maybe an ace on the way. 10 left in the mag. The jet smoke goes through. You definitely have the right angle. But you look away. The foot can't be found. And all of a sudden, Bendy with 2. He's unlocked on the attack. And there you go. You know what? Bendy getting the spike down as well. Bendy just carry the team through. Well, not the finish line. You're definitely a long way through that before you get there,
He's
but
pushing the spawn.
it's definitely helping right now as St. Clair, they try to see if they can hold this retake.
Yeah, Bendy picks up the Guardian and then goes close corners, and he goes down. Unfortunate for Bendy, and they know exactly where the last player is. It's going to be a 1v2 for Zavista. Has a Phantom. Nice little headshot, and he's up
Hey!
get it. There is the round going over off the Jet clutch in the 1v2, and look at that. Bendy's feeling, he's saying, I'm back, I believe, if I can read some lips. Gets a couple kills there, definitely helped in winning that round for the side of Saints.
Hey, well, you know what? We were saying it. We prophesized it, right, Theo? We just spoke it into existence. We manifested it. Bendy on the attack. You know, it was the change that needed to happen. And who knows? This game could be going very different right now if St. Clair started out on the attack instead. You never know what would have happened, but as of right now, they still have a flawless attack that they need to climb up. Immediately, the nade goes through. Hate finds the trade, though, and, well, Bendy's time on attack this round will be short-lived. And, well, maybe through the game as well, because this one very well could be the last if St. Clair are not careful.
I mean, look at the guns, though. It's a full save for Brock, and they're up a member, and they're pushing forward. Look at this flank. Double dink there from Spiral Wind, gets 47-8 to 1 HP. And Saints, they're stuck in this one room. This is going to be hard to break out of. You can see, hey, he's going to push up. Has the Viper ultimate as well. Gets a headshot, gets a second, and that's going to be the Thrifty and the map. Brock University coming back with vengeance, and they take it 13 rounds to 2.
Well, you know what? This one was most definitely a stomping, and it is what it is, right? Brock, they're showing why they have been a team for longer. You know what? St. Clair, they had one round where they started to bite back a little bit, but at the same time, you can only do so much when you have such an impossible mountain to climb up. And, well, shoutouts to everyone playing, but this one was just simply not a fair fight. It was, well, it was a fair fight. Everyone was fair. No one was cheating, but the whole point was it just didn't look it as, you know, Brock, it seemed like they just had way more experience, played a lot more synergized, doubled up, and, well, Hate especially had a game and a half, was on fire on that Viper.
Yeah, as we look through these replays, early on to the game, She's Mine definitely put Brock on their back and won some big rounds for them. Here was one of the Saints 2 rounds winning right here, but after that, it was all Brock. She's Mine went ballistic. And then after about like halfway through the match, Hate really turned it up a notch on that Viper and just found kills left and right. And in these highlights, definitely going to expect to see Hate in the top right corner pretty often.
Yeah, I would expect to see that, and definitely on the first side, the leftmost side of the kill board, because, well, just going absolutely insane. Zomzino as well, someone who we didn't really talk about too much, but at the same time, had a great game. There wasn't really any questionable plays coming out from Brock. It seemed like they had everything under control for the most part.
Yeah, just a very solid game from Brock and a good way to close out their group stage, as this was the last group stage match, as we're going to be going into our quarterfinals. Those are best of 3. So still the same game, but it's a complete different game, I want to say. I mean, there's going to be the maps that these teams haven't played so far. Might see some funky team comps. As obviously first round, there's going to be top seeds against the bottom seeds, but Patrick, I'm going to be looking out for some big upsets in the group stage.
Yeah,
in the playoffs.
Well, you know what? I'll go ahead and just say, you know what, Theo, name a couple.
Name a couple.
Well, actually, to be fair, we don't know what our bracket looks like just yet, but
who?
I would say, who do you expect as the dark horse to kind of make the run? If you were looking at all the teams right now, just who do you expect to be the underdog that could make the push, get some of those upsets?
So does everyone make the playoffs?
Believe so. I believe it's purely just seeding.
It
is
purely seeding. Top two get a bye. So I'm going to go with a crazy shout. I'm going to take the Saints that we just watched to take 2 maps of whoever they play. It's a crazy prediction. I'm going to go talk to Bendy after this, give him a little bit of confidence, and you're going to see. I'm telling you,
he's going to unlock on the breach.
He's playing the Jet. He's had enough of this supporting the team stuff. He's fragging out.
Yeah, just the solo Jet ego peeking on C-Mount. That's, you know, as a COD player, sometimes that's all you need. Me personally, I'm surprised that we didn't actually see Bendy on the Teo, because that's a little more of an aggressive initiator, right? Then I get it. Breach is already aggressive enough, but at the same time, the Teo could also work. I think Bendy would do great on that character. But that being said, maybe you throw Bendy onto the duelist role, and well, I guess we need 3 duelists here from the Pugger stack if we want everyone playing their preferred role. But
Well,
just might have to be that way.
I remember a thing from this game, Bendy throwing out a flash in that tree and just only
Absolutely
hitting,
blinding Zvista.
only his teammate. Maybe the Breach might need to put in the retirement home, get him on something else. But, I think they're still experimenting at this point in the tournament. Now is when you really got to turn it up a notch as we take a look at the team stats. Hate, just 447 ACS, Patrick. That's a number that a lot of people will have struggled to talk about. Count to that high without getting a throat ache.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you had a little bit of a throat ache there just even coming up with the number. It's just not something you see very often, right? But Hate had a game and a half, 25-9. She's Mine was honestly the person who got the ball rolling for Brock, in my opinion, right? But immediately, as I believe the 5th or 6th round got underway, then from there it just became a Hate masterclass. They did a really good job of baiting out their Viper walls and using that to really force St. Clair defenders into that. And then immediately, when you get so used to looking at the same setup, St. Clair like, oh, well, maybe we shouldn't put people on the Viper wall. Maybe we should force a lot more onto that C site. And well, the second they did, then I immediately saw Brock. That's when they switched it up. They were like, no, now we're actually going to use the Viper wall in full send. And, well, with a little bit of an assist from Bendy blinding your player on tree and, a couple of others here and there, Hate hitting a few shots when needed, it was kind of all wraps from that point on.
Yeah, both these teams obviously making the playoffs. Now they're going to be playing best of 3s, and now is when you really got to tap in. Now it's you lose, you go home. Single elimination, no more second chances. So now is when the tournament really ramps up to another stage. Patrick, before we get into the playoffs, just give me who you think is going to be the straight-up outright winner.
Well, you know what? I'm not going to lie. As much as I do love our St. Clair ACAD team, I do think that it's definitely going to be GVSU, actually, is someone who I'm very curious who I want to see. They're a team that right now I believe are missing their lead duelist. But if anything, I think that their team play would be much more disciplined. I know that their sub is a flex that is coming through. So I think they're going to be very interesting to watch. And you know what? Screw it. I'm going to just say I will rock with them to take it all the way, at least if I was a betting man.
All right, Patrick. Well, it's good to get your predictions. But ladies and gentlemen, with all that being said, we're going to throw it over to a quick break. We'll be right back with some Smash as we pick up the group stage.
Welcome back, Saints Nation, and we are here casting Smash Winners Bracket here at No Man's Land. I am Patrick Smoke Chambers, joined by Cataquack and Shade. Guys, we've made it to the final 8 winners semis. You know, Cataquack, you've been scoping out the Nexus a little bit because you're running an event here in August. What have you thought so far about your experience here at No Man's Land?
This venue is fantastic. Like, I haven't seen anything else like it. I've been to other schools, other venues. The production here, top notch. I can't say like enough praise about it.
Oh, then appreciate it.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then,
Bro,
you
I'm
know,
blazing all I want.
It's all good. It's all good. And Dominic,
I know.
I was gonna say, what's your experience been like so far? I know that you have come here to potentially cast Rivals later, but that's way later into the night. But for now, casting Smash, you know, have you watched the actual Smash tournament up until this point? I was casting Valorant, so I haven't been able to follow.
I have watched a bit of the matches when I was walking around, just scouting and seeing what's about, but I don't really know much on the actual aspects of just the whole grand scheme.
Sure, absolutely. That's okay. But Cataquack, you've been obviously watching a lot more.
Yep.
Have there been any players that have really stuck out to you as this tournament has gone on? Any ones to name or any people to mention? And if you don't necessarily know who they are, like people who play certain mains, anyone who you've seen?
Yeah, so the number one player I can say here that I've known like before this event is T-Josher. Really good Mario player, probably one of the best in Canada. And then aside from that, I've seen, I don't know player names specifically, but I've seen a lot of like Byleth, Marios. That's Nick SF, that's my GOAT.
Okay.
Yeah, plays a weird character, me sword fighter.
Wow.
Yeah, this
Okay.
character is, you don't see him a lot.
Yeah,
he is
no.
the definition of a character specialist.
Okay. And then on the left, right, who does he play if you know at all?
I'm not too sure, but we'll find out really soon.
Okay, absolutely. And I mean, obviously, we know you're going to be a little bit biased, right? It's winners semis.
Mhm.
Have you watched Nick's run through the brackets so far? Like, have you followed up with it, or?
I haven't had the chance to,
Okay.
but knowing him, we're going to see a lot of tornadoes. You'll see what I mean when the game starts.
Yep.
And a lot of discs. There is
Okay,
going to be
noted.
a lot of zoning happening.
That's okay.
Yep.
Immediately, when I think about the way that Smash works, right, in terms of stages, what has been sort of the favorite among Smash players as of right now in terms of stages and why, and who have you seen most commonly picked out?
So for Smash players, there's a kind of a running joke around where every stage has one stage move. This is the stage. PS2, so there's a whole system in Smash called stage striking. Most players try to ignore it and just go PS2.
And I'm noticing Nikolai, of course, as you pointed out, are starting to do a lot of zoning, and Seike is playing Dr. Mario, which I don't see many of those when it comes to these type of matches, but I know he's very good at zoning as well. If you play the cards right, he has good counters, and it looks like Skate is trying to zone out, Nikolai going with the grab and almost killing him. Skate's at 120, one more hit, and it could be over, but, oh, Nikolai get him? Oh, and I see, as you pointed out, tornadoes earlier. He uses a lot of zoning, which is very good. Dr. Mario, I don't think Seike plays a lot of Dr. Mario from the looks of it, but he's playing really well for someone that probably is learning characters. There's all these good chances to learn. It looks like a good down spike, good block by Nikolai, and trying to zone in on it, and Seike throwing down uphill, but missing it as it just goes over him, and he uses the ledge to his advantage. And a lot of zoning, again, from Nikolai. And it is really costing him. Can Skate get the kill, I wonder, and can Nikolai recover? Oh, he recovered! He's going over the edge.
immediately, I was going to say, I don't necessarily think Skite is a beginner player with the Dr. Mario, because you got to remember, if this is someone who's been playing the Dr. Mario all the way up until winners semifinals, you got to imagine they probably know the character by now. But that being said, Nicola got to be a little bit careful right now. He's on that 143. One hit obviously probably sends him over if placed right, especially when we get near that ledge. The ledge guard can come through, and there you see it. Skite not evening up the odds quite yet, but climbing the mountain one step at a time.
So yeah, like I said earlier, Nicola is a character specialist. You'll see a lot of the time. So that is one thing Nishor does very well. He's going to go low every single chance he gets to try to condition Skeet to come off stage to try to edge guard him. Okay. And once he does, Nick is going to use that up special and drag him down past the ledge to a point that he can't recover. And with Dr. Mario especially, he's a character known for having a very bad or linear recovery. So once he gets in that spot, if he tries to recover a certain way, Nick has several options that will just completely cover it.
I see. So it seems like when it comes to the ledge guarding, definitely the Mii Sword Fighter is a lot stronger than the Dr. Mario. How can you counter this right now if you find yourself in these situations?
This is how you counter it. You pick a character who is better at zoning than Mii Sword Fighter. So Pac-Man's a character, he's going to throw a lot of projectiles, and Mii Sword Fighter has one move to deal with it, being his Reflector. But if Skeet has a way to kind of predict it or kind of bait it out, that move has a ton of lag, and Pac-Man has a lot of conversions he can get off of it with his great normals, great projectiles. But Nicola is playing the game like how Mii Sword Fighter likes to play. He's going to throw a lot of shotguns, a lot of tornadoes, kind of just setting up some habits that Skeet may fall into so he can punish and get the kill with.
Well, immediately, we're seeing kind of the fruits of that labor right now, as the Pac-Man definitely doing a lot better than the Dr. Mario on this first stock for both. Would you agree, Dominic?
I can definitely agree, and I'm noticing that the Pac-Man is trying to get him off the ledge, which is good at zoning and ledge guarding. I know Pac-Man has a really good recovery, so I'm hoping to see that, but Nikolai, of course, playing the Mii Sword Fighter, like everyone pointed out, which is a very unique one, but it looks like he's trying to zone him out with his own item. Pac-Man trying to launch him off, missing it, but can he get the recovery? And no, he cannot, falling off the ledge. Oh no, never mind, I was wrong. I think they're both very high damage, but who will get the kill first is I'm wondering. And oh, they are both getting very good at the recovery, both launching off each other's ledges, trying to get one better of each other. And I'm really hoping to see some good launches. Again, another tornado. Oh, is that the kill on Nikolai? No, it is not, sadly, but oh, some Pac-Man punches and some throws. Again, maybe trying to get him a kill with the throw. Healing? No. Use recovery? Did Sega go off? Nope. Again, Nikolai with another tornado, trying to keep Pac-Man off the ledge. And I don't know if with this zoning and ledge guarding, it could really cost him. Another grab from them. A lot of grabbing. And Sick Hit goes out first, which could cost him the round.
Yeah, again, you know what? We're starting to see that ledge guard from Nikolai be used against him, as there you go. It finally goes the other way. I mean, it should, obviously, the percentage being so high, but this has definitely been a lot more interesting than the first game we saw here, and really good on Skete to kind of immediately adapt, as you were pointing out earlier, Cataquack.
Yeah, so the Pac-Man especially is really coming through here, especially with his recoveries. Dr. Mario's a character that dies very, very quickly. But Pac-Man has the recovery abilities to kind of go around everything. We see Nick here throwing out a lot of the tornadoes. He's kind of trying to bait a certain option from Pac-Man, sorry. A lot of time on ledge here, he'll throw out a tornado waiting for an air dodge. And then if he does do that air dodge, he could be killed at a very early percent, like say 65.
That's absolutely insane that you have a character that can just potentially end a stock that early off. I mean, that's not usually what you're used to seeing. And I mean, I certainly haven't seen it in my experience of casting at least collegiate Smash for a little bit. But as I'm seeing it right now, the Pac-Man is kind of getting pieced up. There's that second stock gone. Nikolai probably not too much far longer before he joins him, and only having that one stock left.
Well, you think so, but knowing Nicola, this is he has played this matchup a million times. In our home region of Durham, Ontario, there is a very skilled Pac-Man player named Golgi, who they trained constantly for years. So anything Pac-Man can throw, Nicola is ready for it.
So he's been used to stripping against him.
Yes, he has been playing against Pac-Man in this matchup for years.
It's really interesting. And it would make sense because being that you're a Mii Sword Fighter, you would want to train against characters who have stronger zoning potential just so you can get used to their play styles and know how to counter that out.
Yeah, so we saw that air dodge bait there with Nick does the tornado, but he waits a second and unfortunately didn't quite get the punish. Meanwhile, the Pac-Man is setting up his ledge trapping. There's the F smash.
I was going to say, almost hits out there, but now the waiting game is all the Pac-Man needs to do. Get close to that ledge, you can guard all you want, but there it is. Nikolai immediately gets back on, finds the gap, creates the space, and finds the final KO to put another one under his belt.
So we have one more game here. If Nicola ends up taking this, we'll move on to winners finals. We saw there, the Pac-Man player got a little bit greedy, trying to bait an early air dodge, but Nick kept his composure, waited for the opportunity, and struck and took the game.
Absolutely.
I was actually really interested in seeing that Nikolai actually lost stock, because we saw in the first round he didn't lose a single one. It was just a clean swipe. And again, we're running it back with the Pac-Man and the Mii Sword Fighter, and it's looking like they're both playing their best characters, which is very good. Very smart to do. You all just want to try to play at your best instead of trying to throw something off and play something you're not very familiar with. And again, Nikolai is baiting them with those tornadoes and like those wheels.
The chakram.
The what?
Chakram.
Chakrams? Okay, thank you. But the chakrams, and which is very smart because I know they deal a lot of damage if they land correctly. And I'm hoping the C-Skate is going to try to bait more, and I'm seeing that. Again, Nikolai, another with a grab, about to eliminate Pac-Man again with the shocker, but missed it. Laying another tornado, maybe another bait. And again with another grab up B and causing Pac-Man to lose his first stock, which I'm hoping to see, hopefully a fourth round, but I'm not knowing if we can see that. But seeing them play at their best. Again, Nikolai launching Pac-Man up in the air. Pac-Man dropping down the fire hydrant, trying to use the water, get him off the edge, maybe try to get a kill. Nikolai again, ledge guarding, trying to. Pac-Man again is eliminating. It's not looking very good for Sike. So I'm hoping to see another play. Again, Sike is getting a bit greedy, which is costing him, but Nikolai is at 84. It is possible. Nikolai is off the ledge, and I'm hoping to see another hit. Again, Pac-Man trying to use that fire hydrant. Nikolai just using it to his advantage against Sike.
It seems like whenever the Pac-Man tries to create space and create a little bit of a buffer, but then pulls up the fire hydrant, it's an instant chance for Nikolai to create space and immediately go for that grab and that up B. And we've seen it happen a multitude of times. It seems he's really benefiting, at least timing-wise, the animations for the Mii Sword Fighter. But right now, just got to be careful. I will say, Skate, he's getting a little bit pieced up, but he's finally able to deliver the killing blow to at least drain one stock of Nikolai. But that being said, final stock 90%. This one's pretty much done and dusted, barring a generational throw in my books.
Yeah, so like you said, a lot of Pac-Man zone creating tools, they're very strong, but they leave a really big opportunity to like take advantage of it. So we're seeing whenever Sekite throws out the hydrant, Nicola immediately runs under it and uses his reflector. That makes it his own projectile.
Okay.
And we saw a bit earlier on, the hydrant was down, and there's the up air for Nicola to take the game. So yeah, we saw a bit earlier on, the hydrant was thrown down, and normally the Pac-Man player will use that to like drag them into a smash attack, but Nicola took advantage of that and up-B'd right through it to create his own space and take center stage back.
Absolutely. Looking back on our matchup here, from what we were able to see, if you were Sekite in this format, right, you notice that right now the Dr. Mario doesn't pan out. You go for a character that's stronger at zoning, but again, it's not really that much of a close game. We saw that every time you're pulling out the fire hydrant, it gives chances for Nikolai to immediately take space. And whether it's using that up aerial or that up B, it doesn't really matter. The whole point is it's working against you. The grabs, nothing is really being countered out. You have great recovery, but at the same time, it's not going to really matter if you're then leaving yourself open for opportunities near the ledge when you throw out that fire hydrant. So if you were Sekite, how would you have played that differently personally, Cataquack? Who do you think you would have brought out here to be a good matchup against this Mii Sword Fighter that Nicola's bringing?
So Mii Sword Fighter is a character not known for being very good in this game. He is like the definition of a matchup check. So a lot of things this character has are very like strange. You have to deal with them in not common ways. So most characters, when they have kill confirms off their grabs, you just have to air dodge or like hold a certain direction. I've asked Nicola before, how do I deal with this? And the stuff he says, it's just in one ear, right out the other. He's like, all right, if you get down throwed, you want to actually control your direction on the second hit of it, not the first hit, to mix it up. And I'm like, you're saying words.
You've lost it.
You're saying words. I don't get what you're saying.
Yeah, you know what? I completely understand, but he was quite dominant in this matchup. It didn't really seem like Sekite wasn't able to bring anything even close. So looking at it going into our winners finals,
Yep.
you know, I wouldn't be one to necessarily think, hey, you know what, the me sword fighter is making top 4, let alone winners finals, right? So that's a little bit of a fun one and a little bit of an odd prediction.
It's a
coming
very
out.
weird character choice because you
Yeah.
never see me sword fighters at like this level, except specifically where Nicola comes from. Every other region, you'll see like your foxes, your jokers. Durham has piranha plants and me sword fighters. They are like the wacky character region. If you don't know a matchup and you go to that region, you're going 0-2.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And you know what? That could be very well why we're seeing Nick go so far into this bracket, is because players from Windsor, they might not be potentially like very used to seeing those matchups or just weird characters being thrown out. Even I can just break this down to our collegiate team as well, right? Sometimes, you know, we were playing schools from different regions. We saw Ridley's getting brought out and stuff like that. Stuff that isn't necessarily all that prominent, at least if you follow the Smash scene.
Yeah.
So sometimes players from region-dependent areas, if they're used to playing in that same competition level again and again and again, it's not surprising to me that we're seeing characters like this go into the fray and immediately dominate the space as we get onto our next matchup of T-Josher and Frey.
All right. So we have
sorry,
T-Josher and Storm.
T-Josher and Storm, my bad.
So T-Josher, very prominent Mario player in Ontario. Very talented, very good at this game, knows a lot of matchups. Storm, I'm not too familiar with, but I've heard very good things about.
Okay, interesting. In terms of who they play or who they main, do you have any insight on that?
So T-Josher is like the Mario player in Ontario. Well, one of two. He
Right.
is the main one from Windsor. He's been playing for a lot longer, so he's a lot more well known. Storm, I'm not too sure of, but we will find out very shortly. Do you guys have any insight of who Storm is or what he might play, who he might play?
No, not in the slightest, sadly. I haven't been able to follow up with his other matchups. Shade, have you had anything about Storm that you've seen recently?
I got a quick peek at his last game. He played really well, but I never really got to see who he made. I know he plays really well with a lot of the characters in roster, and it's looking like Storm picked Diddy Kong, which is, if I'm correct, is a pretty decent character if you know what you're doing, right?
So yeah, Diddy Kong is a very strong character. He's known for kind of he's a zoner, but he's not a zoner. So that banana he has, it may look like kind of unintimidating. Well, T-Josher, however, just doesn't care. Just trying to kill him right off the bat. So banana is the best zone-taking tool in the game. You throw it down and you force your opponent to have to approach in the air, which Diddy Kong is fantastic at punishing.
Right, but immediately we just saw T-Josher's air combos. They're looking pretty smooth, and they build so much percentage so quickly. Is that something that just Mario as a character is really good at, or is that something that T-Josher just makes into his own gameplay?
So this is Mario's like bread and butter combo. He is going to do what he can to get you to about 30%, and then after he grabs you, you're just going to the sky. You're going to be up-aired, and if you don't know what you're doing and you control your direction the wrong way, oh, very unfortunate SD there. If you control your direction the wrong way, you could die as early as like 80%.
That's insane as well. That's 2 times that we really reference the fact that it's whether it's the Mii Sword Fighter or the Mario. Either way, you can see yourself leaving the stadium very early on.
Yeah.
But if you are Storm right now and you're noticing that you're kind of getting beat in the air as the Diddy Kong, what's your strategy here when you approach this matchup?
So a lot of what Diddy Kong needs to do is kind of camp. Is you want to throw out a banana and constantly throw out tools that will make T-Josher approach. However, T-Josher is at the lower percent, so Storm has to approach him or else they'll make it timed out. So the way timeout works in this game is whoever's at higher percent loses the game if they're both in the same lives. So that's why Storm needs to keep approaching and kind of rushing in, which Diddy Kong typically doesn't want to do. The other thing is if Storm throws out banana and doesn't keep control over it, T-Josher has a free kill.
Right, because you can just use that against him.
Any character that has the banana, it's basically throw a banana and you get a free like forward smash or up smash.
Okay. Huge combo coming out there from Diddy Kong. Both players over 100%. You got to think that, you know, the fact that they're getting pieced up this bad, any huge hits could be the undoing depending on the positioning. We'll see if the Diddy Kong can recover. There it is. But at the same time, the ledge guarding trying from Mario.
Great up smash there from Mario to cover the spot dodge.
Absolutely. And that's going to take Storm down to his last stock. Now, T-Josher, you know, if he doesn't play too careful, we'll be joining him very soon in that notion. But that being said, it's always good to be able to have that next life on you. If Mario has decent recovery, seeing as he has cool aerials, you would think that maybe you can just build off this percentage. Look, already at 63, this is huge, and now we're getting to that danger region where you talked about, where now Mario can start using those aerial combos, and if hit just right, Diddy Kong could even be sent out right here.
Yep. So Ultimate is a very volatile game, where we said characters like Mario or V-Sword for Heaven, most characters in this game have certain scenarios that if they win, they can take stock very early. Diddy Kong is one, it's kind of different. So a lot of his game plan is kind of like aerial denial, trapping. He wants to get you off stage, because once he has you off stage, Banana will cover everything straight vertical down. So let's say Mario tries to go low and recover up, Banana will hit him out of it, and Diddy Kong can just kill him for it.
Okay. And Shade, so far, looking at this matchup, what are you seeing right now that really sticks out to you as we see it happen as Mario is able to find the first game off Diddy Kong? If you're Diddy Kong right now and you're getting beat up by Mario this bad, or at least to this extent, do you switch up here? Do you stay the same? Do you use that #1 zoning item in that banana again? Or do you think it's being used against you to the point where maybe you'd want to switch off?
I would want to switch off, because I feel like if it's being used against me, it's definitely going to cost me the next round, and I'm trying to win. I want to get in the mindset of, oh, he's going to punish me off the air combos and zoning. Maybe I should try something new. But if I'm thinking in the mindset of him, he might want to stay the same character. And I was right, because from Storm seems to be the Diddy Kong main of his thing. TJ Josser, of course, being good with Mario, and that him being that main. And it's looking like Diddy Kong's already at 32, but Storm has gotten Mario already at 50, which is really good. It seems Storm has taken the time. Maybe that first round was him just spacing him out, testing him out, and seeing how it goes, because now Storm's playing a lot more aggressive and trying to get, and oh no, he fell for the aerial combos, and oh, that's already costing him. He's at 83, which could get him killed, speaking that Mario is zoning him, and I'm seeing TJ is trying to grab it. Another perfect block from TJ. TJ is really good at getting those perfect rounds. Ledge guarding, Storm's about to come in, but Mario has been waiting and just uppercut right off the bat. Of course, Storm going down first, but I'm hoping to see TJ. TJ's at 95. Can Storm get the final kill on him again? TJ getting the counter, but he got out of the aerial combo, which is very good for him. And can Storm get the kill on TJ? A nice grab hit from Storm. And Mario on 120. One more hit could cost him his stock. And I'm curious on to see what Storm does. Can he get the kill? Storm on a 56. TJ Josser 144. Can he think? A nice recovery off the ledge. Some ledge guarding. Both of them carrying each other. Storm at 66. Almost hit by the banana, but missed it. And a nice blanket to... Nice cape to block it. My mistake, not blanket. But again, oh no. Storm's at 101. TJ is going very high in damage for a lightweight character. And oh, Storm actually got the kill.
So yeah, like you were seeing there, Diddy Kong, when he gets to high percent, he loses access to a lot of those kill confirms he needs aside from Banana. So it kind of turns into a scramble. Mario, a very similar case, where past about 100%, he was looking for that one straight hit to take the stock. And as we're seeing, T-Josher doing anything he can to try to get Storm stock here. Storm starting up a little combo though. Oh, unfortunate little drop. So a lot of what T-Josher is doing here is throwing out moves that are very safe and trying to condition Storm into spot dodging or doing something unsafe, where he will back air a couple times on shield and then run up and up smash to punish any attempt. Storm, however, not falling any for this, and is playing very safe, running away. T-Josher not choosing to kill him there, goes for an F tilt to be safe instead. Oh, very unfortunate SD there. I think he wanted to try to ride up the wall with the up B, but unfortunately crashed into it and taking stock.
If you were watching this match again for Game 3, if, let's say, T-Josher does take this one away, right? You're down 2 games to zip right now. Let's talk about some Mario counters, characters that you could, if you had them in your pool, run if you wanted to try to get the series a little bit closer and make a comeback against this top Mario main.
So yeah, Mario, as you've noticed, he's a character who wants to get up close, he wants to grab you and use really fast attacks. So if you play a character that has Sword, like Marth, Cloud, Corrin, all of those characters give Mario a lot of trouble by denying that area and space he wants to be in. Diddy Kong can do that with the banana, but it's a pretty rough matchup because once Mario gets in, there's not a lot Diddy can do. So we see here, T-Josher has Storm on the ledge. A lot of panic rolling from Storm here. Finds that down tilt. There's the other one. Oh, decides not to commit for an option to punish that air dodge. Sets up his, the gun. All Alright, very tough spot for Storm to be in here. How do you take T-Josher's stock without taking yours? Finds the way through.
I was going to say, that's probably the biggest risk right now is because we've seen any time where the Diddy Kong can get in close and really start ramping up percentage of big hits, Mario usually dominates that space. And the second you become airborne as well, that's pretty much your life gone because the Mario air combos are just too good to risk it. We finally see that the stock gets taken, but Storm needs to play this so safe for so long. And I mean, immediately right there, as the Diddy Kong's falling, we could see, based on this ledge guard, maybe one more up smash could do it. However, trying to see if he can find the ledge guard himself, Storm needs to be very careful. Jetpack just barely gets him up. Josher has the final hit, and immediately I knew that was going to happen. The second the Diddy Kong goes airborne, it's kind of a 50-50. You're kind of wondering, well, if the Mario at this point wants to let him get to the ground, then that's cool, but it's all at his discretion. We see T-Josher coming away victorious, at least in that one.
We saw some very good conversions. I don't know if you saw him throw the banana up. He threw, we're seeing it on the replay here, or different replay. T-Josher catch the banana, threw it upwards, hit Storm, and as it was falling back down, he caught it again and used it to continue his shield pressure and just kept going. As we're seeing here, though, a lot of scrambling. Trying to just take that last stock. There's the back air, misses it. Takes that back air for the Storm replay, though. See, this is another anytime Diddy Kong is off the stage, it's very, very difficult, because if you hit him with any move at all that has any percentage, he falls out of his jetpack.
Right.
So we don't see him go low very often, because Mario can just throw a fireball to cover it. See, all right, we're getting right back into it.
Yeah, immediately we see that Storm is just going to live or die on this hill, that he's going to play Diddy Kong, and, well, I would say that I'd like it to go differently for him, but so far it just has been left to be seen. However, getting off to a decent start, but that being said, 77% can also be created very easily with one air combo from Mario. So, again, I think that so far, Josher, he's definitely in the driver's seat. Would you agree, Shade?
I can definitely agree with that. TJ is dominating, get the air combos, and Storm seems to be trying to, and playing a bit more aggressive with Diddy Kong. And I don't see many aggressive plays. It's very smart on Storm, trying to close in the space, and the headbutt. If I'm correct, that even if you're at like something like an 80, that could kill, right?
So yeah, Mario's F smash has 2 hitboxes on it. There's the one on his hand, that's a sour spot that doesn't kill there. That, however, was the sweet spot, and he was perfectly ready for that air dodge and spaced just well enough to get the kill. Finding that up smash, though, to even out the stocks. Let's see what Storm can do here with this banana. Keeps it. T-Josher immediately breaks away from it. That's horrible. Oh, my God. So Mario's one of those characters. If he finds one opportunity, you can just die. So we saw there, he finds that straight up air and capitalize on it, take that stock at 50%. Oh, and time for the Mario combo. Oh, Storm finds his way out, though.
I was going to say, that was a pretty good counter to just level the playing field, but right now we see the Mario ledge guard. It's something you talk about so often with usually being able to get rid of it with the fireball. The Diddy Kong, though, if we just get back in time. And now, Storm needs to be very careful. The ledge guard just continues, and that's going to be all she wrote. The drop kick ending it. T-Josher locking in extremely well when the time calls and takes that series in clean 3-0 sweeping fashion.
So yeah, a lot of characters in Ultimate are very, very momentum focused. Whether it's a really slow character like Sonic, who is going to slow the game down to a crawl so you make like a lot of mistakes, or a character like Mario where he finds that one conversion and he just gets that fear in your heart. So it's like he walks up to you, you want to make a mistake, and just like this, not this clip, T-Josher is going to take the time, he's going to find that one straight hit and kill you for it. So a lot of the characters in this game, Mario especially, any combo-centric character, like this, finds that up tilt, gets the border, and takes that stock very early. Or here, very tough situation to be here as Storm. T-Josher gets that back, or Storm doesn't have a lot of options, has to do that monkey flip to live.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I have to say I'm very impressed, at least, from just the moveset that the Mario was able to bring out, using especially that banana, that #1 zoning item against the Diddy Kong. We saw some very creative uses of it to try to bait out the Diddy Kong's positioning, and also what attacks he had to throw out next. And off of that, I would say the Mario was able to then capitalize, force Diddy Kong into positions where he could use those aerial combos, get the Diddy Kong into positions where you could use that up smash, and I think that was definitely one of the key factors in why T-Josher won that best of 5 in such a dominant fashion.
Yep, so both those characters, while they might have very demanding neutral or offense, they both struggle in the disadvantage department. So as we saw there, Diddy Kong, if you get rid of his double jump, he has to try to side B, and T-Josher capitalized off that fully to get the kill. Mario is a pretty similar similar case, except for the fact that his up B, the hitbox on it is massive. So if a character tries to run off an edge guard, sometimes they can get hit into the stage and Mario can kill you for it. But T-Josh are playing very safe with his recoveries. They're opting to go high so he doesn't get hit out of it. And Storm, most of the time, went like really low, mixed up his recovery, unless you get hit out early like that, which ended that stock. Because he had to do the monkey flip and just gets hit out of it. It's very committal, it's a really rough spot to be in.
Absolutely, but again, guys, that was some great series of Smash there, and we have more Smash coming to you guys after we take a quick little 2-minute break.
Welcome back to No Man's Land, everybody. My name is Captain Wink. I'm hopping on the mic with Tyler right now. If you don't know me, I run all the locals outside of St. Clair and Windsor. So any kind of Smash Bros. Related stuff that isn't straight up St. Clair, that's us. I'm really excited for this winners finals coming up. I've never seen T-Josher go up against a really high-profile Mii sword fighter like Nick SF. So I'm really excited to see this. What are you looking forward to with this match, Tyler?
So this is a matchup that Nick SF has played like a million times, and T-Josher has also played this. They've played together a lot. There's a lot of overlap in these two scenes. Whether it's T-Josher traveling out to like other Ontario events or Nick SF coming to yours, we see this matchup a lot. These two players play quite often. It might be kind of slow because Mii Sword Fighter likes to kind of slow down matchups. But if T-Josher finds his way in, we could see some very fast stocks taken.
Oh yeah, definitely. Now T-Josher is claiming that he has a Matchbox win on Nick SF, which was an old.
Now that is huge.
Yeah, that's something. That's something. So let's see what we got here.
As we all know, Wi-Fi results are king. That's all that matters in this game.
Exactly. The Wi-Fi tier list is so different than like the LAN tier list, and everybody knows it. It's we love baked in frame delays on inputs.
I love the free 8 frames.
Yeah. We got the fist bump and we're ready to go.
Getting right into it. Alright, starting off on PS2.
Everybody loves the little green stage here.
Especially Mario. This is one of the stages every Mario player will tell you, don't take it here. Mario has a lot of shenanigans that he can pull off to kill you extremely early. We're seeing a lot of zoning from here. We're going to see a lot of caves, a lot of reflectors from both players here.
One thing I love to see from T-Josher is that he's really, really good at just being patient, especially when playing against zoners. He knows his tools that he needs to use to get in. He's not going to rush himself in too fast. You know, if he does that, he's just going to get overwhelmed so quickly.
Absolutely, yeah. Knowing, especially zoners in any fighting game, but Smash especially use patience above all else. Especially with a character like Mario, kind of stubby, doesn't really have the tools to get in. But once he gets in, that's all Mario needs.
Oh yeah.
However, keeping him out with the best of his ability, kind of spacing him around.
I love this slow approach from both players, both respecting each other's tools really, really well. Josh knows that DI, but I don't think it was just a little bit too early for him to be able to escape it.
Especially the DI on the down throw is really weird to see Sword Fighter.
Oh yeah.
It's not like the normal DI away from other throws. It's not just in or out. It's like DI.
It's like up and away. Like it's really weird.
Yeah, it's like up and away like the second hit of it. Like only that hit specifically.
Exactly. Yeah, that Chakram really dangerous once you get into a tech chase scenario because it can just lead to so many free options if you roll into it.
Nicola off stage. Oh, I barely makes it back.
Magnet hands on that thing. I love it.
Very tough. And T-Josher
nice chase down.
Smash.
I love the sliding up smash attacks in this game. So much fun.
It's so cool.
Mostly because lack of other movement options that are fun like that. Oh, I love the patience from Josh to try and bait out that air dodge, but just a little bit too close to the ground for the bait to work out.
Alright, back to neutral again. Mario pushes Sword Fighter off the stage. Nicola finds it up tilt, pushes Josh around a really rough spot. Spot dodges through. It's time for Mario.
Really dangerous for Nick. Nice air dodge to get out of there. And we can see how scary it is.
There's the up B. That up B is deceptively fast. You'll see Mii Sword Fighter. If Mii Sword Fighter goes not to ledge, you can like punish it very.
There we go. Josh got the DI down there. He's locking it down.
Ooh.
Yeah, that up B insanely just very deceptive. Big play for Josh. That might do it. Not quite.
That tornado is such a double-edged sword for Mii Sword Fighter. It gets him kill cameras, but it can get him killed as well.
What were you saying? Up B? Yeah, that thing deceptively fast.
Yeah.
It comes at you.
It comes at you. Most like up B always a bit and like flies right back at you.
Ooh, big misplay from Nick. Not going to be huge if he can find this stock.
I think what he tried to do there is reverse the up B to try to get a bit more momentum and kind of shake things up. Unfortunately, doesn't find it. Goes the other way. Has T-Josher off stage though. Let's see what he can do with it.
Oh, this is big for Josh. Any little bit of damage he can get here is going to be massive for him. Because just one stray hit and his stock is over just like that. Going to be able to survive.
Not quite.
No jump off stage though. Going to make it back okay. Nice drop down.
Nice little empty hops there from Nicola. Just finding that F tilt to take the stock though, and we're back to even.
Yeah, empty hops into grounded options. Great options.
We love non-committal options. Finding that running F tilt.
And like you said, Nick is just trying to use that up B in those up close, like tight situations where Josh may not have a chance to react to it. That's going to be his best tool to get Josh off of him once he does get close.
Absolutely. Me Swordfighter, not a character with a lot of good disadvantage tools, especially out of shield. But if that up B, if T-Josh is ready for the up B, it is incredibly punishable.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, tries to find that F smash. Ooh, Nick with the little bait there, doesn't quite find the punish though. Very tough spot to be in. Down throw, up air, not quite.
T-Josher burned his jump, and now he's in a ladder situation here. Able to get back down to the ground, but Nick just knocks him right back up.
Nick's off stage. There's the up B back. How's he gonna get off ledge? Waits for the up smash. Very patient play here. Finds the chakram. Ooh, tries to finish off with that side B. Doesn't quite get it though.
This is where you got to be so patient if you're T-Josher, because that chakram, tornado, oh, and that's gonna do it off the sky KO.
Nick trying to punish that back here with like when he tries to go for it again, but T-Josher knowing that he's like, I'm just gonna up smash you. You're gonna try to call me up? No, you're done. This game's over.
I like the little, just the little small adjustments that he makes throughout the game, you know?
Absolutely, yeah. Ooh, and we're seeing here some of the patience, finding that up smash. Oh, and
yeah, that
unfortunate SD.
Unfortunate SD there. That could have been, could have been a huge swing there because Josh just kind of took it away.
Yeah. And we're finding that. Ooh. Yeah, that was that running up smash to catch the spot dodge attempt. Yep, going right back into it with game 2 here, winners finals.
I love the running up smash, especially because T-Josher reverses it, so it can be a big DI mix-up if you're not ready for it.
Yep, just switch to the direction, comes out a little bit faster depending which side you're on. Oh, we're playing much more spacing focused this game, however. There's the tornado.
And these two just playing the feel it out game a little bit less now.
Yep.
Kind of getting in each other's faces a little bit more this round. This could be big for Josh if he can find a forward air here. Doesn't quite get it.
Even if he misses that forward air, it puts Nick in such a hard spot to be in.
But that up B just let him escape right out of it.
That tornado is really deceptive. It looks like you can cape from that high, but just goes slightly under it.
Doesn't quite get the reset off the platform, so that string's going to end a little bit earlier than Josh would have wanted.
There's the tornado. Nick gets in there, doesn't quite find it though.
That's big for Josh. Not quite going to do it.
It does,
it does. Gets the sky.
Oh.
I hate the star KOs with like the voiceless characters.
Why can't we just be consistent?
Yeah. Like just give a, like they all have, I guess Nick is playing voiceless with this one. I think the other ones.
Is that an option?
Yeah, there's, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I have not heard a single voice line from me Swordfighter so far.
That's a fair point. I didn't even notice that. Oh, finding that up smash to take the
up smash was just raw. The chakram didn't even lock Josh in. He just whiffed the grab, and Nick was able to punish off of it.
Yep. Oh, touched it with that up tilt. Nick in a really rough spot. Downers right through it though. See, that's the thing with me Swordfighter. He has a lot of.
Ooh, Josh punt hits the up B as it comes out. That could have been massive.
Getting the back airs. He's really looking at that back air forward tilt little setup. Very rough spot to be in here. Mario is a character here that it can fall prey to me Swordfighter setups. If he goes high for any reason, me Swordfighter can then right down to the blast zone. Oh, slightly missed space, and Nick SF kills him with that forward smash.
And that's your, we love sword characters for those disjoints, because Josh whips on that forward smash, and Nick just standing in the exact same spot with a bigger hitbox is able to punish him for it.
Great little trap there. Whips that forward air, but it punishes the air dodge anyway. Goes to that cape. There's the back air.
As a Cloud main, I love to see creative ledge traps like that.
Gotta love ledge traps. Yeah. So there's the forward air. Back's playing very patient neutral, looking for any opportunity they can get to take stage. T-Josh are doing a lot of these little 1-2 confirms that Nick is just falling out of. Oop, there's the up air. It's a very bad spot for
Show
Nick
me the forward air. Aw. He knew that air dodge was coming. So I like the disengage from Josh to try and set up for his own ledge trap there. Not going for too much. He has the lead.
Yep, Nicola finds his way out. Sets the tornado. Tries to reflect it back. There's the forward. Not quite.
It's another thing that's interesting is Josh's reflector reaches a little bit higher than Nick's. So that tornado could have been dangerous if it was a tiny bit lower, where it could have hit Nick, but his reflector was still too low.
Yep, especially because that tornado does come at a slight angle, so when it's reflected, it goes upwards.
Exactly.
Those characters look for that one option. Nick decides not to pull the trigger there.
I think Nick could have had it there. I think he was looking for some kind of air dodge. Josh a little bit too disciplined to fall for that one.
Yep, a lot of players here, they'll just immediately snap to it, but once you get to a certain level, like T-Josher is, you will just know that's like not a real thing. I'm just gonna wait.
Oh yeah, it's just not real.
Ooh. I think Nick also trying to find the air dodge in there, but he just air dodges down instead of in.
Oh, I think no jump here for Nick, but that up B's gonna make it back for sure.
It like every time I see it, it feels like it's not gonna make it back.
I know. I think part of it is also the momentum gets carried so much further through the air, even after the move ends.
Yep. Ooh.
So it's a little bit deceptive on how far it's going.
Oh no!
Oh,
back
Josh
air.
went for it again, doesn't quite get it.
And there's the back air from Nicola to take the game. We are 1-1 apiece. This is a matchup of all time. I can tell you that much.
We can say that. That's for sure.
All right. Well, let's get back into game 3 and see what both players can do differently here. It's very even, very close. No one's doing anything. We're going back to PS2 again. It is the stage because Smashers do not like striking stages. We just want to get right back into it and keep playing the game.
Just get into the action. As a PS2 fan myself, only because everybody bans Battlefield against me, we just like to see the green, you know? Also, the Pokemon remix music's so good in this game.
Yep. Especially coming from stages like Town, Smashville. No one wants to hear the Animal Crossing music in a competitive fighting game.
I think it's crazy that like Animal Crossing music is so iconic.
Oh, great air dodge.
Nice air dodge read, yeah. That Animal Crossing music is just so iconic in relation to Smash Bros. Simply because it has 2 stages that are legal in Smash, which like I don't think any other IPs that aren't specific to like a new Smash creation have multiple legal stages. I guess Pokemon does with Kalos as well.
Yeah, so that's the best part about the...
Love that streak from Josh. Doesn't quite do it.
Nick finds that DI to survive. Ooh, T-Josh going for, I think, a little jump read there. Nick not falling for it. And there's the dash time to take the stock.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate air dodge.
Again, Josh, just what we were talking about, Josh did fall for that air dodge trap where Nick just waited for him to pull the trigger on something. Josh was without a jump in that situation as well. It just makes it back, dude.
Yep, just goes
it just
right,
does
yeah.
it.
Why not? Oh, there's the reflection, the reflector.
That's big for
That
Nick.
did like 20%.
Yeah. It was double reflected.
Ooh, sour spot. Unfortunately, not taking it.
These double reflections, man.
There it is again.
Comes back at you so fast. Josh is able to find the kill. He's got a mountain to climb, but it's not undoable. One good string here, and he's back in this.
He's taking full advantage of Swordfighter's lackluster outer shield options.
Yeah, Mario's the kind of character where he can just kind of bash on your shield, especially if you don't have a reliable option out of there. And that's just even better for Mario because that's right where he wants to be, right in front of you.
Nick looking for any stray hit here. There's a tornado. Does pulls the trigger. Knows that Josh is not going to air dodge.
Oh, yeah. Plus, just the tornado hits so close to Nick. He had that.
He has plenty of time to react no matter what T. Joshua does there. Finding some back air. He's getting a little string going. It's time for Mario's turn, though.
Bridge time, up into the air.
Ooh. Josh looking for a jump there. Doesn't quite find it. Nick trying to jab him out. Ooh, I like that reversal attempt. Just going back and then immediately down airing in.
Ooh, Josh, no jump. He's going to make it, though. That was scary, though.
That's the setups the Sword Fighter does. If you don't know exactly what to do, then you can be fatal. So we're playing the fireball game now. T-Josh are not committing to a lot of these like hard calls.
Nice
Never
kill
mind,
there.
right back in with the up smash.
Everybody air dodges that.
Yeah.
Everybody spamming the air dodge. Or they're trying to get the spot dodge to avoid the up smash.
Yep.
But you just get popped up into the air. It's a free up smash for Josh. That's going to
There
do it
is,
right there, yeah.
Lets it rip.
If Nick that's one thing that's really, really volatile for Mario in this matchup. If Sword Fighter gets that tornado right point blank, that's going to be a guaranteed follow-up.
Yep.
A lot of the tornadoes we were seeing earlier, they were at a distance. Nick didn't really have the time to both run up and get up into the air. But when they're point blank like this and he just has to jump right above him, it's going to be a free
Jump,
cleanup.
and it's like, oh, is he going to air dodge? No, all right, well, you're going to die. And if you air dodges, you can just wait.
Exactly.
Yo, right back to it. Game 4.
Smashers love to just get back into
And
it.
PS2 again, best stage in the game. We love Pokemon. All right, setting up a little bit of flood here. Nick throwing the wall of projectiles out.
I've seen people in the community just put PS2 on their permaban list. Not because it's particularly bad for their characters, but because they're just sick of seeing the stage.
Oh, yeah. Well, Mario especially is a character people tell you to ban PS2 against. Just because of how low the top blast zone is.
Oh,
for
yeah.
other stages.
Can be really dangerous.
Ooh. T-Josh are following that fireball to make it safe against Nicholas Shields. And is this going to be enough to
Get
take
that up B, and it's going to sky.
That's the Mario special, baby.
We love how volatile ultimate is.
Ooh, great down air there. Nicola in a pretty bad spot here. Finds that nair through.
So look at his pressure he puts on him when he gets up close. Just move at aerial after aerial after aerial.
Nicola just covering space. Doesn't matter. T-Josh are
Gotta
finding
get
his way
another
in.
one up here. Not gonna
quite.
KO on that one.
Bit too
Much-
close to the corner.
Yeah, much better angle, especially when you get to DI into the corner. It's a lot easier to survive. But if he catches, if Mario catches you towards the center, then that's really, really dangerous every time.
Again with these up
Again,
Bs, like,
just those magnet hands, that little bit of momentum, even after the slashes stop, just carries you just far enough.
great reflector there to turn T-Josh the other way and gets that F tilt. Has him in the corner just with those empty hops. Nick SF getting very aggressive here. Ooh. Catches that jump with the fireball. What are you gonna do? Just the nair.
Josh in a really good position here if he can close out. Not going to close out the ledge trap with a kill, but he's built a really, really nice lead that Nick is just going to struggle to get back from.
There's the nair.
Surprised we didn't see an up smash off that.
I feel like T-Josher is just not pulling the trigger in a lot of situations like this, just going for the safe pick in case he's wrong. But sometimes you just gotta
There's
let
the,
it rip.
yeah, just let it rip, parry into up smash.
Nice
That up
patience
smash would
there.
not have been safe without the parry, so you just let it rip. That's good for Josh, though. Doesn't let Nick get any ground back while he's still on his second stock.
Absolutely.
So
T-Josher-
every hit matters now for Nick, where it's like, it's just gonna build, and build and build.
We're seeing a lot of the fireballs off stage. John catching early jump. Nicola playing very safe though.
And Swordfighter doesn't have a lot of early kill cheese. His down air doesn't reliably spike.
It actually does. So it has. It's cheeky. He has.
It's
cheese.
cheeky. It's cheeky.
It's only if you go high, which Mario is not known for doing.
No, not at all. If you're going high as Mario, what are you doing?
Yeah, if you're going high as Mario, you're gonna die. Ooh, I love that jab call out of the down tilt.
Oh, that fireball could have, if he'd caught that jump, could have been really, really tight for Nick. That up B's crazy though.
I love the patience on the tag chase there, just not throwing out an option, waiting for Nick to press. There's the up B. Nope, that makes it right back. Tornado. Me Swordfighter is a character not really known for comebacks, so we'll see what Nick SF can do here. Tries to go for an air dodge, spot dodge.
That lean back. We love small grab ranges.
Great coverage with the up air there. Mario is a character at high percent known to kind of struggle to find that kill. Just needs one good back air. Great
Beautiful
up
up smash. The one roll that Nick did from ledge, and Josh was ready for it.
That's what all Mario players do. They're waiting for you to roll so they can just kill you with that up smash. Covers so many options.
I think a great indicator of a really good player is that even if your opponent is not rolling from ledge, you always have it in the back of their mind that they're gonna panic press it at some point. Maybe they wanted to air dodge back to ledge and they just snapped and buffered it, right? Maybe it's just something that they're trying to hold in their back pocket for a long time. They're like, okay, I'm gonna roll now because I haven't done it in forever. And Josh, definitely something that I've seen him do so reliably is just he never lets roll get out of his mind. He knows that it's there.
Especially with the online era this game was in for the longest time, everyone loved rolling. So once you get to a certain point, it's like, this guy's gonna roll. You see the start of that animation and you're just ready for it every single time. Ooh, Nick switching up to using the shurikens instead.
Oh yeah, and the dash as well.
We're switching to a different moveset. Trying to play a bit faster.
Yeah, Shuriken is a little bit better for just more consistent pressure.
Yep.
Chakram and Tornado are very committal. They have moves. Oh my goodness, high commitment moves. You know, it's a decent amount of, and like almost gets that air dodge read. That would have been massive for Josh to get that out of there.
They're very committal, but they have very high reward, which makes them so tempting.
Exactly.
But these ones, kind of little pokes, maybe a little movement tool here. But oh, there's that up B. T-Josh punishes it. Magnet hands. We're not seeing T-Josh go for a lot of stage spikes here, which I don't know how big that up B's hitbox is. Especially this high percent, he's just choosing to keep the ledge trapping instead.
Yeah, if you're not ready for it, that up B can really mess you up, especially if you're a character without a super reliable height
Yep. You can't gain height very easily.
Yeah, if you can't gain height super well, you just get stage spiked off and die so early, especially because the floor is so high up in PS2. Very, very constrained stage when it comes to the box.
If you look at Nick's moveset now, he has the 2 thrust moves, which look kind of similar, and I feel like he's trying to use that to throw T-Josher off, because he has the faster one, and then he has the one that kills.
Exactly.
Ooh, great roll there. This is gonna... No, not quite. This is Beast Sword Fighter we're talking about.
One thing that was different from like first game to the last 3 games was just the pace of how everything was going. The guys were holding the sticks at each other a little bit more. That first game took so long. This one definitely taking a bit longer, almost 2 minutes before the first stock is gone.
Yep. Been playing very patient.
Yeah, I think part of that is definitely the kit change as Josh kind of feels his way around it a little bit more. Nick needs to get used to the difference and how he's going to be playing around Mario with the different tools.
Tries to go for up smash center shield, gets stuffed by Mario though. There's the stab, throwing out a shuriken to cover some space. Here's some back airs. If there's one thing characters in this game love, it's back air at ledge.
Oh yeah.
That is like ledge trapping 101.
Huge trade for Josh. That's massive.
That was fantastic. Ooh.
I love the call out for Nick to get aggressive off of the ledge. But yeah, as you were saying about the back airs at ledge, as the primo back air character, my main is Cloud.
King, yeah.
Yeah, that is the name of the game. Just bear at ledge and it works.
Both of these characters, Mario especially loves bearing at ledge.
Oh yes.
Beast Sword Fighter is kind of like a knockoff Cloud back air, where it covers a lot of range, but it's not as safe or fast.
Yes.
Speaking of safe and fast, the T-Josh are playing absolutely fantastic here at ledge. Gets that nair. How is he going to try to end this? Nicola finds that up B back in, jabs the attempt out.
Josh just taking all these little trades, every single fireball, right? All the jabs. Josh has such a high lead that every hit matters for Nick. He just needs to avoid getting hit, and Josh is doing such a good job at just piling on the damage.
Absolutely. There's a shuriken. Nick covering a lot of space. T-Josh finds his way in.
Yeah, Nick really starting to lean on these shurikens now. Wasn't really using them too much for the first 2 stocks, and I think he's realized his mistake a little bit too late.
Avoids those fireballs. How are you going to get out? Finds that stab in. There's the back airs. Oh, great
I
coverage
love the
with
play
stab.
from Nick. That was incredible. Now he's definitely still in this. His rage is building. Kills can come out really, really early once you get rage going.
Oh, I love that attempt. That tries to like fake a roll with the up B. Is this gonna? No, Mario doesn't have a kill throw there. Oh,
he's getting very close to kill throw percentage though.
Nick playing very safe here, throwing some shurikens, just getting any little percent. All he needs is one good read to bring this back. Very close game here, though. Falls out.
That's not going to be enough.
T-Josh trying to catch him with these fireballs. Finds the fake back air. Oh,
not going to make it, finally.
I love the attempt to up B into the fireball, but unfortunately it clanks and doesn't hit him out.
Great win for Josh. Good job by both players.
Oh my god, that was intense. All right, so T-Josh are moving on to grand finals, while Nick goes down to losers finals. Are we doing losers semis on stream, or?
That's a good question.
We are, okay, yeah.
We got our answer, yes.
All right, so So we'll be seeing we're seeing Nick in losers finals versus whoever wins this loser semi set, which I am not quite sure of, but we'll find out soon enough.
I can't even remember who was on each side of the bracket. I know one name. I think our most likely combo will be Skeet Cake and Conflict. Conflict got upset pretty early in the bracket, but that's just his thing. You know, it happens to him.
Sometimes you get upset.
I mean, it's not sometimes for him, but his losers
gets
runs,
upset.
his losers runs are legendary in Windsor. He's made some incredible losers runs, and he is who knocked me out in 8th place earlier today. So,
I mean, hey, it's top 8.
Yeah, it's pretty decent.
Yep.
So I am expecting Conflict and CK to be our matchup here, but I have no idea what else has been going on otherwise.
All right.
I'm not sure who's been playing who. Actually, Cool Skeleton. I think Cool Skeleton and
We saw Storm.
Storm, yes.
Recently,
Yeah.
I think we saw him on the other side of winners semis.
Yes.
Yeah, it was him against Nick SF.
I can definitely see any 4 of those being in our loser semis here, but my prediction is Conflict Heat Cake.
Yeah, so who does Conflict play?
Conflict is Young Link main.
All right, yeah, we don't see a lot of those.
And he always ends up ditto fighting the only other Young Link main in Windsor every time that he shows up. It's like clockwork. If there's 2 things that are guaranteed with Conflict coming to Windsor, it's he's gonna ditto no skill Okay, so Storm and Conflict coming up for semi. Storm able
Yep.
to.
So we're going to see that Diddy Kong and that Young Link? Or does Storm play other characters besides Diddy?
Storm was a Snake main for the majority of Ultimate's life, but he dropped the Snake about 4 or 5 months ago and has just been on his Diddy Kong grind, which I think is really impressive that he's still here, still hitting those top 4s, even when he's not playing what was, his comfort character, his best character for a really long time. So we got Storm on the left there, Conflict on the right. Conflict, the dude maybe from Michigan, but we've adopted him here in Windsor.
He's part of Windsor now.
He's part of Windsor. He's been around so much. He loves coming out to our events. One of my best friends personally. I love seeing the guy here.
All right, waiting for the call to start. Probably picking banning stages. Maybe we won't go PS2.
These two are lock-in players too, man.
Is this a PS2? Is
very-
St. Clair just PS2?
It might just be. Look at it's in the background there right now.
You can see it twice.
Twice, yeah. For friendlies matches, no less.
Yeah. All right, looks like we're setting up. Storm picks up his controller. There's the fizz bump. So do these two have any history playing against each other?
Oh, lots of history, yeah.
So how does this usually go?
I have not seen what the Diddy Kong looks like actually.
All right.
Against the coming in a little bit late here, but I do not remember seeing how well the Diddy Kong has done against Conflict. I'm not sure if they've played very much since Storm has swapped over.
Yep.
The Snake Young Link matchup was usually going Storm's way.
We are seeing Conflict with his great area control. Storm finds their way up, sets up Banana. I love that punish there. Oh, just stuffed out by the arrow though.
These hypermobile characters like Diddy Kong, they're really, really good at punishing Young Link for trying to set up their projectiles. Because the startup and end lag for stuff like bomb pole, boomerang throw, very, very long, a little bit too long for something like Diddy Kong that's really, really fast, but you can just find a kill when you get a boomerang coming back for an odd hit.
That was a weird interaction. There's armors right through the first hit of up B. Conflict trying to get Storm off stage.
I think they had a trade of some kind going on and just multi-hits.
Yep, there's the up smash. Ooh, tries to go for the down tilt back air. Falls out of it though. Conflict going for the bomb recovery. Doesn't
Not
activate.
quite enough.
Oh, it is!
It's going to be enough.
Oh, there's the pop gun. Gets grabbed for it though. Storm tries to go for a snipe with the peanut. Doesn't quite find it. Just low profiles right under the up smash. We're back to even stocks here. There's the bomb. Let's see it.
One thing that's great about both these characters, very, very small, but they're both really good at finding their kills, which a lot of small, fast characters without a lot of power, they usually struggle with those kills. We saw it with T-Josher and Nick SF, where Josh was looking at 160 plus for some of his kills, where a lot of the stray hits just weren't happening. But there's so many confirms with bomb, with boomerang, with fire arrow, with banana, with down tilt. These characters are they kind of break the norm of being able to reliably find their kills.
Yeah, so both these characters are ones that love to set up little trap situations. Diddy with banana, Link with every projectile he has. A lot of arrows, a lot of boomerangs. And Diddy's they'll set up banana and they'll just down tilt. Because with that down tilt,
there you go, down tilt up.
There you go.
Up B.
Well, the Young Link too. I was even talking about the right character.
Yeah.
Who finds that down? I didn't even know that combos.
Yeah, that up B is super, super reliable for combos. A little bit different than the other Links where they just straight up kill even when grounded. Young Links is big combo starter on the ground and a very reliable kill move.
How fast is the outer shield? The other ones are what, frame 3 or 4?
I think they all hang around frame 6 or 7.
Yeah, except those ones, they just need the first hit. Young Link needs all of them, though, to get that combo up.
Yes, I think Young Link might be on the faster end. I'm not 100% sure where all three line up next to each other.
I love the bomb roll off there, trying to catch Diddy Kong a little before he grabbed ledge.
Really, really good against characters who like to go low and don't have super reliable ledge grabbing recoveries. Not quite what Diddy Kong is, but it's always good to set up because you never know.
Yep.
Nice catch there for Storm. He didn't try to get too fancy with the back air that time. Just went for the easy kill.
Ooh, I like the attempt. Tries to call something hard here. Storm goes for a punish, gets air dodged. Let's see what we can find here. We're playing very zoner-like here. Storm
big hit for Storm, but the boomerang saves Conflict from any kind of big follow-up.
Oh, get some shield pressure up. Gets poked.
Gotta get
through
poked,
it.
yeah. Storm angling his shield down. I think just may have been trying to roll away, or he was just that was the direction he was holding.
Conflict is going absolutely crazy with the shield pressure, though. He is throwing bombs, bouncing off that with the pogo. Just both players playing absolutely fantastic here, but Conflict managed to edge that one out slightly.
Those pogo bounces, man, they get you sometimes.
Oh yeah, you're like, oh, surely the move's done by now, and then it's just the last few frames of it hit you.
It's big shield damage as well, so if it doesn't poke or if you don't drop your shield, you're all of a sudden down to a very, very poppable shield.
Especially with how strong that move sends you vertically. We're going right back in with game number 2 here on PS2 again. We're gonna see a lot of green tonight.
So much green. I'm not sure if we're gonna see another stage tonight.
Oh. Who tries to pull Banana, gets hit by the boomerang. Conflict is getting his pressure going. Storm strikes back. There's that late hit of down air we were talking about. Unfortunate grab with there. Conflict gets him off of him.
Gonna get the grab this time though.
And there's the banana. Ooh, just barely not hitting it. Catches him with that up smash though. How's Conflict gonna find a way to land here? Ooh, we're trading for days.
Oh yeah.
We're Trader Joe's here.
It's gonna happen when you have so many projectiles flying around. You're just gonna have little random trades.
Both these characters have very fast normals that just hit each other. And it's like, Younglook has a lot of multi-hits. And if you only get hit by one of them, it's not that huge of a deal. But Diddy's aerials, it doesn't matter if you get hit by one or like any, or like multiple. You're taking that damage.
Yeah, very reliable.
Very reliable, very safe, very fast. Ooh, hits him with that peanut. Very tough spot to be in here is Conflict. Tries to go for that reversal down, or gets punished for it though.
Yeah, that's why that can be high risk, high reward. You know, if you don't get the bounce and you land on, I love this combo.
That was so cool.
I hate getting hit by it, but it's so cool.
Oh, there's the fire arrow. Doesn't quite get hit by it though.
That looked like some Z-axis shenanigans.
Oh,
that looked like
100%.
it was gonna hit. Oh, I love that reversal attempt by Conflict. That was one of my favorite things back when I was used to play Link. Gonna find the forward air, goes so far up.
Throwing the bomb down, getting the banana. Base with the throw into the up B.
But yeah, reversing the up B at ledge, such a great way to like just cheese out a kill with any of the links.
Oh, it's time for Storm to get set up. Catch him with that down tilt grab. Storm is doing a great job ledge trapping him here. Well, he might not be able to get those early edge guards. It is very hard for Conflict to get out. Ooh. Tries to punish that grab, might get punished himself. We're seeing a lot of whiff grabs here, especially with Youngling. It's really unfortunate to that long time. Ooh.
Yeah, those up B combos just so, the up B itself does so much damage, and it's almost a guaranteed follow-up into any aerial that Conflict wants to choose. Usually up air, high damaging move, lasts a long time, so you catch air dodges.
We're trying to catch that roll in there after the boomerang. Catch him with that first and
Ooh,
a
the
forward
drag
air.
down.
Oh, catches the monkey flip with the upper to take the stock.
Yeah, Conflict's second forward air hit got canceled by the platform, but it doesn't matter. He's still able to clean up the stock before Storm's able to do
And
anything
that's a
else.
clean banana
And
forward
we're
smash.
all even, one stock apiece here for game 2.
Very close game here. There's the setup before. Oh, into the banana. I love that.
I love it. Oh my goodness. You know he had that planned.
Oh my god.
He was ready to get back up onto that platform as soon as the up B
Absolutely.
finished.
Just like Conflict's ready to get into this combo, covering it with the bomb. There's the boomerang.
One thing that I've really loved to see from Storm with playing Diddy Kong the last few months is his creativity. You know, Snake, huge item character as well, and you can get so creative with your C4, with your grenades especially, and Diddy Kong just opens up the floor for Storm to be even more creative with how he can, you know, all the movement tech with Peanut Pop Gun and how versatile of an item that banana is.
Absolutely, yeah. There's catching that downer.
Yeah,
No
not
kill
even
screen.
a red screen.
Conflict going absolutely crazy. Storm, can't count Storm out there yet though. A lot of those setups, especially that last one where he hits him up into the platform, trips him on the banana and just keeps going.
Could have been so scary for Conflict.
All right, well, back to PS2 again.
Is anybody surprised here?
No, it's this Smash stage. Every Smash game has a stage they go back to. Smash 4, it was Smashville every single game. Now it's PS2. Going it back,
We
game
love
5,
running
game 3.
it back.
All right, immediately setting up by pulling their items.
Oh wow, the boomerang saving Conflict from the uppy setup that time.
Storm.
Yes, Storm, just one of the most creative players I've ever gotten the pleasure of watching. So I love seeing how he's able to really dive into that a lot more with Diddy Kong compared to Snake. Not that his Snake wasn't creative, but
Diddy's such an expressive character. Well, Snake absolutely is too. Diddy, like the movement, the items, the different like mix-ups you can do.
Yes, we actually we had a meme in the community with Storm Snake for a while, where like he plays it so differently from any other Snake out there that like we went to Michigan for one tournament. A lot of people were telling us like, oh, we don't expect Storm to do that well. There's just so many Snakes in Michigan. Everybody knows the matchup. He goes on like a top 6 run at like a 300-person tournament. It was
like he's not Snake. He's Liquid Snake. Actually.
Oh yeah, he is Liquid Snake.
Oh, gets that down to up smash.
We would call Snake Storm in game.
Yeah.
We would just be like, no, that's not Snake, that's Storm.
Oop.
Goes for it again. Doesn't get the reset off the platform, but he gets
banana.
it on the ground. Conflict slipped off the ledge and hit the banana anyways. Again, just so much creativity and how like these strings just work so well with each other. Even if you're slightly misspace, like it can still just work out for Storm so well.
Tries to go for an early punish there with the downer. Let's see what Storm could do here with the opportunity.
Big punish off of that whiffed up smash. Yeah, put Conflict in a really tough spot. Oh, and he gets the forward smash. That would have been really bad if he missed that, but I think Conflict got a little bit lucky with the reach there. Storm wasn't quite ready for it to come at him that fast.
A lot of times it's like, oh, I'm safe over here. I just get my punish ready, and you just get hit by that last stray hit.
Exactly. Not quite it. Oh,
Storm, I think,
bomb
expecting
came
that bomb
out
to
too
blow
late.
up. Doesn't matter though. Conflict, that unfortunate death. Storm playing very aggressive with that downer, decided to neglect the banana, saving it for later. I love that spot dodge.
I love those moves where it's like they're deceptively low end lag. People just try and punish them, and it's just, oh nope, it's my turn. Still my turn.
Actually, I get to play now, not you. Who barely
Wow,
avoids that
didn't
banana.
get
Great
slipped.
spacing.
That's crazy. I think mostly just lucky from Storm picking it up before it fully registered.
I think one of the most important skills you can have as a Diddy player is being able to catch those bananas being thrown at you. Because I don't think we've seen Storm get hit by one.
I have tried it myself. It is so difficult to play around it. I love the attempt from Storm there to try and take Conflict out early. Might as well play with your life when you're this far ahead.
Wall jump recovery there to get off ledge. Catch him with that late hit of up B. All right, let's see what Conflict can do. It's not over quite yet. It's over.
It's over. Goodbye. Oh yeah, Storm, so incredibly good with the item play, just from his years of experience with Snake.
Absolutely. Snake is a character that, like, he is very strong, but a lot of his options are quite slow, so you need those grenade setups, you need that up smash. He's kind of just shuts down. Going back to PS2 again. Snake kind of just shuts down an area, similar to what Diddy Kong does, but in a very different way. So while Snake will cover everything with grenades, Diddy's going to throw one banana and just force you to approach in a different way.
Oh yeah. You gotta respect banana and monkey flip especially. If you're a taller character, banana and monkey flip is such a deadly combo. Because what's your main counter to banana? It's gonna be shielding it, right?
Yeah,
but
then grabbed.
Yeah, then you just get command grabbed.
Right down there from Conflict. Unfortunately, using Fire Arrow in the wrong way.
I think it's crazy that they gave an item-based character where your main counterplay against them is your shield, and also just give them a command grab.
You know, we should go back to old Diddy. Give him 2 bananas.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, everyone gets 2 of their item. Well, I mean, Snake already does, but give Snake 3. 3 grenades. Ooh, great patience there from Conflict, waiting for the option from Storm, punishes it. Oh, barely reaching with that grab. A lot of what we're doing with Conflict here is he'll pull out arrow and disadvantage, which if you're not looking at Young Link directly, it's a bit hard to see, and he's finding a lot of these opportunities with it.
One thing I love about Conflict's game is he's very, very aggressive out of disadvantage. He gets such really good swings out of people not being ready for him to swing back.
Storm, however, playing very patient specifically to avoid this. We're seeing not a lot of run-in. Oh, very air dodge there. Catches the banana, and that's the stock gone.
There you go. Storm thought he had him with the banana, but Conflict was able to catch it and use it for himself.
There's the up B. How Storm and punches goes for a down tilt, gets the command grab, sets up banana again. Unfortunate
Doesn't
side.
find the forward smash. That could have been huge.
Seems a lot of projectiles coming from Conflict, trying to control all the space that he can. Finds that boomerang. Ooh. How are you going to land? He decided to just play on the platform, uses the bombs in a very safe way. All you need is that one hit. No, Diddy Kong doesn't quite have the power to kill there. Catch it with that nair. I love the way Conflict just tried to reverse
Big
the situation
parry,
there.
down tilt into up smash. That's something I've been getting on to Storm. You gotta get those down tilt to up smashes going, bro. He was struggling a little bit, getting dash attacks instead. But I love seeing him get
Rips
just
that up
more
air.
consistent at this character.
Gets the banana, parries it, great up B. Goes for something, doesn't quite find it. We are seeing Conflict just stand here in the face of danger. I'm just going to shoot a fire arrow anyway.
Oh yeah, Conflict slows the game way down when he falls behind. He just finds that down tilt to up air, you know?
All he needs is that one conversion to take it.
Wait for your opponent to make that mistake, and Conflict all of a sudden was down pretty significantly earlier in this game, and he's still in it.
Great little conversion there from Storm to get Conflict to 45. Still a very close game. Anyone could take it. Tries to press a little bit too early. There's the throw. What are we going to see, Conflict? Unfortunate whiff. Storm fully capitalized on the up smash. We're doing some banana shenanigans here. Tries to go for a tech chase, doesn't find it. Conflict walks his way out of the corner. Catches him with that last hit of forward air. Storm doing a great job changing his momentum there with that air dodge. Ooh. I love that little conversion with the Zair. There's the bomb. How are we going to get out here? Ooh. There's the boomerang. Doesn't quite find the kill with it, though. Oh, I love the banana attempts at it, but it might just be the death of him if he doesn't find. He does find his way out properly.
These two are just slow. Oh, wow, big hit for Conflict, and he just ends it right there.
Sometimes you just gotta let it rip. I have a feeling.
Those two really slowed that final stock down with all those just small hits from all the little projectiles and everything. But Conflict able to hold on to his 2-game lead there. I will say Storm, one of the hardest players to reverse 3-0, one of the hardest players to hold the lead against. This guy's been at it since Smash 4, one of the OGs. Adaptation is the name of the game for him. What a great run.
Yeah, a lot of the things there, though, like, you just got a gut feeling of, I need to forward smash here. This will take the game, you just throw it out, and they don't expect it. And especially in last situations like that, it's like, you know what? I'm done camping. I'm just going to go straight hands.
I love seeing players just pull the trigger like that. It's a lot of fun.
It's like, you know what? We've been throwing items this whole game. It's game 4. I want to win the set, so I'm just going to kill you. Just gotta.
Okay. Unfortunately, it is right around 5 o'clock, which means I need to go check on my Marvel Rival sets. I have no idea if they started yet. But
right.
It's been great casting with you, Tyler. Great to meet you today.
Nice
Thanks
to
for
meet
having me on.
All right, chat. I don't know if we're going to be right back or. All right, we're going to break. We'll be right back in a couple minutes. All right, welcome back, Saints Gaming Nation. I'm Catawak. This is JJ. We're here to commentate the Smash Ultimate Losers Finals.
Absolutely, and I haven't been here all day, but seeing a little bit of it, seeing a bit of that gameplay, brought me right back in.
Bro,
Conflict versus...
They're cooking.
Yeah, no, I swear. I wasn't paying attention too much, and then I just looked for a little bit. Insanity.
Yeah, especially, like, for me, these are matchups we don't see that often.
Yep.
Outside of Wizard, there's not that many young links.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Yeah, and Conflict comes down here. I think you heard earlier.
Yep.
Honorary Windsor player.
Yep.
Made the PR.
You guys have adopted him.
I
It's
swear,
like-
it's worth it. He's sick to play with. I swear I
Yep.
can't beat him sometimes. Sometimes he beats me.
Oh, and we're seeing players here.
There they are. Whoo, Nick SF Conflict winning. We're out here in losers finals. Winner of this fights Joshua. Eh? We're
Yep.
going.
Yep, you ready to see some me Sword Fighter gameplay?
Okay, hear me out.
Do you watch a lot of me Sword Fighter?
I have not, but I'm so ready for it. I saw that down B play in the replays.
Yeah.
We know who this is. He's
Yeah.
gonna hit some buttons.
So there's actually a huge, it's like a 2-hour-long video just made about how me Sword Fighter is actually just Luigi.
Yeah, no, real. Yeah. I saw that 0 to death. And we're straight in. Conflict already putting on that early percent. What are we gonna see here?
I don't know if me Sword Fighter is the kind of character that can deal with Young Link zoning.
Yeah, no, the reflector's gonna help him a little bit, but I don't really know. Yeah, there it is.
There
How
it
much?
is.
How much?
We're
he'll
back
do.
to the zoning moveset. Using tornadoes, using chakrams, just denying space.
Now,
Everyone is letting go of shield and up B way too early.
it's hard. You just want to punish. It's
like your use of muscle memory for fighting the other links.
Exactly.
It's like, oh, there's one hit, time to punish, but nope, you get hit in combo.
No, entirely. And Conflict, this reflector doing way more work than I thought. And again, Young Link can box, and I feel like that's the difference here. We're gonna see a little bit of
Catch him with
close up.
that up smash there.
Oh, great. Okay, holding the landing. What's the plan? I thought I saw confirmed.
Yeah, I thought he was going for that drag down. Didn't quite find it. There's the down
Great
throw,
ledge
calling
trap.
Nick out for waiting.
That boomerang is something different. I love to see it. Hitting that confirm, and here we are with only 2 stocks left. First game for Nick SF.
Yep, getting right back into it, shooting right through the tornado while you can't, it's a great projectile for covering space. You can just shoot right through it.
Absolutely. Transcendent doesn't deserve to be, but me Sword Fighter needs all they can get.
Yep. This character is not good.
No, hey, but respectfully piloting it, Nick has done a great job so far, and he's going to bring the stock back.
V Sword Fighter since Ultimate came out. That's what the SF stands for.
Yes, sir. Oh, I love to see it. And absolutely proving that here today. Getting to that losers finals, hitting that confirm.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, me Sword Fighter. I swear, I need to watch more of this. Conflict, not going to let that go untold. Hold on.
Great nair.
Oh, we
Called
saw
that jump. Nick kind of thinking about doing that little cheese where you just drag them down. Decides not to commit to it, though.
Yep, that dare does kind of come out odd, catches people off guard, and again, the zoning war is kind of closer than I thought. Seeing a
up B goes back again.
Do it again.
Do it.
Always
Let's
works.
do it 3 times.
I'm waiting for it.
He'll punish it the 3rd time.
Oh, great play. All right, we're seeing a bit of distance from both players. They don't want to be too aggressive here. They don't want to lose anything out, but Nick SF with the advantage now gets pushed back by that down air.
Conflict loves those down air reversal options.
I
To be
swear.
fair, so does Nick. Nick
Yeah.
will do it a ton, too.
It's just a question of, is he going to pogo, or is he just going to absolutely mix me for no reason?
Yeah. Are you going to get schmixed, you're going to pogo.
Yep.
Pick your death.
Pick your head. And, okay, Boomerang not coming in clutch here for Young Link. Up air!
Grab. No, not quite.
I think we're outside of percent range. Rage also playing into it probably a little bit. Nice tornado. What do we
And
see?
we're back to zoning.
That F tilt should have caught. No, I'm just kidding.
Young Link slightly better at it, just denying all the options. Nick with that shocker gets nared.
Okay, mediocre. I don't know what kind of punish game you can throw on that dash tag on shield, but I maybe possibly better. Good F tilt.
Catches that air dash in. This is not melee. You can't wave dash.
Trying to wave land back on
Yeah.
stage. What kind of game is this? Great. There gets caught. You're dead.
There you go.
Yep.
Very even game again.
Well done from Nick SF. We're keeping this mighty even. I see a lot of gameplay here. We're keeping it mid-range, close range. It's never stopping.
Boomerang tries to punish it with up B. Up B's again. Very big move as I'm coming to learn.
Oh, yeah. Looks like Misorfire might actually, have a hard time landing on that up B unless that nair or dare comes out, I believe.
Oh, that little dead zone right in front of him gets Nick off stage.
Oh,
How are
stressful.
You gonna get back?
Great bomb for the ledge trap. Nothing out of it. Boomerang saving your down throw up air. Oh, baited
Nice
out.
patience. Boomerang on deck trying to catch anything.
Uh-oh, Nick back to the side of the stage. What's the plan? Conflict catching
That
something.
empty hop arrow doesn't quite find it.
Another arrow.
We are scrambling.
Dude, I love the patience from Conflict. Holy.
Oh, stuck on ledge a bit too long. Conflict just showing he's been ready for this.
There's the boomerang. Never mind, we're getting a
These
trade
sword
out of it.
fighters, terrible out of shield options coming into full effect here.
Oh,
there's the
down
pogo.
air.
Oh my
Well done.
god. There's been like no kill screens today.
I swear, and
As
especially
it
with that
should
move,
be.
as it should be. The game shouldn't lie to us.
The game only does it when it doesn't kill. Like, Nintendo loves lying.
It's nah, he didn't DI it. Hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on.
yeah. Is that a stage that's not PS2 in the background?
Whoa! This
That's-
isn't Windsor. This is a lie.
Nope. Turn that setup off.
Oh, am I seeing me sword fighter too? Hold on. I see that down. Behold. Oh, the stage debate. They're looking in.
Hey guys, guess what map we're going to?
PS2.
Couldn't be. Never.
PS2.
Let's go PS2. That's what they're talking. Like, I want a stage ban. I'm gonna ban Battlefield, Smashville. You wanna
Town,
go,
maybe.
You wanna go PS2? Yeah, let's just go PS2.
Dude, I don't even know where Sword Fighter wants to go. That's the craziest part
So,
of this.
Only thing I know from that hour-long video, and Nick, I was talking to Nick in the car. Most of those setups don't work. If you
okay.
ban Battlefield and small Battlefield, he goes from 100 field deaths to like 5.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm getting right back into it.
All right. Hopefully we'll see one of them here, because PS2.
PS2.
We will see, and we are straight back into the game. Conflict with now the game lead. Can he carry momentum?
Yep, so it turns out Nick is actually nerfing himself by agreeing to Gentleman to PS2.
Correct, eh?
Yep. Sometimes, like, you just gotta be a bit ballsy. He's like, I don't need that.
It's such a long stage. People
Yeah.
forget it for a second, and it just plays into the game.
Ooh.
Oh, great bait. Doesn't catch anything out of the air dodge, though.
Conflict knows that uppie is not safe to do.
But
Nick
what is this
doesn't care.
damage?
We are
What is-
juggling. It is stale as
You're
bread.
dead!
No, you're not
okay,
dead.
you're
It's
not
so
dead.
stale.
Nice dash
Hashtag
tag.
not dead. What is Nick
Shock
doing?
grab?
How did we get here?
What's the punish on that bomb recovery? Oh,
There
I
it
love
is.
to
Down
see
to
it.
hell you go.
I even think it would have had a tech opportunity. That's just like a win
No,
push.
it's just, yeah, it's not even a hitbox.
Nope, can't have fun with that.
Oh,
Misses the
it's
Zaire, goes for a
tornado.
grab.
I like that shocker attempt in case he air dodges out.
All right, and me Sword Fighter back here. Not the menace I thought it was for a
clear.
second.
This is Punish City here.
Oh, yeah.
Nick doing a great job with these tech chases.
Uh-oh, Conflict getting a little stressed in that corner. Nick SF, what's he got up the sleeve?
You don't normally think of these sword fighters or momentum character. Nick, however, coming with that F smash.
Nice
Shocker.
My
Does
God!
it again!
Oh, I wouldn't even call that being matchup check. That was just like a
Yeah,
good edge guard.
you just got gapped.
There is no recovery option that would go rather than deeper. Like, that's too much of a risk.
Conflict is pissed, trying to bring this back.
Hey.
Catches that attempt.
I've seen it before. He's done it to me. Conflict's definitely got a chance here. Nice reversal. What's the plan? Edge guard that. Nice down smash.
Did Nick save his jump?
Yeah,
No,
it's
I
over
know.
there.
Fair, who would?
Who would? Who honestly? Yeah, that down smash was greatly placed by Conflict. Here we go. The great
Oh,
up B starter. 23% only. All right, we're not pushing it too far. Oh, and he's
Nick
getting
showed earlier, it's just any hit both characters can get.
so much percent.
Oh.
That's
Oh,
falling.
that catch?
Oh,
There you
we'd
go.
like
Nick
to
finally holds shield for long enough.
There we go. Up B not finally taking that. Not even a shield poke. And Tornado forcing that space.
Sword fighter not fast enough to capitalize off the reflected arrow.
Absolutely not. And oh, okay, Uppy doesn't catch anything from ledge. Oh, bit of a scramble in the corner. Nice Conflict getting out of there, holding that center. What do we see? Good chakra.
Chakra.
No trades on Tornado versus Zero. I'm pretty surprised.
Catch him with that, he's dead!
My gosh.
Nick with a very commanding game there, saying, I'm not from Windsor, but
Yeah.
this is my house.
Yeah. No, he's taking place, taking ownership.
Yep.
Josh is just, he's got to meet him. I don't know.
Yeah.
Conflict's feeling it too. I know he wants to see that set happen, but Nick ain't making it
Nick
easy.
is pissed off about that winner's final game, wants the run
jeez.
back. Nick wants to delay production as much as possible.
Yeah.
We're going game 10.
Whoa, I wonder where we're going.
Are we going PS2?
No way.
Nope.
Oh my God. Okay, right back into game 3. What do players got here?
That was like
That was an unlucky grab.
We are just whiffing everything right now.
Would have caught a shield.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, early percent for Nick, not letting it stop. 70 already on the board. Well
Nick
done.
is fully capitalizing off Young grab. Anytime it whips, you have like 30 seconds to punish it. There's the grab.
Holding the space
Barry
so well.
Russell to be in.
Oh, you're safe here, yeah.
There
Oh,
you go.
Pogo!
Oh,
Pogo,
Pogo.
Nair! Oh, not a good setup.
Uppy.
Oh, my 65, we're right back in. Conflict saying, nah, I got combo game too. Okay, you're not dead.
Not quite, you're dead.
Bait the air dodge, that was so
Yeah,
nice.
that
So nice. These setups, Conflict's got to be ready for, but I mean, it won't be too long before I assume the stock's even out here. Nick in the corner again.
There's the
Oh,
reflector.
great. Oh, that Nair says, no, you're not allowed out here. Oh, and we're back.
There's the arrow.
Okay, up smash, no punish.
Uppy in.
Odd punish, but I like it. Oh, the wall jump kind of making it dangerous.
Great delayed air dodge there. There's the up B again. That air up B's so good.
It's
just denying
working. It's
space.
great coverage. Oh,
I saw the up
You're dead.
smash. Like, I was waiting. It's like, all right, air dodge in, up smash, and he dash attacks.
I'd be a little frustrated watching Nick try to go through that platform and the game saying no. Up
I
smash
love
catching
this
great.
game's buffer system. It's so good.
Oh yeah, no, we all love it.
Up air.
Oh!
The up air feels so late. Like, it's like, all right,
I swear.
we're playing Smash 64 now with that.
I can't
combo.
even complain. That hit stun's real, but
Yeah.
Young Link's almost got it. It's got the wannabe version with that down throw.
The fact that you're saying wannabe versus me sword fighter is crazy.
They got one of the best links on screen, and what do we see? Yeah, no, me sword fighter's got a better move.
Yep.
Oh, good double
Ooh.
there. Love to see it, and here's the bomb. What's the setup? Okay, keep him in that corner. Conflict doing a great job.
Nick.
Uh-oh. Chakaram. Oh, then I hate how quick that
Oh,
comes
does
out.
it again!
No!
You can't let it be you!
Holy, we need to take a breather. Come on, Conflict. I know you gotten hit by that way too many
That's
times.
what, like 4?
Yep. No, really, honestly.
Uh,
Oh, that was, again, Nick just knowing that. And you can see the immediate recognition. It's like, I'm going to position myself here. It's up B time.
It's just, as soon as he goes, there's a neuron activation. You're dead.
Exactly.
Oh,
well
my
done.
God.
Both these players, yeah, see that? They got
Alright.
the, the idea.
PS2. Oh,
PlayStation 2. Hey!
PlayStation 2.
There it is.
All right, let's see if Conflict can bring this back. Nick going absolutely crazy the last 2 games. Conflict striking back.
I was going to say, Conflict on tournament game here. Losers finals would be kicked and no chance to fight T. Joshua, but already off to a start saying, nah, this is going to go game 5.
Actually, this is my game now.
Actually, I'm from Windsor. Got him.
Yeah.
But Michigan.
I have heard about Conflict's legendary losers runs.
Oh my gosh, it's insane. But honestly, he's got to make it real again.
Great
And Nick,
punish there from Nick.
great reflect, good. Catches almost a tech setup. That platform not being nice, too far away.
Great patience there. Nick just run up and grab.
God, is that just like a DI check? Does he just get to like look at the DI and say,
So-
yeah, I got this?
The way Miso down there works, you don't DI early.
Oh!
You have to DI like the second hit of it.
All right, so we're mixing this like I'm fighting Kazuya. All right.
This might be completely wrong information. This
Yeah,
thing told me this 3 months
misinformation.
ago. Like,
Oh, yeah, no, and it might help, but we pray, but huge damage again.
it's a sour
80%.
spot.
Conflict, gotta take that breather again. That boxing might help you, but it's so dangerous. You die so early to any sword fighter.
Oh, there's the B.
Uh-oh.
Conflict goes to get up first. There's the F
Why
smash.
are you almost dead? Okay. Conflict, gotta get back to stage
Tornado.
safely.
And you can't roll in this game.
Lock in.
Everyone's ready for the roll in attempt. There's
Wait
the
for
order.
it.
Not quite.
This character doesn't kill. Oh, this character does kill.
There's the
Great
bomb.
LB.
Gets back.
This is the risk we need to see. You need to
Yeah.
put everything on the line to make this back. Nick ain't gonna let you just play casually and win
You
this.
cannot autopilot against Nick.
No,
SF.
you gotta play to win. You can't play to not lose here.
Oh, Pogo.
Oh,
Great air dodge.
Okay, we're looking at a lot of air dodges. This guy thinks he's struggling. Nice, up
Air
air doesn't
dodge it.
catch. Okay, nice, boomerang covering. Good grab, we're in. Up air.
Conflict is mad. Conflict
is
wants
so
this to
mad.
end.
Oh, I love how active that sword is. It makes
Oh,
no sense.
chakra.
Here we go. Great reflex. Again, Nick, like, I can just take my time a little bit. I do not need to force myself.
I am zoning.
I am indeed zoning. A safe boomerang, but
Ooh,
honestly
love
scary.
the spot dodge call it there.
Great arrow to cover. What's the plan? We're back. Back air, huge move.
There's the down air to cover the Zaire.
Where's the bomb? There's
Oh.
the down air. The bomb.
Oh, the bomb saves him.
Okay, up air gonna cover. Oh, the
And he
bomb.
hit.
Oh,
Oh, it's
there it is.
active.
All right, what do we see from last stock?
Oh, there's the taunt.
Yo, what are you doing? The smash milk is the curse. Taunt to get bodied.
Nick,
Please
what
don't
are
let-
you doing?
Oh my god. No, this guy. Oh, spaghetti.
Oh, no.
Great punish. Conflict.
Nick,
Walk in.
don't let it be you.
He might let it be. Gotcha.
Oh.
What do we
Oh,
see here?
doesn't kill him.
Conflict.
Chakram. Come on, Nick.
Oh, here's the punish.
Tornado.
Great reflect. That boomerang. Not
That's
catching.
it.
Dude.
Nick does not want to be like clipped. He's like, no, I've played this game enough. I'm not getting hit by that.
That little hood just getting caught by that
Oh
tornado
my
corner.
God.
I swear that was great. That was well played. That was
Conflict
like-
is trying to give me a heart attack here. Like,
That's that loser runner. I swear
Yeah.
it's the clutch factor. When you see it all come together, it's scary.
if that activated just a bit earlier in the set, it could have been crazy.
You see the nerves immediately too. Last dog, you see Nick just like go the wrong way.
Nick
Look at
is
that.
just playing like a brick wall here.
Brick
He
wall
is
the
just
entire
playing
game.
patient, waiting for his opportunity, and finds it with those tornadoes at ledge.
Exactly. Let's not forget the start of that game immediately goes 2 stocks up. Like
And then
we
now,
are in.
Now we're gonna see we're gonna see winners finals again.
Yeah, no, it's
We're
a
gonna
it's a
see
run
either
back, eh?
it'll be either very fast or the longest set of the day.
Nah, these players are, how do I put this? Really,
They're
trying
very-
to hit that cup. They
they're-
want to win this.
They're very patient, if you will.
yeah, a
Very
little bit.
precise.
Okay. Yeah, no, Mario can move.
Mario can move, and like me, Swordfighter,
Misorvan can press that sword.
He can press that sword.
Oh, yeah.
And there's one thing Mario hates. It's swords.
It's swords. And that's not the biggest one on the screen, but damn, those confirms.
No, that Mario Backer is basically a sword.
You know what? Yeah, I'll agree.
Yeah, compared to Misorvan, it's a sword.
Sure me out. You got a dagger when you up smash.
That's true. That's
true.
like...
Oh, that thing's menacing.
That's like a whole Ike up smash on his head.
Now, can I honestly ask, I didn't watch the full set between the two. What felt like the most consistent thing that Josh had, like, just, because I saw it was so close, every game was like last stock, last hit. But what consistently held him above?
I think it was just those, like, he was playing so safe.
Yep.
We saw a couple times where he just didn't let it rip with his up smashes.
Yep.
But that shield pressure, me sword versus other shield options, garbage.
Yeah,
like
terrible.
We saw a lot of time Nick is playing like a lot of up Bs, and then the one time he tries to narrow the shield, he gets up smashed and killed for it.
It's so scary because even like double jumping on a shield to get out of dodge, you can't. You literally are just
Yeah.
stuck. You have no airspeed.
And Nick did not roll from ledge a single time the entire set until like game 4. The second he does it, he gets up smashed.
Dude, he's got intuition. That is the ledge trapping king of Windsor.
He
It's
is
been a little
just,
bit.
he's waiting.
Oh yeah. I've been caught by the I pressed get up attack. F smash spaced me out. Like I've seen it too many times. I have to respect that. That's one of the strongest aspects of Josher. That ledge trap's scary, man.
The one thing Nick has going for him here is momentum. He played that last set, played it extremely well, and we're going right into it. Meanwhile, T-Josher hasn't played since winners finals.
Yep.
We're doing random.
That's
all
what I
right.
love to see. Yeah, we're random picking in. Both these people got. You know what? Remember when I said they were really hungry for the win?
Exactly. Like.
This is about pride now. This is entirely what
we are seeing who is the better random character. Are we seeing random stage or are we going PS2?
I've been randomed pretty hard by T-Josher.
We're going PS2? Yeah.
Oh, could have hit the random competitives. Yeah. Come on, guys.
No,
keep in theme.
Let's go hand and bow.
Yeah. You know what?
All
if
right.
we get Brinstar random.
Okay. All right, going right into it on PS2.
Hey, that's
all
quite
right.
the matchup.
Nick knows how to play zoners.
I've seen
T-Josher can play some rush down.
Hell yeah. Guys, it's Light versus Samba. Never
it
forget.
Is. Ooh.
We're straight off to a great start.
All right, we can tell both these players do not play these characters.
Absolutely not.
Wait, hang on.
Yeah, you don't know until Nick pulls out this 0 to death Rob.
Yeah.
It's coming.
This is also a matchup that's like, it's like 50-50.
So, yeah. The player needs to play it right. If either of them do that, they're just so in
like
the head.
Fox dominates on stage, but then one recovery and he's dead.
Exactly. Fast faller light issues. Being a squishy with a fast faller is quite the combo.
Rob with that huge down air off stage.
Okay, great down air touch. We're not going for dash.
There's the spin. Laser.
Oh, he knows the angles. Hold on.
See, now if Nick was really raw with it, he would have reflected it back.
Real. Could have done it the entire time.
Oh, Gyro is still active.
If he was Mario, he would have caught it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are we doing? What is that?
This is that random's energy. Except your no dash.
Not quite.
Okay, T-Josh.
Nick zone out.
Back air? Oh, huge back air.
All right, back air at ledge.
And we really are just light, huh? Oh, great punish.
That move is huge, but it's not that big.
Honestly, people underestimate how good of a punish option Rob's up smash just tends to be. It just happens. Okay, we're greedy.
Right, get a bit egregious here.
Just a little bit. Shield poke. Here's the damage.
I mean, this is Fox. You can't whiff punish Fox.
This is Fox with a large hurt box character.
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to do? Oh, gosh. And 4% racking up. We're still a stock ahead.
Gyro.
Grab it. Sauce with it.
Ooh. Grab it again.
What's the plan? Huge up throw. Okay, yup, we're covered. Oh my gosh, Fox just great punish options. Nick, nothing to do with this Rob here. What are we gonna see?
T-Josh is doing such a good job keeping in the corner here, playing Rob like he's.
I respect it.
I respect it. Nick will never roll in there.
He knows too much. Okay. Nice distance gameplay from us.
All right, we are camping.
We are indeed camping.
Let's see what we can do here.
Back here. Okay, just get him to 100. Yeah, we can see. Oh, here we go.
This is Rob though. One little confirm.
True. I don't see enough gyro play. I don't know if Nick's got it.
Nick playing very patient here.
Good. Up
Maybe a bit too patient.
Maybe a little bit too patient. That nair save.
Nair.
Okay, what do we see? And we're chasing really weird from Fox. I know you don't want to do dash tag, but there it is.
Oh, if that was a back air, it would have been crazy. Spins right in. I don't know a single round that spins at disadvantage.
Give me that sour dash tag and sweet air. I want to see it. Oh, we're shining. Hello?
You can't shine spike Rob.
No, he's got gas. Oh,
that you can do though. Fox back air, very, very strong at ledge.
Spacing like he knows how to play Fox. Hold on. Oh, getting covered by a side B again. Nick with the unorthodox option.
Punish it. There's Rob there.
Oh, see a down tilt, see a dash tag. And the shield playing
up smash.
I'm so mad that punish up tilt, but it's fair. Good double forward air. No, we're not aggressing too far. Overextensions are a lie. And here's a little more.
Go.
What's that ledge trap? What's that ledge trap look like?
Oh, back air? Nope, there. Does forward air do more damage than back air does?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sadly. Oh, you wanted back air so bad.
You did.
Dash attack? No, nair coverage.
Very Oop, another forward air.
All right. Oh, dude, Nick's so stuck in this corner. Don't give up. You got this.
Nick must have like no fuel left. Like,
oh, guaranteed. And someone's getting up smashed.
Goodbye.
Yup.
All right.
All right, guys, go random again.
Go random again. That's fun.
I mean, Josh is willing to throw a set, but I think Nick knows it might be a little hard to beat that random. It's a
Come on, Nick.
Test.
You know you want to. Go random again.
No, we're content throwers.
Come on.
That's life.
Think of the content. Back to PS2 Classic.
I'm actually.
I think
so
that's Nick saying one more, maybe one more randoms.
One more. Yeah. It's an agreeable nod. Yep. Oh my gosh.
Let's go!
Oh, you love to see it. I wouldn't mind seeing the Ganon ditto.
All right, we got two top tiers there. Show me like Wii Fit Trainer and like I don't know, Ice Climbers.
Yeah.
Give me some like
gnarly.
Give me some characters no one knows how to play. Like Fox, Rob, anyone can play them.
Yeah, no, those are pretty like standard. You've watched enough gameplay if you know this game.
You see enough, you know the game plan.
All right, so Duck Hunt Rosa. Oh, what a match.
Don't give the zoner player more zoners.
Oh god. Okay.
Okay.
You know what? This is a little odd. I like this. You know, I kind of am not a Villager fan, but Lucas got some sauce.
We're gonna be here for a while.
Zare loops.
There's no way T-Josh can use their loops.
Guys, it's gonna press Nair. It's gonna be really cool.
Yeah.
Both players are gonna press Nair, honestly.
Let's go. That's awesome.
He's got Axe out.
We're gonna be here for like 30 years.
Yep. I think if I watch this right, I could see a Nair Axe, and that will make me such a Villager fan. Nair Axe goes crazy. Oh, here we go.
Nick is going crazy on the Villager.
Ooh, he knows.
He knows.
Okay, and yep, more percent on the board. T-Josh not knowing how to even press a button against him.
Jimmy, this is Lucas, and if you don't main Lucas, you don't know how to play
That's
Lucas.
valid. It's a hard character.
Yeah.
PK freeze the air stall. Nice.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you can't go there.
Not allowed. And what do we see here? Honestly, I would expect a more defensive, just Nair, hit up, you know, those back, dash back
Nair.
PK fire. Give me dash back PK fire. There we are. That's the character.
But also, Lloyd Rocket just tanks it. You can just grab it, too.
All right. And yeah, no, pocket as well, eh? That's a scary option. All right. Me clearly not knowing the matchup because I've never seen this at all either.
I don't want to know this matchup. Oh, Bagger.
Down smash ledge. You're funny.
Kill him.
Oh, no.
Oh, finds that Nair. What is happening here?
Misinputs galore. Probably. Ooh. There's the spaghetti. Dash attack beaten by
Lucas just kicks right through that slingshot.
Good have to.
How are you going to kill, though? There's Pika Thunder.
Oh, he knows.
Oh, he's back up.
All right,
Pika Thunder actually helping him get back to stage.
Oh, I'm seeing down tilt, forward tilt. Yeah.
Classic. He knows.
Okay, good forward. That's sweet spot.
3 down.
All right. Oh, the pocket.
I think he's trying to snipe these balloons away.
Oh, that was Nair up tilt. I don't know, man.
Now, which way does Pika Thunder go when you let it go?
That's true. I'm kind of concerned on how this just jumps out. It's got to go in a straight line, right?
It's to go forward or does it go up, though?
Oh, true. Yeah, based on how it lands.
Probably forward.
Are we going to see it even? Oh, no. Pocket holds between stocks, eh?
Yeah.
There it is.
That's oh, my God! Nick!
Why did it have so much hit stun?
What? Why does he know?
Yeah, this guy, you know, Villager seasoned player.
Yeah, like, he's been watching a bit too much Prismoid recently.
Nick, how long you been working on the secondary?
Yeah, he's ready. He's like, you know what character really covers me sword fighters bad matches? Villager.
Oh, here's a huge.
Oh, he has it again.
Oh, he's you're living that.
Fine, yeah.
Yeah, you're Villager. And that kick hits. All right.
Dude, that PK Thunder is just a better version
so
of Robin's
strong.
neutral special.
Yeah, actually, and it lasts so long, it goes so slow for some reason. Like, what do you do?
Imagine if Lucas could do that. He just throws it out and follows it.
Give him a better neutral B. Oh, wait. PK. Oh!
That's what I want in the next Smash game. Let Lucas air dodge out of his up B to keep it going.
Like Nikita just flies.
Like Nikita, like Wii Fit Turner's ball.
Oh, yeah. It's a free active.
It would be so cool.
T-Josh on his last legs here, 96%. We're a little behind. Oh, okay, hold on. We've hit flow state. Give me a second.
And we are back to projectiles. T-Josher just
there's
blocking
back air.
Oh my God, I respect the out attempt.
Man, we really don't like Lucas down smash in this house.
No, we don't.
I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it beat balloons, but no. No back throw to punish.
Oh.
Good have tilt. Is he listen? No!
Oh, there's the no, doesn't quite find the last hit though.
Oh, Lucas is a bad character, I swear.
Yeah, he's bottom 5.
Bottom 5. We're just spreading misinformation.
That's what casters do.
That's what they do. No commentator's curse yet, but I'm going to see it as T-Josh is going to get set up. Okay,
Ooh, I like the coverage. And there's the up air. Gets the 3 turn-ups. We love RNG moves.
All right, so from what I understand, I'm hearing to do it again.
Do it again. Run it back.
Run it back. Guys, you can go random competitive stage. Hear me out.
You can't.
This gets even wackier.
They can't hear us. Go open the doors. Yell.
Go open the doors.
Producer now on the comms. All right, so here's the actual rules. They are going to be playing random characters every single game. I'm assuming PS2. It's Windsor. I mean, it's Windsor Smash, so like go crazy. They're going to do random every game. They have one chance to re-roll. We're going in right now. They have one chance to re-roll each time. But that's it. We're just going to go random every single game.
Yup, News just hit the floor. They get a mulligan if they
I'm
don't
surprised
hit their
Nick's not mulliganing this character. This character, so I play Rosalie a little bit. This character is awesome.
It's weird. I swear, second hit and error is just like the one thing that clicks. Once that clicks,
Yeah. like, dude, land cancels with this character are so cool.
Oh my gosh. You know, I'll give you that. This character's got some sauce.
But then you watch her play it, it's not.
And T-Josh on the quote-unquote honest character. You know, we'll see the most honest gameplay.
Dude, Pitt is being called honest since like Smash 4. Like,
exactly.
He's not honest. He doesn't do anything.
No, he's just limited.
Yeah, it's like basic character. He's honest now.
He's honest, but you can multi-hit, which can shield poke and or mix. You're honest though.
You know, character's not honest. Rosalina. This character's got some stupid
robbery.
stuff.
And are we gonna see Nick make use of it? Here's a huge hit. I didn't know that Nerf Luma's shot range that much. Gosh.
Oh yeah.
Up air to cover. Such a light character.
Nick,
actually,
you're not playing me Sword Fighter. Don't down air and disadvantage.
No, you cannot cover yourself. I mean, if you got the star on you.
If Luma's there, maybe, but
a little bit.
Oh, very strong F smash there.
For anyone that doesn't know, the star's got more hands than Luma or Rosa. That thing hits way harder.
That thing's the real character.
Yo. You're just controlling a puppet, and it's gonna work for you.
There we go.
All right, look at this star. We don't care the distance Luma's at. We love him at all times. Come on.
You're seeing Nair for days.
When are we gonna see these canceled? Nick knows him, I swear.
He definitely does.
Good arrow, but missing. T-Josh are holding that ledge. What are we gonna see? And I love that setup from Nick. He wants to look for that air dodge. These guys looking like they somewhat know these characters.
Nair?
Better than the last one.
Oh, great up smash to shield there. And there goes Luma. Goodbye.
Oh, I like it. That's a real setup.
T-Josh are showing Rosalie is not that good of a character here. Getting rid of Luma immediately as it spawns.
Great dash attack. What's the plan look like? Okay, and we're just back. We're just back playing a little
like very patient here.
Bear.
Luma comes back.
Arrow snipe not quite working as well. F smash. Yup, yeah. I saw it.
There we go. All right, T-Josh are up a stock.
Okay, we're back.
See what Nick can do here to get this kill if he can.
Oh, Rosa can absolutely. Like, we both agree. We could just see something happen. Down air spikes. Yo.
Dude, down air, you don't even want it to spike. That Luma hitbox is so strong.
You're hitting like Captain Falcon Sour Stomp. It's just lovely.
You're getting kneed by Luma.
In full HD.
One of my favorite things Luma can do, she just like jabs the Luma off stage and just sends a charging down smash.
Oh, if the Belmonts could. When you see them dangle the little...
No, we do not want this character to be good.
Yo, Tony and BS?
I remember early in this game, people were calling like Belmont's top 2, just talking like nonsense.
F smash. Okay, I was like, what's the punish here?
Oh, Downer's right through it. Nick evening the stocks.
Possible listening our... Oh, and we can see Pip put on percent. Guaranteed.
There's the back air.
Oh, no back air. Up air to cover.
50-50.
I love that drag down. That was nice. Hold on, it wasn't real though.
Very scared here. We're zoning.
Nick, what's the plan?
Nick is not free. He doesn't remember the down B button.
I'm seeing star bits in a second.
Yeah, the thing's gonna die.
Does he remember the absorb? Oh,
I don't think he does.
I don't think it's worth it.
Oh, that was so ballsy.
And that's what we need to see from Nick here. If he wants to win this,
that's it. Nope, no, this is honest mid-tier. There goes Luma. Luma's still alive, never mind.
Dash attack didn't even kill either. I feel like Pitt's getting robbed, but will Nick make use of that?
There's the back air. Wow. We are seeing what makes both these characters mid-tiers.
There is really a whole chance. Like, I forget, this is the game-winning set.
This is Grand's.
Yeah, this is Grand's winner side T-Josh.
This is what you love to see.
That's FD in the back. Illegal. Oh, and on the T. Oh, no, that's stream on TV. Hold on. We're seeing both characters. Oh, look, both characters. Both players lock in. Look at them.
Yep.
They're ready.
They're locked in.
And there's the smile. I lied.
Oh, God. Okay.
The setup, you said you want to see a little bit of ices at least.
Does T-Josh remember ices?
He pressed one.
Okay, yeah, no, that's so fair. No one wants to see this matchup happen.
Dude, not even that. I could just imagine Belmont just like whipping out things and Nana just not knowing what to do.
Now, this is definitely T. Joshua's mulligan.
Oh yeah.
There's no way you
Dog,
want
even
to
if
play
I
that.
had slightly in ICs, that matchup looks so bad.
It's like if you got Belmont in that matchup, you're fine.
That's
Everyone
free.
knows how to play Belmont.
Yo,
no one knows how to play
Exactly.
Ice Climbers.
Bro, yeesh.
Yeesh.
Yeah.
Like-
There is no ICs to have. Absolutely not. Okay, and then we're just gonna see Nick's mulligan.
Let's see.
It's
What
just
do they
gonna
get?
All right, right back in. Oh, you know what?
Okay, I think Nick might have a
No,
Pichu.
T. Joshua does hit his Ryu and already wasted his mulligan. That's so sad. That's so sad.
Does T. Joshua play other fighting
that's-
games? Let's find out.
Oh, hold on. Look
My
at that
guess
priority.
is no.
My guy Nick. Wait, you've been fighting Black Twins a little
Yeah,
bit?
he gets
What's
it.
going on? What's going on here? All right, beats projectile. Down tilts. Yup.
T. Joshua's doing the Ryu stuff. Hit him with a Tatsu.
I think this is gonna be so difficult for T. I mean, you know what? No, I lied. You die with like hard jab show you at 10.
I mean, yeah, but can T. Joshua do a DP input?
Yeah, true input. I think he's got it in him.
Maybe.
I-
He's showing us. He can.
He's proving it. Oh my
Oh,
god. Okay, wait, no,
okay,
no,
he
no.
can. He can. You do the special cancels. He knows how to do it.
All right. Oh, trying to catch. Oh, I saw a thunder there. I
Nick
saw a
is
little
at
bit
kill
action.
percent here.
See,
Need one
great
down
toss
tilt.
All
All right.
What are we gonna do here? A little bit of Ryu action. Oh, back air. Yeah, you know about it.
You know what? Ryu smash attacks are strong enough that he doesn't really need to show you.
No, but I mean, the Saito special would be thrown out that S smash and then immediately
And
show you after.
Tatsu kills.
Yep, Tatsu does kill in this matchup. That's stupid early around 110. And dash attack,
Nope,
what a
not
kill.
quite.
Oh, the Tatsu
no.
reverse! The DI not ready from Nick. Honestly, I wouldn't be ready either. That's a wild Tatsu option.
Nick is loving this back air right now. It's so active and it's.
Flat camped? Yes.
How does Pichu get flag camped? All right, there's the air dodge.
Okay, and what do we see from Nick? Bring it right back.
There's
That
the up air.
7% ain't real. Uh-oh. Tatsu safe here.
Oh.
Absolutely.
I like that running up tilt attempt. Doesn't quite find it though.
Not quite. And honestly, yep, Pichu getting pushed a lot for these kicks. Damn. Yep. Look at all that percent. That's all we need from T. Joshua here.
He just needs like one or two hits.
All right. In the power invested in Ryu, you might be dead.
All right, I want to see a raw show you. I want you to DP on Wake Up like a Street Fighter.
Come on. You know you can't throw without falling on a plat, Nick. Not there. You've seen enough Natoru. I don't know.
There it is.
That's not the sweetest of sweet boxes, but we love to see it almost kills. Watch this Tatsu.
I want to run up DP.
Oh my gosh. You're playing a different game? Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, you never see the Ryu back. I always forgot
It's
the auto
so
turnaround is a
strong.
thing.
It also has no lag, so
Yeah.
Ashimo just loves to play this game, I guess.
It's so good.
Okay, now we're playing a little bit of patience. Oh, the shield break.
Oh, that would have been brutal.
Nick, lock in.
Lock
Don't
in,
forget
Nick.
You got Nair. Don't forget you got, like, grab. Just grab him.
You're the Pichu specialist of Ontario. No one else.
No one else.
No
could
one else.
never
I
imagine.
couldn't know a single
That other guy
other
just
Pichu.
plays
Yeah.
Pyramithra and Cloud. I
Yeah.
don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, ledge trapping.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Oh, the trade. Odd here. Okay, yeah.
Okay, goodbye.
Solid
Oh,
discipline.
pancakes.
It was all a bait.
Doesn't matter though. He just DPs right through it.
Oh, I love that he didn't down air. He's listening a little. Nick, what's on the back foot? That back foot.
All right,
Okay.
Nick is in a really tough spot. Don't get hit by anything.
Am I feeling the Tatsu? I might put money on this.
Yeah, I've been feeling like. Oh, not
really?
quite. Edge guard of Nick, go off stage.
Nice.
Oh.
Uh-oh. He's playing.
Oh, very dangerous here.
Oh,
Yep.
you're not dead. You're not dead.
You're dead.
not
Oh, barely.
So close. Rage, I thought, would have played into it.
Yeah. Now you're dead.
Border? Yeah.
All right,
well
T.
done.
Josh is showing he's the Ryu expert of Windsor.
And currently our champion of the
Yeah,
entire
that-
tournament.
You know what? We didn't go reset. So
Yep.
we can catch up a little
Production
bit.
save
We
your
got
soul.
plenty of other games to get through.
Oh, yeah.
That was some great Smash Ultimate though.
Gosh, well done from both. Well, I can't. You know what? No, you guys are the best. Content
Absolutely,
creator
yeah.
looking.
Content farming.
Yep.
We got some mad clips in that set. All right.
What a tournament. I only saw a little bit of it,
Absolutely.
but I'm absolutely happy with what I saw.
We love Smash Ultimate. It's such a good game.
Yup,
Both
yup.
players that are playing absolutely out of their minds. No matter what character they get, unless it's
Apparently.
Ice Climbers.
Yeah, no mulligan that.
You know what? I knew I'd mulligan that.
No.
All right. Well, that's been us, and that's been top 8 of Smash Ultimate. That's JJ. I'm Cataquack. It's been a
See you
pleasure.
guys.
T. Joshua wants to
Joshua,
say
you're
something.
winning!
Come over here.
Get that guy over here. Take the headset. Champion's got some words.
All right, T. Joshua. Do you know how to do a DP input?
I can try.
Did you do it a single time, or was that every up B just to...
I did one.
There you go. We take
But I
it.
didn't hold it
was
down.
it the
I didn't hold
was
it
it the
down.
whiffed one center stage?
No, it was after he hit my shield. I just want to say one thing.
Yep.
There's a single group of people that I play randoms with like every night. I play random every night. So when I sit down at the setup, do not ask me if I want to do random dittos. This is a warning to every one of my future competitors. Don't do it. Anyway,
Well, great job. You're the random Kings of Windsor and the king of the bracket.
Wow,
How do you feel?
I feel great. I didn't really want to come here and like gloat and be like, oh, look how great I am. But
Yeah.
I feel great.
Well, that's what interviews are for, gloating.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to, thank the people I play randoms with every night. And listen, if you can't beat me, you're not going to beat at me when he shows up. So
shout out Windsor.
Shout out Windsor, and watch the Sarnia Monthly tomorrow.
Yeah.
Do it.
All right. We'll be right back with some other games. It's been great.
Thank you.
Be back with Valorant Grand Finals right after this break.
Anybody from Smash, if you have raffle tickets, please do not leave yet. We are going to be doing a raffle after the end of the game that's on stage, about 10 to 15 minutes. Stick around. We'll have the raffle going. We're going to give away a bunch of stuff. Hey everybody, quick update on the raffle. Official raffle time will now be 7 p.m. due to the delay of the Valorant semifinals. We will do raffle right before Valorant Grand Finals, so again, 7 p.m. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Testing, testing. Are we chilling? Okay, cool. Attention, everybody. The raffle will start in 20 minutes once this Valorant Best of 3 is finished. Please make sure, if you haven't done so already, to compete in their final side games to get your final tickets for the raffle. Once that's done, we're going to start. We're going to have everything going. Thank you very much, guys. Don't boo. What the hell? Hello, everyone. Raffle will literally start in 10 minutes as the Valorant game is about to close. We are getting all of the people who are within the top 3 of both time trials and the Aim Labs challenge to come over to me, this good-looking guy standing up right here with his hand up. Not this one, not the guy waving, this one right here. Come over to us and then we can give you some extra tickets. If you are Amir M, Aiden L, or Jake S, please come over and see Chris right here as he's going to give you 3 extra tickets for the raffle as you place within the top 3 of Mario Kart. And for Aim Labs, if you are Zachary B, Nick L, and Zach I. Oh, wait, sorry, my apologies. If you're Steven S, Zachary B, or Nick L, please come over here and see Melvin so he can give you some extra tickets. This is last call for tickets. We're going to put them in the raffle box. We're going to hop into the pit. We're going to start in a couple minutes. We are at match point in the Valorant semifinals match. Please make sure that you're in the pit as we're going to start the raffle as soon as the game is over. Congratulations to St. Clair Academy. The raffle will start in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, everybody. Please make sure that you are in the pit so we can start the raffle as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Man's Land 2025. I am, well, now your host, Patrick Smoke Chambers, and sorry we're a little bit late getting to this, but finally we have ended our semifinals Valorant series. Shout out to Saints ACAD for pulling out the W on map 3. But now it is time for our raffle. So without further ado, I'm going to simply state what our prizes are and what order we're going to be picking them in. So first, I will be picking 2 winners who will select a piece of merch. It doesn't necessarily matter what type the merch is. You just have to select which type you want in your sizes and then go up to the front and confirm that. Next, I will be giving away these 2 backpacks, these 2 St. Clair backpacks, and then after that, we'll go with the Sky Pad, then the booster packs right here for the Pokemon cards. Then I'll be giving away the mice, the keyboard, and then last but not least, the booster bundle. So that's going to be our order of series that I give away. Yeah. And then, yeah, what's it called? Where are the tickets? I need the tickets. We need tickets here. Okay, so we have tickets coming out shortly, so we'll be selecting winners very soon. There you are, son. Let's go. Ooh. Sorry. Oh, okay. So first, I will be selecting the first winner to win a piece of St. Clair merch. So without further ado, shuffling through. This one. Oh, shoot. Sorry. Immediately. Let's go with number 525486. If you have ticket number 525486, you have won a piece of merch. I repeat, that is 525486. Do we have anyone who has that number? If not, I'm just going to select another ticket and we will continue and go on and on. Again, 525486. Going once, going twice, I'm selecting another ticket. All right. 450782. If you have number 450782, you've won a piece of St. Clair merch. There we go. We have a winner. Hello, sir. Let me just confirm it. Yep, that's correct. So you have won. Please, you can select one of the hoodies, a jacket. It does not matter. You can take your pick and then go tell the front desk what your size is. No, well, you have to pick one. Hold on, you have to pick one. You want to take the green jacket? Okay, go up to the front desk, show them your winning ticket, okay? Take them both, thank you. All right, now our second winner for merch. Here we go. Here we go. 450755. 450755. If anyone has won there, hey, Shift, what's up? Good stuff. Okay, Shift. Thank you. Yep, we have a winner. So please select a piece of merch. That's what you want. Okay, take your winning ticket up to the front, confirm it in your size. Thank you. All right, next winner. This is now going to be for one of our 2 St. Clair backpacks, okay? 525400. I repeat, 525400. Yeah? Congrats. There we go. Sorry about that. Congratulations, everybody. Round of applause. We have a winner. Just confirm. Yep, you're all good. All right. Next winner is going to be 525407. 525407 for a St. Clair bag. Is it Carl? Round of applause for Carl, ladies and gentlemen. He won with the St. Clair bag. Good stuff, Carl. A winner on and off the server. There you go, sir.
There you go.
I go. Thank you, Patrick, bro. There we go.
Thank you, bro. All right. Next winner. And this, by the way, is going to be for the SkyPad next. It's a glass mouse pad, okay? Winner of the SkyPad, 450780. 450780. If that is anyone, there's no shot. You've won twice. All right, I mean, congratulations. Let me see. Yeah, that's a winning ticket. That's a winning ticket. So you've won the SkyPad. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Your winner for the glass mouse pad. Be very careful.
Thank you.
This is why you guys need to compete into the mini games. You have multiple chances to win. The more tickets you get, the better your odds. So now I will be giving away these singles packs. I will be selecting 3 winners. You get 2 each. So first winner, 525491. I repeat, 525491. Yeah, you down there? Okay, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for your winner, 525491. We'll get the confirmation shortly. Sorry, let me check that. Yeah, that's a winning ticket. Here you go.
Thank you.
All right, your second winner for Pokemon packs. 525397. I repeat, 525397. Again, we have 2 double winners. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. What the hell? This is insane. You know, last time we were doing this, a good friend of ours, Miracle, aka Mike, he won like, what, 3 prizes or something like that? This is ridiculous. And sorry, let me just see. 525397. Yep, that's a winning ticket. Here you go, ma'am. All right, so next and last winner. Just get a good shuffle there. Drum roll, please. 525487. If your ticket number is 525487, you're the final winner. I see you up there, man. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for your final winner of the Pokemon packs. 525487. 525487. Thank you, sir. Take your prize. All right. Next, I'm going to be giving away each of the 2 mice, then the keyboard, then the booster box, okay? So, winner of the first mouse. 298016. I repeat, 298016. If that is your winning ticket, there you are, sir. Please make your way down. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, that's a winning ticket. Here you go. You get a HyperX Pulsefire Haste. I'm just waiting for someone to like bring me down a non-winning ticket, and then everyone else can just like boo them if that happens. Okay. All right. Your next winner. 298019. I repeat, 298019. If that is your winning ticket. Yeah? Awesome. Two 298019. Yes, sir. That is a winning ticket. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is yours. All right, this for the HyperX Alloy Origins G5 keyboard. 525410. I repeat, 525410. That's your winning ticket. Hey, Miguel, are you sure that's you? Yeah? 525410. Let me check that. 1-0. Yes, that is a winning ticket. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is yours. And finally, the 151 booster set. So here we go for all the marbles. Gonna get a good shuffle in here. Which one shall I pick? I'm gonna go with this. Let's go. Again, for the 151 booster set, we have 450802. 450802. Can I get a confirmation? 450802. Is that anyone's winning ticket? Is that anyone's winning ticket? Please, going once, going twice. I'll select again. Okay. Again, for the 151 booster box. Now, new winner, 450813. I repeat, 450813. If this is your number, Alex, you have won the 151 booster box for now. Let me just check. 450813. Well, you had to win it something, but there you go. Everyone, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. This guy ran our Smash tournament. He is rightfully deserving of this. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for watching our raffle. Congratulations to all the winners, and for the losers, well, do better next time. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, anyway, we're sending to a quick break, but when we return, Valorant Grand Finals coming soon. Welcome back, Saints Nation, to your No Man's Land 2025. We have your Valorant Finals. I am Patrick Smoke Chambers, joined by a familiar face on the desk.
Oh, absolutely. You guys are saving grand finals just for me. Make a little surprise appearance. Cast a little Valorant grand finals action. Tedward Gaming versus St. Clair Acad.
Yeah, immediately. You know what? I was going to say, maybe you should introduce yourself, but you didn't say your name. So this is Brendan Commodus Matthews, ladies and gentlemen. And, good friend of mine for throughout the whole program, and someone who I had one of my first casting experiences with. And, it was a pretty wild ride through Overwatch, but that isn't the game we got to go into right now. It's Valorant Grand Finals. We have St. Clair ACAD, the roster of Banson, Jello, Sushi, Varsiel, and Wombat going up against Tedward. It's going to be Nyx, Sev, High Rise, Coma, and Ant. So we saw these guys go up against each other in round 2. It was a very close game, 13-11 going to Tedward, but can St. Clair ACAD rob them in this series since they're coming straight hot off a win?
Absolutely. Momentum is the key for a lot of series, especially going into a finals there, because going into a series when you're losing, right, your mental's kind of in the dumps, right? Mm-hmm. But you're running off that win. St. Clair feeling good about themselves and confidence is probably one of the most important factors in performance on stage, especially on LAN.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. The mental is definitely something that is going to be the tone setter for most teams, just their nerves, what they're feeling like. But so far, both of these teams have had very strong performances throughout No Man's Land, hence why they're number 1 and 2. No matter what, both winners will get some prize money, but at the end of the day, whoever comes in first is going to make nearly, if not more than double than second. So they definitely have the incentive to really bring it. You definitely can't get very complacent here. You need to lock in, and so far, we've seen very many teams locking in on common maps such as Lotus and Haven, and it wouldn't surprise me if both these teams continued that same trend and kick it off with those two maps. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Maybe we find the Split or the Fracture coming in as the third map, but who knows? Because right now, from what I've seen, these teams, when it comes to the third map, they're very volatile. It can be literally anything. You could see Icebox coming out. No one knows, but I would say Lotus and Haven definitely your two confirms by far.
Absolutely. With Haven coming in there, a 3-site map, a lot of bait and switching, trying to get the rotates, trying to find those timings, and then Icebox. Also, I wouldn't say like the complete polar opposite playstyle of Haven there, because it's more of focusing on one site and then blitzing and then playing the post plan.
Yeah, you know what? As we talk about sort of how these maps play out, in terms of team comp, I think that St. Clair, whether it's our ACAD team, our Varsity Premier team, it doesn't really matter. We usually love our attacks, especially on 3-site maps, is because of the fact that the defense then has to stretch thin. And speaking of maps, we have our map bans coming out. So here, let's get it sorted. Ascent gets banned, and then there you go. There is the Haven, followed by the Fracture, and then the third map going to Lotus. So we kind of had this one figured out a little bit. The last ban on Split comes through. St. Clair, they just won versus Somber on that map 3 of Split. And those guys played very aggressively. I think that they made it work because of the fact that you had top fraggers like Sushi just absolutely popping off. The game before that, it was Jello. The Twins were kind of getting it going with the Twin synergy. But also, literally anyone could be highlighted. I mean, Varsiel on the Initiator as well was playing a lot of Fade in that series, and, well, he just did his thing. He was naturally gifted, it looked like, as he was working his way through, calling executes, and everything just seemed like it was going pretty smooth. And as soon as Wombat was gone as well, he started, he is actually, the main IGL. I know, I'm used to seeing the IGL as the Initiator, but pretty sure Wombat is the one calling the shots on most of these plays, seeing as he is the chiseled veteran of the team, because of the fact that he started this varsity program of Valorant with my producer in the back, Owen, shout out, that was your IGL. So it must be nice for our prod staff to just see his former teammate cooking up on the stage, but right now, I'm sorry to spill it to you, Owen, Wombat's definitely not thinking about you. He's thinking about the series ahead of him and what they're going to be doing for Haven first. And you know what? I would not be very surprised at all to see this series go the whole distance to go to map 3. But if anyone would be the people to close it out in 2, I'd be tipping my cap to Tedward most likely.
if you're talking about map score, yeah, absolutely. Tedward does look very, very strong throughout this whole series here. St. Clair does have their times where they fumble mentally in game, some mistakes, and that can bleed into just a yelling match. You know how the Twins are.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Speaking of Jello and Sushi, they have actually been very conservative considering what I know they can be like on and off the servers. So honestly, I think they've kept things in check, but I'm going to go and say it right now. I know, look, listen, I know a lot of the players probably can't hear me, but if you can, I encourage stage pop-offs. I encourage trash talk. Get up, get loud. That's what we want to hear from you.
We saw the No Man's General Discord. That was crazy.
We did. You got to keep that same energy. And honestly, I think what better people to keep that energy other than Jello and Sushi.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But also, if we're going to talk about the first map here, Haven here, attack-sided map here, due to the 3 sites, trying to split the map, trying to find just fighting for just ground, just set up ground for either the A site, the B site, or for mid, and then trying to put a lot of pressure onto the defense and make a rotation to make a mistake. It comes down to discipline. Tedward needs to be very disciplined on this defense side at the start of this map, because if they mentally go in the defense half and then go on their attack side, it could spell disaster for them on the second half.
Yeah, absolutely it could, but looking back once again on the players, now we can get our agent select. And you know what I was about to say, on defense on a 3-map site such as Haven or a map like Lotus, I wouldn't be surprised at all if I see the Vise being picked out, just because you have to spread that defense so far thin that the Vise can really kind of hold down a smaller site on their own, while you can then spread 2-2 to the rest.
Mm-hmm.
But again, picks coming through. We will see very shortly if St. Clair follow that notion, being that they are on the defense first. For Tedward, they start on the attack. Somewhere where I know St. Clair has struggled, especially on Haven defense, is against ISOs when they are on the attacking side for Haven. Sometimes they're not, and this just goes not only for our ACAT team, but our Varsity Premier team as well. I've seen them struggle, especially when the ISO just throws the wall down C-long, and you usually have that security of hey, we can just hold this with an op or something, right? You can just rat in the corner, but no, the ISO wall goes down C-long, you have the jet that just smokes and immediately updrafts dashes into that smoke, and that's ground taken for free. Sometimes there are problems with that. We actually see that St. Clair ACAD, they're going to opt to keep the ISO on defense, and that's going to be a little bit of an iffy pick for defensive-wise, but as soon as that half switches, it would be no surprise to me to see it work out, and that's why you're seeing Tedward also pick into ISO as well, that being Nyx, the Yoru coming out for both sides, the Cypher on both sides as well. They're pretty much mashing each other's comp. Mirror, and that is exactly what goes down. So there you have it, the exact same comps of the Sova, Yoru, Omen, ISO, and Cypher. What are your surface level thoughts looking at that one, Brendan?
For first, what I see here, so of course, like you said, the ISO. ISO has a very strong Site C hit on the long there, because that one ability, it says, can go right up to there, and with the Omen smoke, you can easily get a lot of pressure on attack, or at least fake presence. Cypher gonna be there to hold flanks. On defense, he's gonna be playing trips on the B site and the C site. Just because Cypher can place one piece of util and just play retake, and he knows with that trip on C site, he can then be confident that there's no one coming that site as well, to allow a better stack or a better rotation, or at least a better read, and maybe get a lucky stack on the defense site. But also with there, like you said, with the Omen regenerating the smokes, just so you can fake and fake and fake until you get either a kill, pick, or some really important info on who's playing what site.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more. The other thing that I think is going to be a key, crucial part in the series is immediately St. Clair. They start on the defense of Haven, right? That's not the preferred side, and they're definitely showing a comp with the Yoru and the ISO, very aggressive duelists who are usually used to baiting out and faking out defenders or attackers of the like. But the whole point is this lineup, for both sides, it's all focused on basically passive aggressiveness. And I think that for St. Clair, if you're defending against that passive aggressiveness and you don't do it well, we know that sometimes all of our rosters, I'm just going to go ahead and say it, they're emotional rosters. Sometimes they tilt, they dig graves for themselves, and I'm immediately saying this right now. Tedward will roll you if you give up those 5-6 rounds in a row and then immediately start kind of going silent in game. And that is something I think that St. Clair Academy, they have to watch out for. If they can just keep their mental cool and not chalk it, I genuinely think they could win this series 2-1 on maps. If the mental gets chalked though, and they start just giving up rounds in a row on the bounce, and you see them start to go silent, that's when you know there's a problem.
All right, looks like for St. Clair for defense, looks like they're going to get some information mid. If they don't say anything in, that Yoru is going to teleport all the way back to A once they see something. Sova now smoked off. It does have no information, but Sushi able to find at least three people coming A here. And here's sounds the alarm. Yoru TP in. Looks like they're going to stack A here, and Ted Gaming's just going to I think they're just gonna throw some util. I don't know if they're gonna commit though. Looks like they are though.
I was gonna say the Omen Heaven, the smoke to Heaven is definitely going to be the commit. The double tap goes through, and now you're just gonna be playing off of contact. Sushi, he's just lurking inside of that smoke, but picks are going the way of St. Clair so far. Double tap gets regen, high rise, able to take one, but the refray comes from his brother Jello. Now Nyx able to find one, but immediately gets traded back out. It's trades back and forth, and so far it's going to be the two Cyphers having to do it all in a classic 1v1.
Cypher knows that bomb's down as well. So
sorry, not Spike in Heaven, sorry, Spike in Hell.
Spike in Hell. But it looks like Cypher is going to go for the long flank here. Does Ant read this? It looks like he does. He's going to go clear out and just going to walk all the way to B. Oh, no. Oh, he's hesitant. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Well, he's just waiting right now. I was going to say, Benson, if anything, is just trying to retake A from A main, and the problem is now you've given Ant the 20 seconds to exactly realize where he's potentially coming from. There's no way you double back on spawn. I'm assuming you got to plant the spike there because you know you have a feeling that Banson's coming from that A main side. He would be right in that prediction. You got to take out that tripwire, but as you do, I'm assuming the sound will most likely be heard. There it is, and you know, that silencer on the Ghost might have been just enough to hide it, but now the fight through A main comes in, and it's going to be Ant on 9 HP in a dream, but he's going to be able to get the job done, clearing out Banson and the first round for Tedward.
I saw the play there for St. Clair, but that tripwire there that the other Cypher had put up for the flank there, even though he has a suppressor, he gets destroyed. Cypher gets the ping that is destroyed on the map.
You know where it is.
You know where he is. He's then able to just position himself because he just knows. And the fact that he goes for a swing, very confident as well.
Yeah, you know what? I was really curious. You know he's on that A main side. Do you then just go up to Heaven and hold from there? What do you do in that scenario? I think, to be fair, that's kind of the obvious play. So I actually like the fact that the Tedward Cypher just played down below. It just kind of left that little bit of uncertainty that, you know, hey, am I going to swing out, take this peek? That's not something you would usually expect, and that's why a play like that would work out.
Yeah, absolutely. But Tedward Gaming opting just to go up, grouping up with their guns and better guns long range. Yeah. Just to out-trade each other. They have the util. They have the better guns. Just going to group up together. They don't want to give up any free guns to St. Clair that's on a full eco here. And it's probably going to be a free round here unless they get over-aggressive here and start pushing things by themselves.
Yeah, and you know what? This is where St. Clair teams struggle on Haven, is they usually let teams kind of just take C-long for free sometimes, and especially early rounds as well, they can make that mistake. And they're not particularly good at playing the retake either. Usually it just comes down to just playing for saves after. I mean, if you're St. Clair, you'd like to kind of mess with the util of Tedward a little bit, but at the same time, I think everyone knows that you're in Garage, that the pings are pretty clear, they're pretty evident. You have the Omen smoke here, time's winding down. St. Clair, I don't think you're going to execute on this. I think you just save up, don't risk it, just save your eco.
Honestly, I think they're just going to die to bombs so they not give any free ult orbs just to speed.
Oh, that's actually very true.
Yeah, do not give them ult orbs, not to speed up their ult gathering and all of that. Yeah, like I said, they didn't buy anything. They maybe hopefully maybe a lurk from the Cypher or something might come down mid and get a free gun. But other than that, it was just like chalk the round up, get that buy round up. They're gonna have better guns and better long range. So it looks like St. Clair might be trying to fight for maybe a main control or maybe take a fight mid.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? I was going off the assumption that, hey, you know what, you just want to save, but you actually point that out. That's completely correct. Great analysis work there, Brennan. I must say so myself. But
I'm coming back.
Now,
I'm coming
you know
back.
What? He's making his grand return, ladies and gentlemen. This guy, he really, honestly, I really do think you should do this more. You're a great caster in your own right, but now, Tedward, they've strung together a couple of great rounds for themselves, and they're trying to add on to that. So now the B take coming through. Wombat is going to be the first line of contact. Recon Bolt locates his position. They know where he is now. throwing the fake, and
not a lot of
the blind
util
comes
actually
up.
on the Yoru after this round.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's running a little bit thin, and Sushi on the double tap, it is going to go away, so no more of that for your ISO. But this last minute ticks on by. It looks like both teams still just setting up for the oncoming take. Looks like Tedward, they're trying to man more of an A execute now, but they have to get through the Sova of Varsiel. This peek has to come through, and now Nyx knows of the position, and well, so does Varsiel for the other side of St. Clair, and this will be calmed out. But immediately when you have that, the Omen, note where that spike is. The rotate comes back through. You can just go through the B window and immediately now take your execute onto B. That's what they've done.
To be honest, oh my god, what a shot out of Ant there, getting Jello. Not exactly what Jello wanted. Looks like he was trying to get the planter and the Omen that TP'd onto the site past the trip. And here we go, a little retake here from St. Clair. Oh, but the post plant is too strong. 3v2 situation. St. Clair, not a lot of util. The ping goes off. Benson knows where he is. Sprays doesn't get him. Omen's going to peek out. Spray through the wall, but he can't get him. The classic. Can he get him? He gets them with the classic with the 3-round burst, but 2v2 situation, post plant. Oh, it's so much util, and there's just not much he can do. Benson trying his best here. Darts come out. He knows where he is. Spraying through the wall. The walls are made out of paper mache, but
I was going to say, it was enough to get the job done. You know what? When you have the Silva lined up deep there on that B window, it doesn't necessarily matter what goes down, whether you throw a Cypher Cage or not. You just got to put a bolt through there, and you'll get the positioning of the diffusers. So, great job there staying composed for Tedward, despite the fact that picks were going by the wayside. And they're able to immediately stop the retake from coming through and, well, string together a solid couple of attacks, one on each bomb site to go. And, well, this leaves a little bit of uncertainty for St. Clair now. You've seen one of each 3-on hits, but you don't necessarily know where they're going to go from here. There's not really a pattern that you're seeing. So right now, we see as both teams look to get set up, but Spike dropped cold as I think Tedward, they're just trying to gather some intel before they rally for their push onto C is what it looks like they're going for.
Absolutely. That started early around there. Since St. Clair's on an eco. Oh, what a shot. I don't know what I'm talking about, but anyways, the whole thing was there to like see if St. Clair's going to do a mid push or something like that, so at least they have their guns out and holding there. But mentioned able to get one, but goes down. Flashes go out. Not a lot of util left. Yoru clone just walking onto site there. Looks like St. Clair able to stall the C take and realize, also force rotations onto the C here. And it looks like Omen with the bomb gonna slowly rotate, but Sova is lurking right behind the trips. This could be the round.
And not even that, the fact that, do they even know about Jello
Oh,
and
he gets
Garage?
cleared.
They're gonna have to figure it out. It's going to be Varsiel getting cleared, and now 40 seconds left to go. Tedward, they have to fire everything at this A take, and here we go. Omen smokes, the blind goes through, it's going to cover Heaven, the teleport up there as well. Wombat with one, Sushi with another, both picks coming from the Sheriff, and that's going to be your spike gone cold. It's going to be the plant that needs to come through. Tedward, you have to force it, but right now your Cypher is in one hell of a predicament, especially with the Yoru ult revealing his position. It's going to be Jello with the wall bang, and immediately finds the refrag. It's going to be onto Wombat, and now in a 1v1, can Jello get the job done? Positioned on Heaven, the plant is going to go down from Ant. Spike will be planted, and now it's going to be a race of who can get first. But Jello comes out on top from the top-down angle, uses the smoke to create the perfect angle to see for himself, and finds the one-way.
Fantastic smoke there, because that smoke, since he's playing the bomb, he didn't see where exactly the smoke was coming from. So it looked like Jello actually rotated back out of Heaven, back around to main, and that's why the Cypher was like just staring at the smoke and not looking at the window there. And also a fantastic thrifty out of St. Clair.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? That's a massive round for St. Clair's now. You know, you're down in round count, but it is very close still. There's not like you're going to get any early predictions out of me and Brendan here. Anything can still happen.
Three's all they get. Three's all they get.
Listen, three's all they get, but 3 ults is all Tedward have right now as well. They have lots of flexibility with this as they have the ult count early. So we'll see if they choose to utilize this early on. It's going to be the ISO who tries to look to see if he can get anyone vulnerable, but it's not going to happen down A main. Are they aware of
the
high
Omen
rise,
TP.
though? The Omen TP up into Heaven. I don't believe St. Clair are, and
they heard it. They had to hear it. They had to.
If not careful, I was going to say Varsiel, he doesn't really know where to look right now, and he's going to pay for it. ISO with the first pick, the blind comes through, and it's going to be Koma, who picks up Sushi as well to bat. The ISO ult goes down, but I don't believe it actually found anyone. So now you just know you've cleared that position. Double tack activated. It's gone now. The blind comes through. Location revealed, and now picks coming off the board. Banson with one. Coma the headshot onto Wombat, and now Banson off of Heaven can find another, but Nyx standing strong. And in this post-plant situation, I'm not going to lie, Brendan, St. Clair, they might not be for very long, but Jello, he has one, a great TP as well. Is he aware of the position inside? Now he has the headshot. Jello, Jordan, very clutch, like the basketball counterparts. And I will say, when it really needs to be called, there's no one better than Jello to support you. Big time clutch there as St. Clair bagged their second round.
That was a very good recovery out of St. Clair, because when we were watching Sushi there, I don't know if he ran out of bullets, but it looked like either his mouse wheel ticked once on his super light, which switched out to his classic when he had his Vandal out, which led him to die on the site there. And then, but at least his brother coming out strong 2 rounds back to back to being Jello the closer.
Yeah, well, you know what? Again, like I stated earlier, Jello, he's one of the best closers on this ACAD team. When a round is in the mix, he's usually the one to steer everything clear. But now, St. Clair, you have 2 on the bounce, but you just got to watch out for any early picks coming through. If you play too aggressive too early, sometimes it just reveals your cards at play. So you don't necessarily want to chalk it immediately.
You gotta be very careful here, because also Ted Gaming on Eco here, you don't want to push by yourself and give him a free gun, and that gives him like an opportunity back into the round and also back into this game.
Absolutely, but look at Tedward right now, Brennan. They're setting up for this B take. They're just waiting. The Cypher tripwires have the flank located, and immediately with that Omen smoke util on, the teleport goes through, and immediately through Omen TP, you now have High Rise getting that spike down. Post-plant situation for
Post-plant situation, but not a lot of util for this post-plant as well. And also, St. Clair also didn't use anything because they didn't have anybody on B. Other than like an Omen smoke, you can regen. High Rise able to get the trade. Jello gets the trade back, though. They're trying to clear out that window, because if they don't... Oh, what a shot out of Coma! But the smoke comes out here. Oh, Sova throwing out the ult there to stop the defuse.
Oh my god,
Nyx! There was a round there, then all of a sudden Nyx, in less than a second, kills 2 St. Clair players. And Ted Gaming back in the driver's seat.
Well, you know what? Any game is winnable until, well, 2 Vandal headshots come back. It's just unfortunate, you know, the players from St. Clair, they just lined up. It wasn't even like Nyx had a lot of work to do, just had to keep the crosshair in the same place he found the first pick, and
He
great job.
He didn't even realize.
Good composure.
He was just like, oh, that's another player. He just kept holding them as one.
Yeah, you know what? It's just one of those scenarios. We've seen that a little bit earlier. I remember someone with the Odin on Lotus was able to do the exact same thing, and it's just unfortunate when you have those lineups go through. But St. Clair, you know, it's not one to really ogle out, although you have to really play Eco now, so it's going to be very interesting to see how St. Clair take this defense.
Oof. Yeah, I was going to say Benson playing very aggressive here, realizing there's no one mid, so it's definitely more likely an A hit. But he's just going to sit there, I guess, maybe playing for an exit.
There's no way.
Oh,
that's so good. Should find the second as well. Coma, how have you gone through completely unscathed in that position? And that's going to be huge for Tedward. Benson, is it even worth it? You're just really trying to do this to screw over some eco, but at the same time, you can only really do that to 2 players right now for Tedward. Whether he picks off High Rise or Ant, that will really be the only play that matters. Anyone else,
he can get the ISO here.
It doesn't really matter because you can just buy back, but now the ISO peeks around. Nyx on that Vandal has seen nothing but headshots.
Absolutely.
And when you're doing stuff like that, rounds, they come in bunches.
Absolutely. And also the confidence and the momentum swing back into Ted Gaming here. You know, this all started back when they were on an eco round, on a thrifty. And all of a sudden, they win the eco round, bang, bang, bang. Now it's 5-2, Ted Gaming here.
Right, I mean, Tedward, you know, they're doing a pretty good job right now of isolating Gunfight St. Clair. I feel like they're not necessarily doubling up as well as I wish they would, and sometimes you get the double up, and, well, nothing really happens in your favor. We saw it happen last time, and while Nyx cleaned 2 heads off of your shoulders,
the
garage,
on
I was going to say, this is very key. I've actually seen more ISOs, if anything, choke on their ults than clean them out, but Nyx is not going to let that happen this time. The blind comes through, but Koma, partially blinded himself, is going to be able to find the head of Banson. Plant goes down on the C side, and, well, is there really any shot that St. Clair pushes into this at all?
If anything, they play for picks or like exits here, but it's just there's like your team. They just basically took Cypher free killing too, so it's like not pretty hard to retake, especially when you're down 2 people, right? Oh, but Varsal couldn't get he didn't get the pick, sadly. You know, that door wasn't broken, so he can't wallbang through it yet, and also give away his position. But it looks like St. Clair's just going to save the 2 guns and play for the next round.
You know, you really have to, but I will say you would not much rather have that Vandal, that save, in anyone else's hands other than Sushi, a guy who can really just pop off in any given moment and start absolutely fragging his life out. And it's actually going to be Varstiel who finds one on Nyx as well, so that's a little bonus. It's a little nice.
Well, an extra Altor.
You know, it's a little something to take away, despite the fact that you guys lost the round. But, you know, I was going to say, the pressure, if anything, in my opinion, is on Tedward, and the reason being is for this. Haven is such an attacker-friendly map, you don't want to give away attacking rounds, obviously. Any defensive rounds that St. Clair takes, it just kind of ends up being buffers that they allow themselves on the attack.
Absolutely. Like, so St. Clair just needs to win, like, 3 rounds minimum to make this a game. If they win 3 rounds only, like, they need to win the pistol round or else it's kind of game. But if St. Clair can be able to just get, like, just the last rounds here on the half, like last 3, St. Clair in a good spot for the next half.
I was going to say, if you were going to tell me that the half would finish off as like 7-5 or even 8-4, I'd be telling you Tedward might actually be in a little bit of trouble. But for now, that has not been the case. Tedward, they've looked pretty
Cypher
calm.
pushing up through the smoke here.
I was going to say, that Cypher's just making his way down C-Long, taking the aggressive gunfight, but Nyx, cold in composure, finishes off Banson. However, Sushi, with the refrag,
They saw 2 and A. Look at that.
C2 and A, and now the rotate comes through C as well. It's going to be a full send right now from Tedward, but are they aware of Jello's positioning? The blind comes through from the left side, and now they most definitely know. The garage player from the Cypher, though, has walked completely by him, and this is going to be very interesting to see how Ant utilizes this pick from spawn. Koma finds one. Jello
gets
with
2.
another. He gets 2, but it does not matter. Sushi on 10 health.
30 seconds left.
We'll have to try to delay this.
He shoots the
And immediately when you shoot the decoy, now your position is known. Tedward, they can just back away and play long angles for this post plant with Sushi on 10 health.
Since Sushi knows he was close to him and he's running back, Sushi does have a timing here that maybe he can get the 1v1 onto Nyx. If he gets that close enough, he then knows that Yoru has to speed up and give away his position here for the post plant. But Jello also on 10 HP. Slowly looking up the site here, jumps up, he jump speaks, knows where it is, the shield goes down, but the jumping classic, all reliable.
You know, it didn't necessarily matter because, especially when Sushi, when you take into the fact that he's on 10 health, yeah, you pull up the classic for that alt fire, only one has to hit, and he's done and dusted, right? So you take your chances when you use the burst instead of, well, the AR, it's going to be in much better favor of you. So now, Tedward, they get the job done yet again, as they should. 7-2 your round count. And I will say, right now, as it stands, they are looking very good and on track to take this map 1 dominantly.
Absolutely, but let's not give St. Clair. Let's not.
Only down by 5.
Let's not write off St. Clair just yet.
Only
but
down
look
by
how
5
they
on
have
Haven
3
defense.
alts right now. They have a lot of alts here for 2 rounds here that could basically force them at least 2 more rounds into their back pocket and making them gives them a chance to have a good run on the attack side here.
That being said, the only problem that I think that St. Clair is going to face right now, if anything, is they just need to keep a clean head on their shoulders. I think that this is sort of these moments where you're down by 5, your rounds are starting to slip away a little bit. For St. Clair, they might start to chalk each other mentally when you don't really have to in this scenario just yet. The game is still very much in winnable position, so we'll have to see if they can just keep it cool for now. The double tap goes through. Nyx taking space in B, has to find one, but no, Varsiel! The headshot puts the ISO down quickly.
Absolutely. St. Clair's always had a problem holding this B site here,
Yeah.
but getting that just getting that pick and then following off the play for man advantage, like retake with a man advantage, is the higher percentage play here. A very smart, disciplined play instead of going for another a kill. Like you see a lot of players just go for, I'm just gonna go 1v3.
Right, I mean, Varsio finds 2 off the Sova ult, and you know what? 1v3, give him a third one as well at the Sova ult.
Legless.
It doesn't matter. Coma, have they spotted it? Oh, a double headshot! And all of a sudden, this round has been picked back up. 12 seconds, though, and you need to make a play. You can receive the spike, but you need to find these 2 picks. Running for Plant St. Clair. They can hear this. The swing comes through, but no time to send out the flash. It's going to be Banson who cleans up, and St. Clair, they take a 3rd round.
You know, that round was looking really good for St. Clair. Getting the 4 kills, and all of a sudden, just one play almost makes that round unwinnable. To it, you have a chance, right?
They really love lining up just right behind each other, making sure they can give the perfect double headshot.
An opper's paradise, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, for sure. But no ops have been brought out just yet, unfortunately. But man, you know what?
Listen, I understand playing together in trade, but maybe not that together.
Well, you know, the double stack is interesting. It's just one of those cases where somebody needs to be crouching in order to force that.
It's not even a high-low situation.
You need to force that difference.
They both just kind of, it's like an eclipse in a way.
You know what? But in this Eclipse viewing experience, the only thing that you're going to see is bullets straight to the cranium. As right now, Nyx trying to see if he can capture Varsiol on that A main, but it didn't happen, and instead, Varsiol able to take the first one off of Coma. Varsiol, a player who is just so good in his own right when he gets locked in. He kind of gets into this zen-like state when playing on the Sova, and sometimes the man just simply can't be stopped. We saw with the Hunter's Fury, picked up 3, now baits the shots through A main, and now St. Clair, they know exactly where this Tedward push is threatening to go. However, I would not be surprised if we see a rotation soon, given the fact
Cypher
that
jumping into the window, though. Does he know? He doesn't know.
Yeah, you know what? This is very interesting. Very interesting. Ant should have a free one. You just have to keep calm, keep your composure, and there you go. The Cypher ult going through as well. The neural network should be able to reveal positions of St. Clair members. Now you know 1 C long, the other 2 rotating through B.
But Yoru still has long.
He is going to use that dimensional drift to gather all that intel, sorry.
He's now holding the flash, waiting for his teammates to be all up there.
This is perfect.
Out.
Close range, can't let the range go
but
through.
But he only has a Bucky.
I was going to say, it's just so hard. You can't play the range here, but the wall down from the ISO is brilliant. It actually covers the diffuser, but no, it runs out in time. High Rise with 2, flanking around. Can he get the 3rd? No, switch to the classic. Finds one. No! It's going to be Sushi who closes it all out, and St. Clair, they get their 4th round and maybe a 5th for insurance. And right now, I have to say, Tedward, now I start to get a little bit worried for you.
I think Tedward is actually playing okay. It's unfortunate that all their post plan util was dead before they were able to get offside. Like the Sova dies there, which is basically your only post plan as well, right? But the one thing I saw St. Clair doing now is you know how I mentioned earlier how they get the 1 pick and they fall off, right, and play the numbers. They're getting really disciplined now. The more this game goes on, the one problem I'm having is the gaps they're not respecting in their defensive line. So how many times have we watched Ted Gaming just walk through something and get just shoot a St. Clair player in the back? Right?
It's been a whole lot, especially even last round with the Cypher just walking through Garage unscathed, finding Benson.
You have to respect that. You have to.
But now the ISO ult comes through. Don't think it picked up anyone. Oh no, it did pick up someone, and it's actually going to be Sushi.
But Sushi
who finds the pick, so that's going to be Yoru less Tedward. But now, Spike has gone down, and now St. Clair, they do the thing they're not very good at historically, and that's retakes on C on Haven.
Op on Jello here, though. Very, very bold.
You know, if you have an op, you have a chance. You only need to land 1 shot, but sometimes the shots just have to get landed by your teammates instead. Banson finds 2 with Sushi supporting with the last. And now it's going to be St. Clair who take their 5th round on defense, and I would say they're very comfortable with a 7-5 swapping over to the attacking side.
They really turned that defense side around. Yeah. Because listen, they lost pistol. They lost basically the full save round, right? Yep. So that's 2 rounds. The fact that they lose basically 2 rounds guaranteed, and then still able to put
You
up
basically
5.
go 5-5 on defense, essentially.
If St. Clair wins pistol, watch out. Watch out. They're coming for you.
Yeah, you know what? But one thing I will say is that St. Clair historically, no matter what team it is, hasn't been very good in the pistol rounds because usually we like to play more of an aggressive style, and pistol rounds, what they require is discipline if you want to see them through. And
Discipline and trading.
I was
That's
going to
all
say,
it is.
it's, you can't really trade when you're used to double stacking with your teammates and getting headshot,
You
but
have all that util, all that fancy dance
know,
and stuff, but nah.
screw that. Let's just double up and just both die at the same time. I know it's harder, easier said than done, but right now, see if St. Clair can bag this pistol round and get themselves, basically, you would think, in 7-7 range. Players working themselves to the garage. I don't think they're aware now of that Omen who's going to drop down, and Ant finds one. The Cypher and the Omen playing off contact with each other, but it is all tied up.
Are they going to speed back up to A? Actually, I think they know that the Cypher util is on A now, actually.
That being said, it seems like they're just rotating to it anyway. I think that they're trying to maybe see if this ISO can bait someone to kind of, this Yoru to kind of put back into B, but it
they
doesn't
don't know
happen.
about the trip, actually. They don't know about, oh, they know it. Now they do. Now they
I was
do.
going to say,
We saw the
but
ping.
that being said, they're already so deep in. What are they going to go for here? They're going to go back to B. It seems like
looks
that
like B.
might be the play. That being said, they have to watch out because both sides are being held on crosses. You can't make your way through garage either. It's being held by the Omens, so it's going to be very hard to play this one out. Actually seems like they're going to go for potentially that C long take, but
They want to save both smokes for a C hit here.
that being said, the Cypher will immediately see someone, and this will be calmed out
hears them.
almost instantly, especially off the sound. The comps are going out. Look at the minimap. Everyone's going over. The Omen blind comes through, but now the execute has to go down. St. Clair popping shots to the garage, but no one yet biting. It's going to be Ant who finds Wombat through the smoke first. Immediately, the jump comes through. Jello with the classic. Cleans up, 7 seconds left. Picks have to come through. St. Clair, they're trying to find picks, but all of a sudden the trades come through, and Nyx is going to be on the winning side of those, finds 2 respectively, and is going to be able to bag Tedward Gaming their pistol round, and, well, pretty much their 9th. You could write it off as well, barring a miracle.
I think that was honestly unfortunate for St. Clair because their entire game strategy, they got the first pick, right? And they wanted to insert somebody into garage just to keep tabs on the C rotates and the B rotates. But the problem is when they insert the guy into garage, he got flash and just Cypher just cleared him, right? So basically all the util, limited util they had into getting somebody into a window was basically all for nothing.
Yeah, we know what the problem is right now is, St. Clair, they're really lining up for B right off the bat, and that's okay, but I was going to say, you can't really do anything on C because you have Coma with that Outlaw who's just holding C long. The second you show yourself with a pistol, you're done and dusted. Let's see how they attack this. This should affect a lot of people. So many vulnerable, and Nyx should be able to bag a couple of kills here. Double tap goes through the reload, though. Ran out of ammo, and now Varsiel should be able to pick up that Guardian. So now St. Clair, they have a gun. High Rise, though, just as quickly as St. Clair thought they might have had a chance, immediately sweeps the rug from under their feet. 2 with the Bulldog, and now Benson, the only remaining player left. And with Spike's position, well, it's all but over.
Yeah, it looks like Tedward Gaming going up 9-5 here, but next round is going to be a full buy round for St. Clair, and hopefully they're able to get their momentum back, get their mojo back, and saw more of what we saw at the end of that defensive half from St. Clair with the trading, the discipline plays.
At the same time, you know what, I mean, as far as Sev is concerned, he knows exactly where this St. Clair player is, shows the head immediately. Benson does the work for him, uncrouches and exposes the head right into the crosshair. Sev, great discipline despite seeing nothing on the recon dart. Hears the sound, knows just stay composed, and finishes the playoff rightfully so as Tedward take another round.
Absolutely no. Now this is where St. Clair, you have to win this round. If they don't win this round, you need a
This is a problem.
timeout. You need a
Yes.
timeout right after that because it's just like if you then lose, like
You're full buying, your economy's chopped.
Yeah, like they have no money left. They go into an eco, and then all of a sudden, it's kind of
You're looking at an 11-5.
It's kind of
right,
your
at
last
that
buy
point.
round. It's like your last buy round, and it's very important here.
So we'll see how it treats them. These are some shots that Wombat you really would have wished could have landed, but that being said, Coma now definitely one shot, but the position is known
though.
with the shoddy as well. I was going to say there's no shot that High Rise sells that in garage and will pick up Wombat, but Sushi finds one at a Coma. So the pick does get confirmed, but that being said, Sushi on very low health himself has to watch out. Doesn't have double tap available either, I wouldn't imagine. So probably is run out by now, even if he got the refresh.
Well, St. Clair also getting the trade on attack side is a lot of benefit. As I speak, I cast cursed it.
I was going to say, you know what the problem is you have Sushi actually being the first point of engagement there, and because he's on 1 health, it's just such an easy pickup. And now, because of that, Tedward, they can just get that pick and immediately pull back. Makes St. Clair have to force the pace. 45 seconds left to go.
Omen has fully cleared C. They know it's either A or B.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what? I'm very interested to see how this Omen works around the Cypher trip as well. But B has to come through, and now Nyx is just waiting with open arms on the Guardian. Finds one. The jiggle peek around, finds a second. One. He should be able to maybe claim the third. No, Sev is going to be able to shut out the lights on Varsiel. And now, Tedward. They've done a good job, and because of that, I'm not gonna lie, I'd be very easily swayed to say that Tedward, courtesy of Ant's Venom Face, is gonna be able to get this first map done and dusted, barring a generational throw.
Absolutely. St. Clair is on a lifeline right now.
You got a timeout here. We said it earlier.
Yeah, you have to do a timeout, or at least do the timeout on your next buy round here. It's either now or next round. It looks like they're going to opt for next round if they do a timeout out. You know.
Well, we'll see. But for now, Sheriff's lining St. Clair's men. Is
Nyx no?
I was going to say, to be fair, you can just rat in corners and see what happens. And all of a sudden, each pick that goes down, that's also going to be most likely a gun gain for St. Clair. All of a sudden, St. Clair, the flick from Banson, disgusting. 3 picks the way of St. Clair. Tedward, they get a little too over-aggressive.
Oh, Coma, look at this.
You got to think maybe the picks come through, but no. St. Clair, they've done an absolutely great job of utilizing the guns they have at their disposal, and they find themselves picking up Vandals, Phantoms of the sort. Recon Dart comes through, but the second that dart lands, you know the Sova still has the bow out. Banson can immediately peek on through, finds the last one.
A flawless thrifty out of St. Clair.
And
St. Clair,
that is
known for just like, oh, it's so over, and they bring you right back.
Well, that's so huge for St. Clair as well, not only just for in terms of what it means for economy, but also for the mental as well. You lose that round, I can easily see, despite a timeout being called, St. Clair being like, hey, you know what, this one might be done and dusted. I know what their players are like, but this time around, now it is completely flipped the storyboard, and now they still have 2 buffers left to give, and St. Clair, just gotta hope they use them well. Double tap goes on the ISO for
needs to stay alive.
The peek comes through, and I like using that to at least, you know, at the crouch level, protect the heads of your teammates, but this needs to go down. Sushi, you need to find this. The flick comes through, and there it is. And the Cypher gone. Reclaims the double top as well as now the C push comes through. Jello trying to see if he can plant that spike, and it will be successful. Wall comes through now, and you're wondering where to reposition. They seem to be very aware of the fact that there might be a player lurking in garage, but Sev claims one. You just have to watch crosses here. St. Clair, you don't need to get too over-aggressive. That's going to be your downfall. Keep one too long and kill time. Nyx finds one, and immediately it's going to be Sev with another. Jello with one, and now Sushi, his brother, joins him in the kill feed. But the defuse is going down. St. Clair, they need to stop this. There it is. The last one on it, too. This should be free, as Sushi is going to be able to find the last one through the smoke. For a second, I thought the wall going down C-Long might have been enough to just protect the spike diffuser, but Tedward Gaming, they don't come out on top there. As St. Clair, they take a very well-earned and well-needed attacking round to put the round count.
Not exactly how they wanted that round to be, like, not exactly how they drew that up there. The Sova going down, because Sova, like, also had to do with survive there. He has ult for the post plan, right? But the fact that he goes down, like he said, the ISO still has the wall. There's still a smoke on the bomb. It's halved. It could have been a disaster. It could have been just a disaster for St. Clair then.
St. Clair, they just need to keep composure. They need to keep doing what they have done for the past round a bit. It's now Tedward Gaming. They look to just slow their pacing down. Anytime Tedward have really over-aggressed, it hasn't helped them in the slightest. St. Clair, they haven't really been caught by surprise, barring the one time High Rise brought that shotgun into garage.
Yes.
But right now, as the swing comes through in Garage, it's going to be Wombat who finds the first on Tacoma. Intel's found out they know about the Cypher's positioning and should be able to just briefly get a glimpse of another going through spawn as well. I was about to say, you need to pop that immediately because that would have been a horrible place to get out of your Yoru ults. High rise.
Oh no, he's going to get one.
This should be a free one, and there it is. Immediately finds the pick onto Bansen. St. Clair, they have hate control though. Omen smokes out Heaven, and now because of that, they will take this ground. The shotgun gets cut down. Wombat able to do good. And now immediately, St. Clair, they have the positioning they need. They just have to clear out Heaven and watch from crosses.
They have the guns, they have the util, where Ted Gaming just have sheriffs. No util for retake. Well, actually some Soba, but he's probably going to opt to save it. There you go, kills, clean up. Another clean round of St. Clair. Now St. Clair is starting to bank these rounds now.
Yeah, and you know what? It's definitely off the back of Sushi, who has absolutely come alive ever since the half has been swapped. Saw the 4K earlier. He was at 11-11 apiece, and now he's on 15-11 going into that round. Finds another 3K, so he's finally unlocking here. This was good from High Rise, but the problem is just no one else could make another play happen. That was basically your free pick, but everywhere else it's going to be ranged fights with Sheriffs versus Vandals. It's most likely not going to go in your favor.
I think the only way High Rise plays that better is if he just plays his life and keeps control of that sewer area, and then forces St. Clair in an awkward post plant where they don't completely have a site, right? And it's a mental thing that they have to be like, I still have to worry about this angle. But
yeah,
other than that, good round out of St. Clair.
Now it's Tedward. Again, I don't necessarily like them playing so close in that sewer area. You know, it works when you're high rise with the shoddy, but other than that, you know, again, early aggression hasn't necessarily been
the timing.
The nail biter. The timing works out in Tedward's favor as Coma's just going to barely escape. But St. Clair, they look like they want to chow this, and
they don't want to give that space to the defenders.
I was going to say, the closer you get, the problem, but the reload, the timing is just so bad. Sushi finds a free one on Tacoma, caught with his pants down, and now Banson able to find another onto Ant. So again, we see Tedward trying to do early aggression, and it doesn't work out for them. 2 free picks from St. Clair. Jello's now across the map, planting on C. It was a complete bait and fake out.
Oh, fake me out. I thought they're saving.
C gets taken, and now Tedward, they look to be the ones to triple stack up. They're going to go through spawn. Not anyone really wanting to even chow Garage side, but the second the Omen smoke and the blind goes through, they know where everyone has to come through. The first one, Banson. The blind from the Omen came through, and that was why High Rise couldn't see anything through the corner. Shouldn't even need to have the third. The cross comes through from Wombat and St. Clair. Now things are looking very dangerous. Tedward, they're letting rounds slip by the wayside, but they are no longer on their favorable side of Haven. So now the onus lies on St. Clair to get the job done. That being said, they're looking like they have this one pretty far in control.
Absolutely. What a fantastic spray control out of Benson there.
Yes.
Getting 1, 2. This is Valor. This isn't CSGO. All right, that's a lot harder to do in this game because sometimes the bullets just go wherever they want to go.
Right.
But I think also St. Clair's doing a fantastic. It looks like there's going to be a timeout here for Tedward, trying to get their game together here because they just can't. They will take a main control, and just they can't get anything with it. Right? They take a main control. That means you can stack. You either peel one off of A and then you do 2C, 2B. Right? Because if you have all A main control, you know they're not A.
Right.
If they try to fight for it, you can easily rotate out or just leave it, right? And then you then have the rotation times since you have the early info. But what St. Clair is able to do here, yes, they lose A main control. They kind of keep presence there, saying like, oh, we might fight it, we might rotate. The Cypher, Benson able to then get the pick onto the Cypher onto C, which then opens up their defensive line. It makes so many gaps, and then also allows St. Clair to basically take a free site because Cypher plays the site by himself because he's a Sentinel.
Well, you know what? I'm no Valorant expert pro player, but I will tell you that right now, Tedward, they have to save and, in my opinion, conserve their ults. You just want to make sure that you can use those in rounds where you actually have those guns to do so. And if you're able to at least just get a couple of picks here, you will be set. But you need to be very careful that you don't waste any of those 3 ults that you have currently, because you could immediately let it go 10-10, and then you have the 11-10 off the back of those ultimates. So
There's not a worse
St. Clair, I was going to
feeling.
say, look at their ults right now. They have almost near nothing minus ISO, which is just good for one pick, so it's not very much value. And right now, St. Clair, that's the one place where I get a little bit worried is, yes, you take this 10-10, but also, where does that go from there? Jello, he's going to get the first one, though, from Coma.
Oh, he's getting greedy. Oh, no, he's not getting greedy. No, he's just falling back. I think that was also a push out from A there. You know, getting the kill. I think that's from A. Was that from A? Did he push A? Yeah, he did. Yeah, all the
I
way
was going
over
to say,
there.
he did. But now, St. Clair, they're now doubling down. They want
gonna
this A
group up.
control. The Omen smokes on Heaven, and immediately the Sova Bolt. It doesn't really necessarily matter. Yeah, you get scanned. Okay, so what? You have the better guns, and now Wombat showing why that's everything. Takes down Nyx, no more
15 seconds,
ISO.
though.
15 seconds, St. Clair. They have to start planting. Bolt comes through, but Varsiel finds the wallbang headshot onto the player in Heaven, and now it should be all clean sweeps for St. Clair. Sushi, Dust, and Dunn is going to be able to find the last two, and that is going to be St. Clair with their 10th round as predicted. But at least for Tedward, you didn't troll, you didn't get rid of any of your ults, you at least have those off the back to work off of now, and you have that weaponry to compete.
Absolutely here. Cypher, if they get a pick here and Cypher's near around, he can then get the ult ping there. Ult on the Yoru as well, and also the Omen for a fast rotate if he needs to as well. So there's a lot of ways that Ted Gaming can have a really good advantage in these buy rounds here.
That being said, you need to watch it. If Ted lose this round, this is pretty much going to be it, just because your economy's chalked now, and this is your last chance really to confirm
The flash.
Eco. Flash goes
what's
through,
going
jumping
on?
around. It's going to be trades back and forth. Wombat able to find the Yoru, but it's going to be a Sova-less St. Clair attack, and that's big because you lose so much intel. It's going
And
to be
both
Sushi
players.
with one, and that's huge for Sev. Being suppressed. Will actually
gets
get a
one
second
more!
one as well before being traded out. It's all going through, at least for Tedward.
Oh, but
a
Jello
huge
whiffs!
flick! And Jello is able to find the double as well. Insane. I would have thought Jello was dead to rights. I mean, even you calmed it like
calmed
that.
it. I thought he was dead.
Brendan, you thought it was over.
Am I hallucinating? What happened?
Jordan pulling up with the flu game performance, able to find the first and nets the second. But Sev, I thought it was over too. You should never be able to get away with that. The wallbang as well. Banson finds Sev immediately after, but Ant is going to get found out by Jello. The 1v1 ensues, and I mean,
I thought Jello was dead
flick
there.
of
Dead to
the
rights.
gods. How awesome would that have been to see that on his perspective? But we understand the brutality of it, looking through the enemy side. We hit him out 3-4 times with that Phantom and didn't get anything for it.
Yeah, and the one thing also we want to talk about is Ted Gaming didn't use any of their ults that round. Any
Yeah.
of them. I don't
So-
think there was a time for it, but it's just how St. Clair's able to attack these rounds doesn't play into their playbook or how they want to get the rounds here. But
That's a huge loss.
okay,
That's a huge loss as well.
they're
Omen,
tilted. They're tilted. They're
yeah,
tilted.
this is definitely in St. Clair's favor.
Sushi's just
Sushi,
cleaning them up.
the Twins have just been absolutely
Benson.
diabolical.
Oh no!
The trigger discipline
It's
as well.
falling apart.
Cage goes down. It can cover the intro into B, and it doesn't even matter. Let's just chuck everything we have at him. Kitchen sink. Sushi cleans up and dices Tedward a new plate.
Match point for St. Clair. Oh my lord.
Again, you got to think that St. Clair, they have the winner's mentality. It's just such a good feeling to be put on 12 rounds. I remember talking to some Valorant players earlier, and you know, there were some questions on like, oh, you know, what if you use all your ults just to get that 11-9, like, you know, setup? And I remember someone telling me it was like, no. It feels so much better just having it on 12. You just need to use everything you have. Once you get on 12, screw it. Yeah, we don't have any ults. I don't care. Just being there is a lot better knowing you don't have a buffer to give to the enemy team. So right now,
St. Clair.
Tedward, say they have to be flawless for the next two if they want to force OT. Barring that, we're going to be heading down to Fracture, I believe was our second map.
Absolutely. Fracture. A weird map, you know, a little unique map. But anyways, for this map, it's just like, okay, Ted Gaming, you have everything. You have your guns, you have util, you have armor, you have like all your alts here. What's the play? And the play is Sev to shut down Wombat.
Well, you know what? That's as good as it can get early on. You're one step of the way there from 5, but
St. Clair has all of A site. They're just going to give
say
it to him.
Varsiel
Ooh, watch
has
it.
the spike. I was going to say, shouldn't necessarily be in the way. Yeah, I was going to say, Sushi, it's only a matter of time before you're like, hey, yo, little bro, just trade me out of that position real quick. I'm not having you lose
There's so
spike
many people
there.
on C.
But
They thought Benson is...
I was going to say, this is
Oh
huge. So
my.
this will basically confirm the plant for free now. As you know, the ISO's still there. Yes, we'll clean up Benson, but at the same time,
Have all
position
this
being
room.
known, Jello clears out Heaven as well, can confirm. So now the two twins, they can just sit on this and just kind of wait. It's going to be location revealed. Jello finds one, but it's going to be Nyx who clears out, and now all of a sudden Tedward, they have picks in their favor, can use trades to have the retake. High Rise with one, the peek comes through, Varsiel with one, but it does not matter. Nyx and Tedward, they do a good job of playing their man advantage despite not having the position advantage on the retake. But when you play trades as good as Tedward does, that's how you can win rounds when you have man count on retake.
Absolutely. You know, Cypher does get the pick there, but they use the ult just to isolate the 1v1, get out the Cypher so they can then focus on the full retake on A here. They gave the whole site up to St. Clair just for that. The problem is now...
You have 4 ults for St. Clair.
Four ults for St. Clair on match point, and only one on the side of Tedward Gaming here on Coma.
It's going to be very interesting to see what St. Clair does here. Do you send the wall of the ISO down C long? Do you do it as a bait? Do you full commit on it? Do you not do that at all? Do you send it down A main? It seems like that's what they want to do, wall down A main, and here we go, wasting no time. I could have told you that's what St. Clair were going to do. They're a faster paced team.
Absolutely. Also, like taking all this A main, because this is a prep side. Like, because if you force the defensive team to play on sites, they can't react fast enough. The rotates won't get there fast enough. You either have to gamble, or at least use some recon util to figure out what's going on here. And the fact that St. Clair can just keep one person A and then hit somewhere else and try to find a gap here on their defensive line, either on B or C.
Yeah,
Or go right back to A.
I was going to say, usually when St. Clair have to get off of their initial take and then immediately have to plan to go somewhere else, that's when things kind of go awry for them. But when you have 4 ults to use, I'm not worried in the slightest. You just got to be aware of this garage position, but it's already been Omen smoked, so Banson's going to creep his way through there.
Omen just waiting for a footstep. Oh, but he opts off, yeah. Ops off.
English is hard. It's a hard language
today. What is it today? Anyways, he opts to go to smoke off for his team and play more of the C-site hold here. Nick's able to get Sushi here. Omen coming out. Yoru ulting out, getting all the
This is good for Tedward so far. I was going to say, the trade's going back and forth, and this is going to be free intel as well. Should be the cleanup. And there you go. The ISO diff comes through, and all of a sudden the Yoru ult comes in. It gains the intel, and despite having 4 ults, you send it down garage side, and it doesn't work out, and it kind of works out to as I was saying. St. Clair, they're usually best off if they're confident with their first initial push. When they switch it up sometimes, they kind of second guess each other. The double stack up on garage doesn't work because the Yoru knows exactly where everybody is. He can calm that to the rest of his comrades.
He's
exactly.
telling everyone where they are, how they're setting up. He's able to come out there after his teammates is able to take out the teammates around him, so he can come out of his invisibility, shoot the Cypher in the back. GG easy, and now we're into OT. Unfortunate for St. Clair having 2 rounds where they could have closed this map out, but sadly they have to go and win this in OT.
Yeah, again, you know what? I'm trying to think of who has more of a favorable outcome here. Tedward, they have the momentum and they have the first pick, so you'd be foolish not to say so in their favor.
Completely open.
I was going to say the Omen smoke goes down, but C open. St. Clair, they've allowed this mistake to happen before. It's been a long time since we've seen them on defense, but since then it seems that they have not learned their lessons, as Tedward should get this plant down C for free. And now St. Clair have to perform retake once again. And with man disadvantage, spraying through walls, at least Sushi's been calmed out 100%. Very unlikely situation where St. Clair should be able to bounce back into it. But that being said, Varsiel finds a pick.
Yeah, able to even this out. Versal, they know where he is though. They know the flank's happening, so they're going to play more on C site. They're going to group up together and play better numbers.
That's
here.
an amazing blind as well because it just allows the time for the wall from ISO to go down. They need to play through Wombat with the first pick, but trade should come through all of a sudden. They need to clear positions. Varsiel, there's no way. Sev with 1-2. Sushi, another comes down. Koma, he has the blind.
Yes!
Almost potatoes, but it doesn't matter because Varsiel can't see jack squat. The round goes to Tedward, and one more before they can just jump themselves on series point, as this one is only a best of 3. So you can move on to Fracture.
It's so close. It's so close. Look at how close these rounds. It comes down to 1 kill. Just the last 1v1, and just
it was a good try. It was a good try.
Varsiel
Carl, it was a good try. I'll tip my cap to you, but at the end of the day, it's unfortunate. 99 times out of 100, you're not seeing the end of daylight on that one.
No,
just no
absolutely.
shot.
Especially when Varsiel, like the game basically threw a napkin right on his computer screen.
Pretty much. It's unfortunate. You know what? And the napkin's not coming off either.
It's stuck.
It's just done. So right now, Tedward. You know, they have the op as well from the Yoru, just looking to reposition. Most likely going to reposition to either hold that C-long area or position in the back of B, and now high-rise with the first one on to Benson.
Getting caught two rounds in a row now right off the bat.
I know, it's tough. It could be the beginning of the end right now for St. Clair. What was looking so promising, they just can't get it together in OT. Vulnerable and suppressed though, the pings come out. St. Clair, they're aware of the positions. This should be a free one for Nyx, at least finds Jello, but gets refragged immediately after. Spike needs to go down. Sushi and Varsiel working as the dynamic duo, find 2 off the bounce, and all of a sudden St. Clair, they've evened it up, but having control has been taken from Tedward. Let's see how they manage this post plant, Brendan.
It comes out of trades here. Now, they do have the advantage of time now. They have even numbers. The op retake is really bad. It hurts a little bit, I won't lie. Especially on a Yoru who kind of wants to go in first.
Yeah, and as the Omen blind comes through, Sushi sticking in the corner. High-rise finds one. You gotta go huge right now. Sushi, you found one, and all of a sudden Wombat clears out Heaven as well. You can play off trades, but no! St. Clair, they didn't swing out together. Position note, dancing around the bomb, and it's going to be Wombat who ties it all up, and barring the time being a factor as well, you had to think St. Clair, they were in the driver's seat.
Absolutely. You know, it's just like they get the picks in, they get the site, they're able to smoke off. Like there's Omen's still alive there, right? So he's able to delay the retake, right? Get them into proper, good post-plant positions here. And the fact that the enemy Yoru had an op, had entry to that corner with a shorty, not great. Not a great situation for Tedward.
Yeah, and you know what, St. Clair, you've been able to force a round back, so you tie it all up. It's really just anyone with momentum. High-rise. Chilling in the Omen smoke. They know where the cage lands on A main, and that reveals the position. Varsiel catches a glimpse of the Yoru. Reinforcing smoke comes through from St. Clair as well. That should help out Varsiel in that position, just making the push ever so complicated. Sovadrone goes through, should find some intel. It's going to be the Yoru known on A main, but right now, are they aware of the fact that Tedward seems like they're trying to just reposition here for a potential B taker garage clear? I'm just looking at where the Omen has Spike. They're just kind of clearing and baiting St. Clair's players away from that A site so then you can retake through sewers.
They're going to explode on A here. Look, watch. You see it now.
Immediately, yeah. I was going to say, the garage control, it takes players off of A site.
So
the second this pick comes
he's in
through,
a bad spot.
This is everything. The blind goes in and there. Boom. The explode onto A site should happen now, but no, the Omen's actually backing off. The Omen's backing off. He's faked this completely. St. Clair, they think the A explode's going to happen, and now the Yoru,
they're running out of time.
everything's all on the Yoru if he can find this delay through garage, but no, the Spike is making its way down C long. This is a favorable position for Tedward. They have the explode onto C. They fake one, they fake the next, and all of a sudden they have all the picks in the world. Jello with one, but can't find the confirm, and that's going to be all she wrote for that round as Tedward letting out some cries and screams of glory. St. Clair, the onus falls on them to tie us up and force us to at least go 30 rounds.
That's something that we want, right?
Is it?
No.
Is it? It is. I mean, potentially, if you're a St. Clair fan.
For
us, I mean, being that we're from St. Clair, You would. This brings me back to the time where me and Theo earlier on the desk, we casted a 36 rounder from Fisher and St. Clair Varsity Premier on Haven.
A banger
of a game, but I didn't have much voice left to save for later. That being said,
Are
I'm
we streaming
feeling
again
pretty
tomorrow?
calm and energized. Yeah, we are as well.
We're streaming
So,
tomorrow
and
as
listen,
well?
I got to do Monday as well, so this could be a very
no.
long one, but
This is going to be the most quiet stream tomorrow.
yeah. So tomorrow's Canadian Collegiate League third place match for St. Clair ACAD. So I'm getting to know the guys very well through these last couple of days, but right now, St. Clair, we need to focus back up. The explode onto A happens. Sev with the first one. He can't find the sprays, though, and right now, Sev is going to have to be the one to clean up. It's like, hey, you know what? You can't hit your shots through the smokes, but guess who can? Me, and I find two. Varsiel, you have to backpedal here. St. Clair is not looking very favorable.
Cypher needs to find something.
Cypher is peaking in such a poor position because you just have the double stack, and immediately it's known. Coma finds what should be probably one of the biggest picks of the game because this now limits St. Clair to more than double a man disadvantage. The flash comes through, and
I think if he didn't jump, I think he gets that.
now it's all but over for St. Clair. Varsiel, with the weight of the world on his shoulders, finds one.
Oh, that's a fake.
That's not even a decoy. I was going to say Coma faking the fake.
I can't believe he just got TikTok farmed, bro. He got
Listen,
clip farmed. He got clip farmed.
It's tough, you know. It's a smart play from Coma, not one that usually works in your favor. You have to have some guts to go for it, one would say.
Some
yes.
cojones.
But nevertheless, it works out, and we go to Fracture. Tedward taking your first map of Haven, and honestly, in one that went very much back and forth, I'm not surprised at the very least, seeing as how the first time these two squared off went. But going on to Fracture now, I would say that it's just going to, when we talk about Fracture as the map, Brendan, this is just going to favor who's more aggressive in the long run. It's such a small map, a map that you can navigate around very quickly, especially when we talk about agents like Rays that should be picked out on a map like Fracture, like Tejo as well, right? Breach. You run that double initiator combo, it usually good things happen. You can have the Vise to slow down the pacing of the map a little bit. It's usually what you kind of want to be running, but at the same time, it just depends how much these guys know each other. So, big ups to Team Tedward. They get the job done. Being said, who knows what Fracture has in store for either of these two. It's just going to have to be a game of waiting, or not necessarily waiting, but just ego chow after ego chow. That's how it usually pans out.
They're so loud out there. We can hear through the door.
We can, but that's always good. I mean, you know what? It gets the crowd going. I said it. Pop-offs are encouraged on stage. We love to hear the energy. Even just for us casters, give us something, guys.
Yeah, give us something.
And they definitely have, so I cannot complain in that regard. It's just tough. You see the double lineups. Coma was always finding these double kills as well. It's just so unfortunate. St. Clair, whenever they would fall, it's not even like they'd get the trade back. They would just fall in pieces, usually with the double stack not working out for them. This was a huge ult as well for St. Clair. It was at least able to confirm them that round as we see as it plays out. But at the end of the day, Tedward, they were able to get the job done on Haven. And, well, St. Clair, it's a long trek, but you got to start somewhere. You got to strap in. You got to get your boots on the ground. And you got to start climbing.
It was cool. It was close. You know, St. Clair definitely, like, started off cold and then started to ramp up, and then I think they either got, well, the mistakes from the early game kind of slept back in.
Yeah, I immediately noticed that when we're looking at those C defenses, right? It seems like St. Clair sometimes they can get a little bit faked out of certain executes, and sometimes they leave just gaps that are slightly too big. We see the team stats coming through, you know, the Twins trying everything in their power to make it work, but at the end of the day, Nyx and company were just on a tear when it mattered most. So close. 15-13 your final scoreline, and well, if this is a sign of anything to come, It's that we are going to be here for quite a while, and I would have no doubts in my mind that we would potentially be seeing a 3-mapper here, Brendan.
Oh, absolutely. You know, that was like, then again, this was Tedward's map pick, right?
Yeah.
This their map pick.
It's
You
well
know,
contested.
Now everyone has scrimmed Haven at least 138 times.
Right, I mean, I've said it before. It's like in Siege terms, it's the clubhouse of NA. I mean, everyone just plays it, right?
It's the Mirage and Counter-Strike.
Everyone knows it inside and out. So it just comes down to really who leaves slightly too big of minor mistakes, which then explode into major mistakes. And for St. Clair, those minor mistakes were just gaps in space that were created, more especially towards that C site that we saw being executed by Tedward beautifully.
Yeah, there's a lot of times where it's just like, just gaps that just weren't respecting. And of course, they were able just to walk in, get one, get two sometimes, and that just breaks the whole site hold down, right?
Yeah.
And then also on the attack, I saw the Cypher die way too early,
it's unfortunate.
quickly. I know he was definitely feeling himself, right? Because he was getting multi-kills the rounds prior, so he's like, I can win this.
This is my duelist moment. This is my
Sometimes,
duelist moment on
I
Cypher.
know sometimes you're feeling it, right? Sometimes you just gotta just take a step back for a second, all right? You know, the round technically does not rest on your shoulders as a Sentinel player at the beginning of the round. You're more of just holding and relaying information and allowing your duelist and initiator to then win the map. And
Exactly.
Then you find the picks, right?
Well,
it was kind of putting the cart before the horse.
Yeah.
I found in those last OT rounds.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? We're learning that Cypher sometimes needs to take a step back. We're going to do that just ourselves. We're going to take a step back, but when we return, map 2 of Fracture, St. Clair ACAD, and Tedward Gaming coming up next. Welcome back, Saints Nation, to your Map 2 of Fracture in No Man's Land 2025. I'm your caster, Patrick Smoke Chambers, joined by the co-caster, Menace himself, Brendan Commodus Matthews. And Brendan, we got out of a little bit of a barn burner, and I expect no less of the same going on to Map 2 of Fracture. St. Clair ACAD going up against Tedward Gaming. And, I mean, this is St. Clair's map pick, so you contested very well on Tedward's map pick of Haven, but that being said, everybody plays Haven, right? This is going to be a little bit interesting because you don't necessarily know who's played Fracture on the day, but I can tell you right now, it's not very many teams.
Yeah, no, a lot of times back, like when Fracture was first released, like teams would never scrim that because they hated that map. And now, with how the map pool has developed, now you see like Pearl come back, so teams basically had to learn how to play Fracture, right? So this one is going to be, I think it's going to go whoever is going to snowball. I think this game is going to snowball. Whoever starts off strong, I think will take this map completely. Because if you're playing a map you don't like and you're losing, your mind's in the gutter. You're like, just go next. Fracture's just a bad map.
Yeah, until you know we see what gets picked out here, I was gonna say we should be seeing some very aggressive picks early on, and there's the Tejo. You know, you really wish White Swag Studios Rapson was on the desk with me right now because this is his favorite duelist to see as well. The Neon getting some action, not one that we see very often, but on a map like Fracture, it makes all the more sense when you think about the pacing that you have to go with. The Breach as well, that Breach Tejo combo that I was talking about is a necessity on a map like Fracture. That comes through, and the Brim as well for your solo controller. And if you were going to bring a solo controller, well, it better be Brim.
It could be Brim. So if you could do Brim, you could do Omen. It really depends if you're going for a fake here. But Fracture is more of a who can take the site the best.
Yeah.
All right. Brim has an ultimate that can basically take out like a whole site, or at least take away like the most important like hard
crucial areas.
The crucial areas, right? You have the Breach. You then have the
there's that raise in that Vise I was talking about earlier too.
Exactly, right? The Cypher, I kind of like the Cypher if you're going to go for more that lurk and try to get those rotates off here. Because you can throw trip mines on both sides of the map and you're fine. Because like how Fracture is, especially on attack, right? There's when you attack, you have the zip lines, right? You have the south side, you have the north side, right? And a lot of Sentinels can't put their util and then play the other site. Or Cypher, since he can go wherever he wants and have his strips be activated, and it gives St. Clair some peace of mind that there's no one coming up behind them.
Well, you know what? That is true, but at the same time, when you're going for flanks on a map like Fracture, sometimes you don't really have the timing to even pull it off. Fast executes are going to be the name of the game, and I won't lie, it is definitely it's a good sign to see that it's not the Cypher being brought out for Tedward, because given the fact that you're running that Neon, that fast-paced person who can start to explode onto site with the team right behind her, that's somewhere where I'm kind of like, you know, your Cypher lurk, if you were going to go for that, yeah, it might not be too effective. But because they're running a more composed lineup, they have the Vise, I think that I like the Cypher pick from St. Clair as well. It makes sense. The pacing of Tedward is definitely going to be, on paper, you would think, slower than the pacing that of St. Clair's lineup, but only very slightly when we're talking about a difference of just one duelist.
It does give St. Clair a couple different looks on how they want to play defense and attack as well. They can slow it down with the Cypher. They can stack sites more consistently with the Cypher because you can do trips on both sides and basically cam up. All right, but looks like Ted Gaming here looking to push just for a good old-fashioned B push, all reliable.
Yeah, you know what, immediately, look at how fast they're already executing onto the site. There's the Raze who comes through, and that's exactly what it's about. Teo missiles coming down, clears out that area, and Koma has been able to sweep by. And immediately, this is going to be a game where, yeah, you know what, 30 rounds might go by in the span that you would usually expect 20 to go through, because
certainly
it's going to be fast all of the time. So right now, St. Clair, they need to be the ones to force the issue, but so far it's going to be Tedward who find the first, Sushi with another, but gets traded out. Trades go back and forth, but they're going to always favor Tedward as they have the man advantage. Jello
just can't get it.
Can't even find one. Nyx 3K with the Classic will open the map up for Tedward.
Like I said, St. Clair ain't pistol players. That's what I'm saying.
They're not.
They're not pistol players.
We've known that for a little while. Despite it being a different roster, unironically, they actually really do play in similar fashion at the base look, right?
Listen.
You don't want to break down the nitty-gritty. That's where it differentiates. But at a base concept, it's very familiar.
Every coach I've played with said, pistols are a coin flip. Doesn't matter. All right? It could be cope, but I think for our mental, let's just say it's just a coin flip.
A coin flip that we lose 80% of the time. But it's okay.
It's all right.
At the end of the day, if you think that way through the power of lies and deceit, it can all be okay in your brain, and that's all that matters.
Listen, all right? St. Clair loses pistols, but we win thrifties more often, all right? It's the trade-off.
It is the trade-off. To be fair, I guess you'd rather win the thrifties because thrifties are more rounded, not even round, just game series
mentally
defining.
Beats you, breaks your opponent sometimes.
A lot more than losing
especially
a pistol
especially their coaches. Every time the coaches see that thrifty come up,
right here,
it's just the coach is just sitting there, just not blinking for 10 seconds, just staring at it. It's like, what just
why
happened?
Me? Why my team?
Every time, but Jello gets cleared out.
I thought you were gonna elaborate a little bit more on that,
just
but
gets cleared
as
out.
the play goes through.
Else.
But you know what? Sushi's next to Fallen. Why elaborate more? This is such a one-sided affair, completely flawless team ace. It doesn't matter which way you put it. Tedward, they're trying to wrap up this grand final quickly on St. Clair's map pick. Now, yes, they do have the preferred side, that being that it is St. Clair's map pick, but that, I almost sort of wonder, carrying that momentum now that you have from map 1, I know it's kind of the second round, it's free, it's conversion on pistol round. This is technically the one that really matters because you have the full buy that comes through from St. Clair, and if you win this, you can definitely expect to win yourself a 4th and potentially a 5th round here.
Depending on the buy, and how much damage they take, right?
It just depends, right?
But there's a lot of things, but St. Clair, of course, not the start they wanted, right? But
not as aggressive of a buy, to be fair, from Tedward. They actually go with 2 Spitfires and
Stingers. Right?
Oh, sorry, Stingers. I don't know why I said Spitfire. Sorry, I'm used to playing Apex right now. Pardon me, guys. My fault. But
wrong game.
2 Stingers go down, and you know what? I mean, I will say St. Clair, they pick up the Vandal from Varsiel. That's a little bit tough because now he will have almost nothing if St. Clair can't win this one out. But
he got the pick. It's the same. It's
the same. You can buy Guardian next round if you win.
It's fine, right? But
But they have to win.
No, he got the pick there. He doesn't need to overstay because he's trying to win the round. He's trying to get 2. The best. A lot of coaches will say, if you die, get at least 2, right? But a lot of times it's better just to get 1 and live, right?
Absolutely. Huge spray through the Cypher cage, and I believe just saw the pixels. The
Jello finds another response on the other side of the map.
Yeah, St. Clair, they're moving with force. Jello with 2. Seb with a crazy flick, though. Dusts the player on the top-down angle, and yet another. Seb on that Guardian, a force to be reckoned with, picks up the Vandal now.
Don't do this to me, Sushi. Oh, thank God.
Confirming the round for St. Clair, but at the same time, a little bit close for comfort.
All I'm saying, Club Sushi loses that. He swings that, whiffs completely.
Well, that's why you're on ACAD now, right? I mean, you're not on the Make-A-Wish team that was...
my season's over, bro.
You're not on the Make-A-Wish team anymore. That was yourself, Storm, Spectre.
Well, those were the glory days.
The glory days, but those are no more. You're washed now, and that's why you're a caster.
Now I'm a
just
caster.
Like me.
It is what it is, Started as a caster. I thought I was good enough, and now we're back.
What do you mean? You thought you were good enough, so then you went and said...
Circle.
So you casted, you thought you were good enough, and in response you were like, yeah, you know what, let me leave this, go play Valorant. Sucked at that, no offense. I'm just kidding. And then now you're back.
All roads lead to Cumberland. That's all I'm saying.
That's it. Well, you know what? All roads might lead to an early exit of St. Clair. Careful. They have their round on the board now, though, and they can get cooking. The Vise down immediately.
Sees one.
My eyes are down.
So they just got to be very careful of the Cypher's
Are they going to
positioning.
clear him?
I don't necessarily think so. I don't believe they do now know as the peek comes through Seb with 1.
I'm surprised they didn't spray that. Like, a lot of teams just spray the top of that. I don't know if you can spray that anymore. That used to be like paper mache back in the day.
Right, I mean, just a sent paper map part at that point. But now, 3 detected. Tedward. You just gotta play back, play the crosses, you'll be good. But Varsiel, screw crosses, let's just get in, get our hands dirty, and Sev off the board. High-Rise finds the pick, and well, this is just mentally jarring to look at. Manson with 1, High-Rise with a headshot, and there's no way, St. Clair, you have so much to do. They say pros don't fake, but Jello was not in the situation to have that luxury. Tedward, they clean up. And I already see their players. What are you doing, St. Clair? What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on? Listen.
You know what? It's tough. The retake, he tried to come through, but again, Tedward, they did just like I said. They played back, they played composed. Play your long angles and make sure that you just have long crosses on that spike.
St. Clair, I think, now has to take a more aggressive stance here on this defense. It looks like they're going to force and fight for B bench in this control here, and they're going to guess right. They're going to hear all this util. Breach contest going off here. Sev able to clear Sushi. A little trade there back and forth, but St. Clair just doesn't have the weapons to win that fight there, sadly.
Yeah, it's just tough, but this one really shouldn't be a potential thrifty coming through from St. Clair. Just shouldn't be allowed, as now Tedward, they just have to get the job done. That's troll as hell, but Ant is able to pick it up.
Jello delivery.
Little funny moment from Jello there, but it's just all done and dusted, barring the biggest throw of 2025 so far.
So far. What do you think this lands? Top 3 in the year?
Who knows, but Varsiel able to find the first. Brim smokes go down, flash, and you gotta think. Do you just send it, full send it for the Vandal? Oh, I need it, is what he's saying.
I want it so bad. I got the kill.
It.
I need it. It's like water to him.
It's, you know what? It's all good. You pick up Vandal there for Jello, and you just back away. So now,
he made noise on the zip.
Wombat. I believe those names are actually, they're just switched around. So Wombat actually, with that Vandal in hand, the Cypher going around, Varsiel is able to find one, but can just save.
He's gonna down the bomb if he doesn't run out. Nix is gonna. Oh, Nix!
Ooh, that's tough and just barely gets by.
I really thought Nix was panicking. He was like panic clearing everything there, but he was able just whatever. St. Clair's ready to swing. He's just like, all right, I'm calm now.
You know the problem is there as well. Like Wombat could have saved that Vandal, but at the same time gets the pick on the Raze and then dies to the spike. It's
one
just
Vandal save is not really that big of a deal.
Like, I think you'd rather have it.
You'd rather have it than not have it, right? But I think it's a better option to stop Tedward Gaming from building their econ.
But one kill, that's ego.
That is
but
ego.
That's ego.
That's straight ego.
That builds my ego. That makes me think I'm 10 times the player I really am.
I'm bigger now.
I'm higher in the food chain. But now, Sushi, those are unfortunate shots that he's going to want
but
back.
They're all trapped. They're all trapped in A main here. Oh, but the door opens. And Nix is able to get the kill here, but 2 people forcing them to suck. Oh my god, so much util. What is happening
all
on
of
my
the mollies
screen?
going down. You're just trying to play denial. The opposing Brimalt goes down 2 but finds nothing. Wombat with 1 but gets traded out by High Rise, and all of a sudden
they're gonna ult it.
The breach ult goes down. Who does it find? It's Sushi in a poor position. Somehow gets out of that though. Comes through. Can the slide come through from Sushi? Can a second be found? The breach narrowly escapes there. Sev will be able to shut that down, but the refrag comes in from Jello.
They know where he is. They know he's top. They're gonna spam. Wait, they're not spam. That's not spamful in. It doesn't matter. I'm trying to relearn these maps here, all right? Back in the day, like, everyone would just spam that top thing just to get you out of that.
Right, I mean, we've seen it happen twice now, but you're learning slowly but surely.
I'm learning Fracture again, boys.
It's okay. It's been a long time coming,
what
but
year
you're
is
here
it?
now.
What year is it?
Well, you know what, Mr. Born in the 1900s, we're just, we'll just sit on that.
We'll sit on that.
Relax.
We'll stew on that one a little
Relax.
bit. All right. But yeah, that was a little crazy. You know, St. Clair doing a great job forcing all of TED Gaming, basically forcing that A main area there. and then having all that util. But sadly, they weren't able to quote unquote like keep them pinched in. But St. Clair had enough util and Sushi landing those good shots, able to win them the round in that retake.
You're gonna hate me for this, but I was coining back to Mr. Born in the 20th century. Were you, clear this up, am I getting it right? I remember you referenced it once. December 31st, 1999.
Last of the 90s, kids.
Like, literally.
Oh,
what a nightmare. And speaking of nightmares for Tedward, St. Clair are making them come true. Oh no.
Y2K?
The shotgun whiff. Oh no, please. But Sushi able to clean up the embarrassment almost, but the next pick comes through, and
he's one shot though.
Able to find it. The cross being held, and you really thought he was all dead to rights.
Oh, he wants it. Jello
it's
wants
just tough.
So
Everyone,
bad.
let's just ego peek him.
Jello
And,
gets it,
well, no, Jello's better in that situation.
But yeah,
25 health, one shot.
Dude,
that's all it takes.
Oh, there's nothing better is playing a sentinel, having a shotgun up in there. They come up. They just
Rinses
come up.
too.
Just rinse. They just come up the zip line. There's nothing they can do. And it's just 2 free kills, and that's just nail. Like that's the fact that they.
It's ego.
It's ego. That's the raise.
Ego.
That is the Sentinel.
And here's what happens when Sentinels actually have to aim. There we go.
Yeah. It's just unfortunate. It's just unfortunate. All right. Thank God Sushi's there with the ultimate there.
Yeah, but you know what? At the end of the day, it's all looking good for St. Clair. They have 2 rounds on the bounce, and they're looking like they're climbing their way back into this one.
Only 1 round behind, you know. Alts are kind of even. Not really.
With really everyone having
everyone's
nothing.
really close here. Yeah, listen, this is what I was talking about. They needed to get aggressive on the defensive side. You need to find out where this attacking team is and are like where they are, right, or where they're not, right. If you don't know where they are, if you don't know, I don't know why I'm saying this, but like you find out if they're there. Or they're
Wow,
not.
I was gonna say this could be so unfortunate right now.
Oh,
oh man, that's absolutely amazing because look at this. When I break this down after, this is going to be a round that Tedward. They let it slip from their hands. You use the Vise ult, right? You jam all 5 weapons. But you don't take space off of it.
That Guardian's doing work though.
1 shot. You know what? I was gonna say the Guardian got away with maybe a little bit more than you would expect, but the defuse goes down. St. Clair, they claim another. They tie it all up, and well, the Vise ult's all for nothing.
Absolutely. Unfortunate, but like look at this aggression, right? They're able to get the smoker, right? No smokes on the team.
This was everything through the Cypher Cage too. I mean, wasn't expecting it. You really would have thought maybe 2 picks is what you would have deserved there.
It's
but
like 130 damage if you don't one shot, right?
That's just tough. But at the end of the day, St. Clair, they take the result overall. 4 rounds the better, 3 on the bounce, and they're building momentum.
All right, St. Clair knows that they're against a light buy, no range, so they gotta either just play range, play util. They know they have the advantages on the economy here. They cannot get over aggressive here and peak 1, so give up free guns here.
Yeah, well, St. Clair
Oh,
sitting and waiting. Tedward, look
walking
at how
on the site.
stacked they are. They're just going to walk through here. The Vise has the cross.
Brim here's.
There's no way Brim isn't here. This is 1, but on 2 HP. Almost has to use these mollies to just time burn. Wombat able to find another onto the Vise. And because of that, that leaves Tedward all in one area. This should be exploitable. Jello finds 1.
Just hold the smoke. Just hold the smoke. Don't spray it. He knows he's coming up. The Singer.
There it is. Wombat able to find the next, and the last 2 for Tedward.
Did he survive on 1 HP?
Fall very quickly.
No.
I hope we see it in the replay, but we will have that confirmed for you very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. That being said, St. Clair, what we can confirm is they are the victors of that round. They take the map lead, and, well, the fact that it hasn't even swapped sides yet to their preferred side, they're already up 5-4. It's definitely being more or at least less contested, in my opinion, than what we saw from that dominant first start from Haven.
Yeah, absolutely, right. I think St. Clair here is, instead of letting them come to sites, they're coming to them on defense. They're keeping that aggressive play style throughout both halves and keeping the pressure on Tedward.
But you don't want to get bit by that. Varsiel is able to trade back Sushi. Oh,
get the backstab.
But he's long gone. Sev just barely misses on the player with the Aftershock, driving them out of that position. I believe that was Varsiel. But now, Tedward, they have their in. Spike goes down, and you now have to play for that retake.
It's
St.
an
Clair.
awkward post plant though. Since they don't have control of A main though, they have to play
I was
out
gonna
in the
say
open.
you have to play open area. Varsiel, when you're on an open field, it's one of the best players to trust in that scenario. Finds the first. Wombat with another. They're making this retake
They're dropping
work
like flies.
here. Ant finally settling the score. Time, though, is such a huge factor, and now with everything going down, the Brimalt should be able to reveal Sev. Benson start on the defuse. You can't do much but just sit and wait for your demise to reach you as Ant cut down by Jello. St. Clair taking control as they have their safety net of 2.
Yeah, absolutely. They're playing very smart, very disciplined, right? The Breach slow clearing out A main there completely. Knows that like they cannot be A main, and they do plan on A though, right? Because they do give up the radar dish, whatever that's called. But since they don't have A main control, they have to refight. They have to re-clear it with more util that they don't have. Like with their comp, right? With these comps, they don't really have much for regeneration, util here, other than like the Breach concuss, right? So what they're able to do is just force an awkward post plan, and they have to basically force more util to make it even remotely like a good hold in the post plan. But St. Clair able just to keep that and able to just slowly just clear out those angles, clear out those very the strong positions that were left over on A, and they don't have to worry about all of A main because of the Breach.
Speaking of A main, it's going to be what Tedward elect to just run down. The Tejo drone able to find no one, but it was only because Sushi had to clear out of that position. Ready with that off, and immediately finds the first. The blind comes through, and Sushi knows to get out. Finds the pick, and gives up space. Jello re-peeks, finds 2! Eventually gets cleared out from high rise, but at the same time has done more than his job was
Sushi
entailed.
wants another one. Oh, he wants it so bad.
I don't know if you peek into this. No. I was going to say, it's just not right. The ego chow comes through, but should be Tedward who find the last laugh onto Sushi. That being said, Varsiel in the round when it comes to last laugh should have one, but Nyx!
30 seconds left.
We've seen it happen before!
Just hold! Oh,
We've seen it happen before. It was so close. Wombat plays the long angle with the Phantom.
You
but
don't
Varsiel,
need to push that. You don't need to push that. You have Cypher coming in from the back. You know he can't go door unless he gives out a sound cue. You just need to hold.
Guys,
There's
how many
no
times?
reason to push
How many
that.
times are we gonna do it? How many times are we gonna do it? Let's count it up. Line up. 1, 2. Good stuff. Thank you. Free 2 picks. But at the same
Can
time,
we get a montage of all the double kills like that?
yeah,
for
you
this
know,
whole series?
it's
I
tough.
think
I think
it'll be
I've seen
5
like
minutes.
3 to 5 of them, but it doesn't matter in the end. You know, St. Clair, they established it. They got embarrassed, but they got the job done nonetheless.
They got the round. They got the round. But as a coach, oh my god,
that's just tough. Jello finds one, but should be taking a lot of damage. Just barely escapes by the skin of his teeth. 10 health,
10 HP. You know,
all the better. But Sev cleans up Varsiel. Now you're effectively playing minus basically Jello having to hit it, or Banson Jello trying to hit a one tap.
Oh,
a
stops the
1v2.
plant, right? No, it doesn't. The breach ult does not hit the planter there.
Well, Banson's going to be able to find one on to Sev. That being said, as it all gets downhill from here, St. Clair, you need to try to see if you can find plays and quickly.
Oh,
but
not again.
Again,
Not again.
you know what? 2 wasn't enough, guys. This time, let's just give him the whole house of cards. Let's just stack them all up like cups and give them out 1, 2, 3. But no, you couldn't really do anything else. You had to really triple up there. It's just unfortunate. Everyone forced through one doorway. It's going to happen. The double stack.
They're backing up.
The double stack, you know what? I didn't
corner.
see it the first time. The double stack really did happen
He's one
again.
shot anyway,
It
so
really
literally
did happen again.
anything will kill him.
It really did happen again. It's really unfortunate, but Tedward, you know, they at least claimed their last round, but now sides have flipped. And now St. Clair, they have their attack to work with.
Absolutely here. So the most important things here is either to figure out where the Sentinel's playing or how they're stacked, right? The whole thing about attacking on Fracture, you could, if you have the ultimates, you could just do a set play and take a site, right? But if you don't have the ultimates, you're even on guns or economy, it's to find out what is the 3-2 split. Are they 3 on A? Are they 3 on B? if you whatever you find out, if they're 3A, you go to the other site, right? You don't want to hit the more stacked site because it's just a lower chance of you winning that round.
Could not agree with you more, Mr. Commodus, but you know who's taking the map very slow right now is St. Clair, despite it being Fracture, a map built on speed. It's the Neon, but they're electing to choose Discipline, and well, you like to see that out of St. Clair, considering it's a pistol round.
Oh no, the breach concussed.
But here we go. It should all spill over very quickly. It's a good use of the molly there from the Brim just to slow down everything and deny St. Clair that field of utility.
Oh, that's a huge kill, though.
That's big. First one opens up. Wombat takes first blood early.
St. Clair, since they lose all their smokes, they have to commit to the site here to at least get some ground. They here take all the ropes here and also stop a lot of rotations coming up from the rope side, but they also still need to clear out site. But Wombat able to get those angles. He has to clear the guy back on site. Wombat just doing God's work here, finding the pick and radar, and then able to clear out all those annoying corners for his team to finally get site, get that bomb down. Ant 1v2, one shot away from dying. Is this too tall of a task to ask for Ants here? Opens up the door, gives up the sound.
You gotta. I don't even know if you swing onto this. You just gotta play time. I was gonna say maybe if you want to double swing onto it, you can. If you know, but at the same time, maybe you just wait. But St. Clair, they find the picks anyway. Give Carl a little bit of an ego boost. Varsiel finds the last one.
30 seconds left.
He's been doing really good on the Teo, but that cipher for St. Clair,
came up
Wombat,
huge.
was literally the thing that gave them the in.
Big pistol, gonna give St. Clair a huge cushion here to take this map away, right? They're gonna well, I'm not saying 100% they're gonna win this round, but it's most likely they're gonna win this round if they play together like they were playing earlier in this map, right? Playing together and disciplined. But yeah, no, fantastic picks on the Cypher there on the pistol. Probably, that's the first pistol they've won so far this series.
Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if you told me that's the first pistol they had won all day. I would have been like, yep, that's our St. Clair. that's what we're used to.
Wait, no, that means they're going to get thrifty now. You know, it's the pendulum.
Yeah, it's tough.
Did I jinx it? Oh,
yeah,
no.
you might have cast or cursed it,
over.
but only time can tell. Minute and 10 to decide if Jello unfollows you on Twitter. Varsiel. See if you can find anything off that Teo drone. Just clearing position.
But he doesn't clear a lot of these corners, though.
It is true. At the same time, he's creating space, but to St. Clair's knowledge, they think that it's kind of free, and I wouldn't necessarily say that's your case in point. 42 seconds left to go in St. Clair. They've kind of been meandering, but I think they've definitely settled for this B take. Going through the Brim Smokes is going to have to be the cause of action, though, and here it is. The neon walls go down, and this is going to be the start of the explode onto site. Jello with one. You have to clear this top angle now. Sushi in a great place, but are you the one who chooses to push in with this? The Aftershock should be able to clear out as that next level of insurance. And a really good job right now. St. Clair, they're just taking their fights as they come. They're not giving up anything. As I say, that Wombat goes down to coma. It couldn't have been a flawless. I mean, come on, but Sushi able to find the refrag, and Sev, just a little too much on the plate, in my opinion here. There's no reason why St. Clair should ego up and give him anything. You just want to play time, but you know what? What do I know?
That was a solid
What do
round.
I know?
What do we know? What do we know?
I'm a caster.
We're a caster. We don't know anything.
Jello says, you know what? Well, Pat, you may be a caster, but there's a reason why I'm on this ACAT squad is because I hit shots like that.
Exactly. Now, the one thing I gotta say, St. Clair, like they're playing it slow. They were getting the alt orbs around the map. They're also trying to figure out is it gonna be like a stack or something like that. But also grabbing grabbing the alt orbs. But every peek into an angle that was quote unquote a dangerous corner, there was some form of util to make that fight in their favor.
Yeah, you know what? I'm very surprised actually as the explode onto
Sushi.
Psycho's. Sushi is going to be very aggressive, but pays for it. Said sight, by the way. Sorry, the explode onto A main. Horrible from me, but now St. Clair.
What time is it now?
Yeah, sun's getting real low. Sun's getting real low. That's all I need to know. But right now, all Tedward needs to know is that they have man count and they can play safe. They can just play slow, let the attack come to them.
Is that true that Jello only has a ghost? Is that true?
Well, it would be Wombat on the Cypher. The names are a little switched around for some. Yeah, you'll see because on the bottom.
Okay,
but
sorry about that.
no, it's no problem. It's Wombat now. I believe you are actually right. Only has the ghost, and I mean, yeah, good luck, buddy.
Yeah,
On a long angle versus
you're not gonna
Vandal,
win that.
barring a generational throw there of gun skill, it's
Breach might be able
not
to catch
gonna
him by
happen.
surprise, but Zab is just too quick.
That's just unfortunate, but right now, you got to tip your cap to Tedward. They're doing a good job of just playing it safe. There's one for Jello. Can't find the 180 hospital flick, but can try to meander around. It's going to be Sev, though, who plays very calm, very composed, and finds his third on the round. Varsiel left in a really tough position.
Oh, he's so dead.
Blinded,
Oh,
nades go down, Teo missiles, aware of his position, locked down, and feeds so much damage. It will be his undoing. And Tedward, they get another one on the board.
First round and a half, you know, on the bye round, they don't lose too much, so you know, something to be proud of. You know, good, feel good about. You know, but St. Clair now coming back here, full util, full. This is where the map really starts to either snowball, either one way or the other.
Right, I mean, even just looking at the economy, it's a little bit of a full buy coming out here from St. Clair. They really need to try to find this one, or else you're looking at economy chalk. You can basically write off this round and the next, and all of a sudden you could be looking at a 9-8. So it's very important that St. Clair get this one under their belt, and at the same time, Tedward, they have the guns to match it. So
they saw the Cypher. Look at that breach.
The onus,
rotate.
I was going to say, the pressure's on St. Clair. The breach rotate comes through mid. And now they bait the Viswall, and because of this, now they can try to pull away to A, but their movement should be heard. The second that Tedward hear no movement close to B, they're going to assume, okay, they tripped the Viswall, and now they're just going to make their way to A, and our Raze can confirm this or not, given what she can hear, what she sees, and that will basically show us where we go from there. The Cypher's in a very key position right now, though, for St. Clair. Definitely one to look out for, but as action starts out, it's going to be the explode onto A mid, and now just waiting by those sliding doors. Teo missiles come through, and now the Cypher goes down, and that will confirm all of St. Clair on one part of the map. The mollies come through. It doesn't even matter. You can't push through this. Como with 2, and this should be Tedward's round, and a huge one at that. St. Clair, Sushi finds one rotating back in, is trying to maybe just see if he can find another pick or save, and is able to try to create an engagement. 8 bullets left.
To get as much damage as he can here.
It's just tough. Can't shoot the boom bot. 4 left in
He has
the
to die
mag.
before time though, unless he's saving. Oh, he looks like he's
It gets like you'd probably just want to save, just to even have a hope in the world that you could maybe deny the 9-8. But at the same time, Tedward, gotta be honest, it's looking very good for you right now. A huge round for them as they force St. Clair into an economic depression.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. But yeah, no, it's really good. Tedward Gaming able to do those fast rotates back and forth and able to stall when they're out of position as a team here. A lot of the util was able to stop St. Clair from taking more map than they want. Wombat, or not Wombat. Yeah, it is Wombat on the Cypher. Sadly, did not get the pick radar. You need to take one of, at least you need to take radar here if you want to take A comfortably, because when you take radar and you have all of that, you have access into a lot of the rat corners that you can clear for your team. You're able to have another angle onto ropes, and it just opens up the whole A site for your team. But sadly, they just didn't get the map control. Like, they fought for early B. They're able to bait the util, which is a good idea to do, get the ult orb. But just St. Clair just can't get onto the site and gets themselves set up for the post plant.
Yeah, as we see the timeout coming out here from St. Clair, no surprise that we're seeing that, because despite if you use it, you're not necessarily using it for this round. You know you're in a huge deficit when it comes to firepower, but I feel like if anything, this is more of just a mental preparation timeout, realizing, hey, look, you know what? We need to be mentally prepared that we're going to lose this one too, create the 9-8, but let's just take things slow. Let's not get too overzealous. and let's just calm down. We're 1 away from getting up the first 1 to 10. We can just calm down here. We're on the favorable side. Let's just remember that play together. I think that's kind of some of the things.
It's also an info round, right? It's like, okay, see how they're setting up, what are their positionings?
Yeah.
Who's rotating first? Who's the fast? What is the tells, right? And then with that information, you'll probably be able to make a more correct calls and mid-round calls.
Absolutely.
And get yourself win some rounds that way.
At the same time,
Sushi
you still have Sushi with that Vandal, but not anymore. And now it's going to be Banson, who should be able to find a Vandal of his own, but for how long can you keep that up when players like Nyx are just coming away with freebies? Banson with one, and all of a sudden, you know, a 2v3, it is very winnable for St. Clair.
Just no smokes. It's just yeah, it's just a death trap if you have no smokes to get that.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, Tremor comes through, no smokes. Varsiel with one, but Sev should be able to close it out.
Not a bad round. Not a bad eco round.
Not a bad effort for sure. You take off, you get a little bit of kill economy.
Get some alt orbs going in there.
Exactly, but at the same time, you know what? That's what I feel like this tack timeout is for, is just, hey, you know what? Free round, like you said, info round. Let's just see how they're setting up, and let's just evaluate from where we can go from there when we actually have the economy to deal with their firepower. Let's just keep our mental in check. Yes, they've won 3 on the bounce, but that's okay. We're still in the lead. You still got a buffer, and you're on the favorable side as well. You don't obviously want to be giving up rounds in this close in. Tedward, they're technically only 5 away from winning this grand finals at No Man's Land.
Absolutely, yeah. It's getting,
but you just want to keep yourself in check.
Yeah, absolutely. Here in the round, Brim Ultimate probably going to ult the defending team out of that tower position, a very strong position. If the defensive team has that still when you take B, it is the most awkward post-plant situation in the bloody game. All right, because he can go one way, you can go down the ropes, you can threat your plant, but it looks like actually St. Clair is going to opt just to go for the ult orb, fake back to A. Looks, it gets concussed, but Raze is able to kill Sushi before, and look at that, the ult comes in, gets the double.
Huge.
Oh, a disaster for St. Clair! And all of a sudden, that 4-round cushion they had, we're now at a tie game at 9.
And now this is difficult because St. Clair, you know, you just took your tack timeout. You've lost 2 on the bounce. Is this where St. Clair can start to mentally chalk? Coma with a huge showstopper play, finding 2.
Oh my god.
And then Sev has been so consistent, especially when playing into gunfights where he doesn't have to be the one to expose himself. He's not necessarily insane with having to point and flick, but at the same time, if you cross into that man's LOS,
they're just going
your
fast.
head's gone.
They're changing the tempo here. St. Clair wants to go all in aggressive here with the Neon ultimate, able to get one, take all of A main control, but all of a sudden it looks like, okay, all right, I guess there was, I was like, oh, they're going to stop, they're going to fake all the rotates or whatever, but no, it looks like just Jello's just like, I don't know, or not Jello, Sushi, it's like, I got 1 kill, what do I do? Takes a swing.
Well, I was going to say, swing and a miss when we're talking about how much value you're getting here. Varsiel with one. Benson and Varsiel working together, but Nyx able to answer back. The Cyber ult going down as well. Nyx is found out. He's scanned in, and that should be Jello who finds one. Wombat with the response, and there you go.
I feel bad for
get the plant down as well. A little bit of extra eco, and St. Clair, the first 1 to 10. Carl, stop trolling. Stop trolling. I see you laughing over there.
That's kind of unfortunate, though, at the last kill there. Homie is just like, all right, I'm right behind somebody, and he had the knife, and right when he pulls out his gun, he's in animation. He turns around and gets you. Bro, that's got to feel a little annoying. Hopefully he doesn't mentally tilt out after that one. But that was a really good round for St. Clair. Aggressive tempo change, able to get the first kill, taking A main. A little weird communication. I think probably a communication difference there in the A main there, but able to come out of the site, get the kill, then trade out, like the Stinger mid-range kill, and then win the round that way. But this round looks like St. Clair opting to slow clear out A, but Tedward Gaming also able to clear out and get the ult orb into radar, realizing that it's either going to be a full-on A push. Yeah, it looks like St. Clair's just going to take it, but it's going to be an interesting post plan here.
Yeah, again, you know what, St. Clair, you've gotten step 1 of 2 done. Step 1 being that you have to plant that spike. Step 2, that you have to defend it. And now, as we see Tedward making their advance towards this. This Brim Smoke is going to be very unforgiving, as Wombat was already watching the angle. Varsiel finds one with the tail up, but all of a sudden trades are actually going the way of Tedward. Jello, the equalizer, but all of a sudden the Teo missiles find another. Benson playing off trades, and because they have man advantage, they have the trade advantage as well. Wallbang just narrowly misses. The spike has to be tapped, and because of this, both players, when you're talking on 17 health, the Teo missiles will confirm the swing out. It causes the animation of the gun having to be pulled out, and because of that, it buys Varsiel enough time for a safe swing onto the diffuser.
You know, that round was like, it was looking really good. St. Clair's able to take the map. You know, it's a little awkward, gets the first kill. Then all of a sudden, just this is something that is really interesting, that they're able to, the defending team able to basically just get like 2 trades really quickly, right back to back, and all of a sudden, before it was like a post plant down down advantage, it's like all of a sudden it's a 2v2, you know, and then all of a sudden it's a round, and it's just like St. Clair, honestly, mentally, it's like, oh, what happened, right? It's like 2 seconds gone by, and then all of a sudden we went from a very solid, like a 90% chance of winning the round to all of a sudden it's a 50-50.
Yeah, but right now, St. Clair, they've started to pull away a little bit when it matters most. At the same time, Tedward, we've seen in these situations they've been able to keep their composure and not buckle. In fact, that was kind of what was going on in Haven. So the Vise Wall being tripped, Brimalt going down, finds nothing but clears out an avenue. But are they aware of Nyx on the flank? That is a huge pick from St. Clair as they allow their 2 players up on that angle to be safe. Jello with another. This Brim Smoke going to be so unforgiving, however, to him, as High Rise is already there waiting with open arms. Banson getting the spike down. Varsiel with another huge pick. And it's a little too much for High Rise to deal with.
Absolutely there. St. Clair, fantastic round there. You know, originally I'm like they got all close together towards that that wall there. So at least when Sushi goes into tower really fast, he's not isolated by himself. He at least has one teammate there to watch his back, you know, or at least trade him out. Fantastic smokes there. There's just no way, like no response Ted could have done there. I don't know what else they could have done other than, I guess, win their ones.
Yeah, it's very difficult, and, well, this fuse is definitely not going to go down. The final kill can... I was about to say a little bit of team fighting. Who's gonna... No, nothing.
They're just keeping their aim warm. They're just keeping their aim warm, right?
Exactly, that's all it is.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do. You know, you didn't get a good warm up, right? You just go to your sponsor, shoot your teammates' heads.
Little did they know, High Rise was literally right there. He was right there, but has to hide the position. And while St. Clair, they move on to map point and looking to force that 3rd map, which we were not surprised in the slightest to be seeing.
Nah.
You're going to get a little bit more of me and Commodus barring a throw from St. Clair ACAT, and, well, I hope you guys at home are okay with that. We're having a decent time.
We're having a great time
Hope you guys are as well. That being said, you know who's not having a good time right now is Tedward. They need to try to get back into this one, and they have to be flawless.
They are getting a little aggressive on the aim in there. It looks like they're clearing all of the back there, but like it doesn't. Look, they all have rotated to B. There's no one A. There's no one A, and look where St. Clair is. There's 2 people shifting up A here. I just don't understand what they're trying. I guess they're trying to clear the north side and then be like, fast rotate.
To be fair, the longer St. Clair takes on this, the worse it's going to become for them, because you have the ability to execute, and the longer you take, the Vise can then find the angle and now give the confirm. Look at the way that Tedward right now are exploding back onto the A site.
Oh,
the Vise util, this one should go to Tedward immediately.
Spike goes down on site too.
St. Clair, you know, it's unfortunate, but they didn't have the intel that it was completely empty, and because of that, they played a little bit too cautious. Too long to explode on its site. They let the Vise find the first, and immediately the call-out goes through, and, well, now it should be clean pickings for Tedward. They have Spike. It's cold. St. Clair, I think you just want to maybe try to find a couple of picks here, but with 23 seconds, you're most likely trying to go for a save.
I think the save should be it should be the thing here, but I think High Rise is gonna swing out here. Oh, he's just tucked.
Should
Oh,
be
he
able to
sees
find
it.
this player from St.
Yeah,
Clair. There
there
we
you
go.
go.
The second one falls as well. So
Hey, all of a sudden, I love reruns. Here we go again. 12-10. St. Clair in the driver's seat to take the
Yep.
map.
that being said, we know how that worked out last time. We're
Are
not
you
trying
a betting man? Are you a
we're-
betting man, Patrick?
I know you're a betting
I'm
man.
a little bit of a betting man.
I know you are nothing shy of a betting man, but
Spike down.
if you were to do a deal with the devil right now, do you think St. Clair chokes this and Tedward force OT? If they do, I'm going to go ahead and just say they take the series 2-0 because at that point the momentum favors them so much.
Yeah, it would be like that. But St. Clair here opting to just go 5 dish here. A weird play, but it looks like they're So I think they're just gonna go to the radar dish just to clear out everything, and then also since they put Tedward Gaming loves to put a lot of aggression and a lot of like counter util on A main, this could throw a wrench in their plans here.
You know, with how much that Cypher uses that zip line, I'm very surprised that no one on Tedward has picked up on that and just kept someone waiting.
Oh,
But
Sushi!
Waiting is the last thing he's going to do, and same with the rest of ACAD. They flub the site, they find 2.
St. Clair in a great position, post-lane position. The Brim ult goes out here, delaying more time. Smoke's finally dissipating, and hopefully Ted Gaming starts the retake here, taking A main so they don't have to worry about the post plan. Wombat just sprint to smoke. Oh, Raze just pushes through it, doesn't care, disrespectful. Sushi spraying like his life depends on it, takes a rocket to the nose. Karma, 3 HP. St. Clair, 1 shot away from taking map 2.
1 shot away, and who's going to be the one to put it away? You would think maybe it's Varsiel, the Raze nade, trying to force him out from that left side. Pete comes in, and well concussed, Varsiel will be the one to put the final stamp on the postcard. St. Clair nail themselves a ticket to map 3.
Very good game. You know, they didn't choke it. Like, they decided to, instead of like going back to their old, like, you know, what their standard defaults were, they're like, let's do something a little crazy. That takes some cojones, especially when you have no money left in the bank on your last buy round.
No money,
No
broke.
Broke. Screw it. 5 dish. That's it. That was the plan. That's what the coach wanted. All right. But fantastic. It was also a very smart play because they were realizing what was their tendencies on defense there, because it was like counter util B main or A main, getting them stuck. They will just wall off and just util dump B main, right? So it's like, what's their weakest? Bench and dish. And they're like, we like A site, we have the util for it. Screw it. 4 or 5 dish, send it.
Well, you know what? Send it is how you got to play Fracture. You just got to return to the roots of how the map is meant to go down. And we kind of saw St. Clair on the later stages of the attack on the latter side. They really sort of started to adopt that a lot more. I was honestly questioning Tedward. I'm definitely questioning Wombat on this replay on that third shot. But he found 2. It's okay. Give him a break. But
I got mine.
That's all that matters. I got mine. That's a great Valorant excuse that your team used a whole lot of. I already know.
It's like, I lost a round because I whatever.
That's
but
all
I got
host.
mine.
That's all Hostway.
That's
That's a Hostway line right
That's
there.
a
That's a
Hostway.
Lucario
Got
line. I
mine.
got mine.
Got mine.
Listen, St. Clair, you know, they've gone through the thick of it. They've gone through the trenches, and well, you know, some of these clips aren't going to be very nice to them, but at the end of the day, they came out the victors, and now they send it to map 3, going to Lotus. But I do get a bit worried for them. I believe they start on the defense for Lotus St. Clair.
Yes.
I need another refresher. I need a refresher on that one, but I believe if my memory does serve me correct, that's where they will start, which means Tedward have a chance to start to build the momentum immediately on that favorite side.
Yeah, absolutely. Lotus, due to how, like, again, a 3-map site and the rotates take so
They do
long.
take long.
So long. A lot of annoying post-plan setups you can do. It's
really the polar opposite of Fracture in terms of defensive.
It is.
Defensive timing.
It's similar to Haven, but I think a lot worse. It's just a lot worse. Where it's just like, all right, they've triple faked B main. Oh, they're on A.
Hey, guess
Great.
what? If you want to go through anywhere on mid, you have to either revolve doors or just shoot them off of B link. It's not nice to you.
Did you
hey,
stop
tree
jump
door,
spotting
it's-
B main?
yeah.
Oh, sorry, somebody slipped in right when you weren't looking and shot you right in the back when you tried to fast rotate. Sorry.
It's definitely a very unforgiving map on the defense if you don't play it correctly, and well, it's easier said than done, but looking at the team stats, Jello topping the kill board, Varsiel as well, going a little bit more on the positive side, but at the end of the day, everyone just did their job. Even Banson, again, it's not usual that you see your Breach going negative, but at the same time, Breach is more than just KD. If you think that's the case, you're just casual. The util creates and enables.
There
so
was
much
some
of the team.
unfortunate things. You remember, like we saw, like with the Raze. The Raze was concussed in a corner.
Yep.
Jello's like, you are dead to rights, and of course, Valorant gods are like, actually, I'm going to give him the one tap, which is going to give him the ultimate, and then kill 2 more of your teammates. Sometimes that happens.
We don't talk
but
about it.
That util, without him, this attack couldn't function.
Absolutely.
And also, I got to shout out to Wombat. Wombat pulled out some nice picks, came out clutch in a lot of rounds, and also opened up a lot of rounds of defense and attack, which is fantastic to see from a fellow Sentinel player.
There you go, right? I mean, showcasing where you were best, and it was definitely, well,
I couldn't do
not
that.
in the hands of
I
guns,
couldn't
but
do that.
I was just
like
saying, you
1 in
let
12.
the util and the positioning do the it's the brain.
It's
You
the
know what I mean?
brain.
That's why you're the
It's the
analysis
brain.
man. Speaking of analysis, we'll get to you some pregame at Map 3 analysis after we take a short break. Stay tuned. The winner of this taking all in your no man's land. Nomads Nation, to your third and final map of the Grand Finals. I am your caster, Patrick Smoke Chambers, joined by my lovely co-caster, Brendan Commodus Matthews. Brendan, it's been one hell of a series, and, well, we kind of had a feeling it was going to go the distance, but between two better teams, you couldn't have guessed it.
Absolutely. You know, I prefer these types of matches back and forth. Anyone can take it instead of those boring 2-0 blowouts.
Yeah, you know what? I was gonna say you're setting this up perfectly for a 13-0.
Yeah, my bad.
Because
I just did it again.
I'll have you know right now that the only two times I've casted Lotus today, the first half has always ended 11-1.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
So guys, it's chalks.
It's chalk.
It's over.
St.
It's
Clair starts on defense, though.
St. Clair, it's done. It's not where you want to be, guys. Ted Ward, they win. No, I'm just kidding. You know what? Actually, the first map I did cast today was Lotus between, I believe it was Humber and Brock, and it was Humber actually that started on the defense, and they won 11-10 or 11-1. So, you know what? Despite the fact that Lotus on paper is an attacker-friendly map, at the same time, I think that depending on your agent comp that you pick here, you can lock it down on defense or at least help yourself. And I think that when we talk about agents that can help lock down areas without having to stretch too thin and allow you to double up on the other two sites, Vise. Especially when you put that Vise on C, right? Can just use all that utility, bait out the wall just outside of C mound, right? You're able to just keep the Vise there. You can double stack on B, one close to Waterfall if you really need to rotate to C, and then you can double stack on A as well. The Vise allows for flexibility on the defense, and I think that that's something that whoever is, finds themselves on that faithful half, being that both teams will eventually, I think that Vise is someone who should be brought out here.
Absolutely. Vise is a really strong pick, but I think it comes also down to how does the defense plays their game. You cannot, what we saw from Fracture, right? It was controlled aggression from the defense, able to take away map, and also take away map, which then gives you information of where they are, where aren't they are, right? So what defensive teams need to do on Lotus is either fight for either C long, mainly C long, or a favorite one is A main as well. If you take those take those big maps, you're able to then, like I said, similar to a Haven, able to then stack sites where you're able to at least have a better chance holding those sites when you have two or more people on each of those sites.
Well, you know what? I'm hearing we have a gentleman's agreement going down. GAs for the final game of No Man's Land. Gentleman's agreement as the agents that goes down. I don't know if you've been told it.
I was not told about this. I thought we were about to see
what?
the most sweatiest Lotus map of all time.
I will go ahead and say right now that as the announcement to everybody minus me who doesn't know, gentleman's agreement, 5v5 knife fight on A. What are your thoughts?
I'm down. I'm so down for it. A little knife fight, just like my face accused.
St. Clair had to come up with an excuse for not losing another pistol round, and they said, well, you know what? It's not a pistol round if you're not using your pistols. So, knives coming through, or the GA gets completely broken.
And we're about to hear some lost screaming.
And we're about to hear
a lot of screaming on the nuts.
A lot of screaming. But we see the Vise getting picked out from both teams here. No surprise at all. I'm actually surprised that the Teo hasn't been chosen by any of these two teams. The Viper coming out as well is decent, but you usually don't want the Viper here to be your solo controller, as you usually want to bait the wall down A, and then throughout you want to have someone else who can really apply some dome smoke. So there you go, the Omen gets picked out as well, and that's pretty common to see on Lotus.
Yeah, absolutely. The double controller has been a staple for Lotus for a very long time, because due to Viper basically being a controller and a second Sentinel, right?
Yeah.
You have the mollies, you have all that smoke, you have the wall to help your team if they fight for A main control, able to fall off after a kill and have that wall as also a defensive thing to where they can easily get out and get into a better position as well. Also, Viper able to cut off so much parts of the map on attack side, and where she's able to then lurk up A main, lurk up B main, do something, right? It's very strong. And then of course the Omen, because you want to have the TB, you want to have the flash, right? Fighting for A main, and then the smokes regen, so you're able to fake and as well also go aggressive as a controller.
Yeah, but now as we get to game. Here we go. As we've been told or advertised, a knife fight comes through. I won't lie, I'd laugh even harder though if someone just whips out the classic and just starts beaming.
Starts panicking. He's like, oh no! Just starts right-clicking like crazy.
But now here we go. Wombat, I know it doesn't have much more reach, but the katana definitely being utilized. Who's going to land first blow? Oh, all of a sudden it's actually going to be Ant. And are they just going it? They're going in For Honor edition. They're going 1v1 all the way through. And can you find it? No, Varsiel with another. The Omen tried to get a little bit of a cheap shot in there, but now Seb able to find Carl. A little bit of a double doink there from Sushi, but no, Sev able to take down 2. Up next, Jello. It's going to be Jello. He's tracked, guys. This does so much, but no, Jello, despite the track going down, will be able to find one high rise with another.
3v1 though.
Come on, somebody hit us with a little bit of a 360 to end it off. Banson needs to find 2, and well, you know what? St. Clair, it doesn't matter whether you have pistols or knives, you suck all the same on pistol rounds.
You know what? That's a good fun thing to do. You know, both teams are like, let's have some fun. You know, third map. It's 10 p.m. now, around there. We're all tired. Let's have some little fun. Let's enjoy ourselves a little bit.
Yeah, right on the dot.
Right on the dot. Look at that, you know?
So, I was going to say, you know, Brendan, there was so much that happened that round analysis-wise. I mean, let's break it down real quick. I mean, the knives, it's definitely a hard way to go, but look at the way that the fade I'm just kidding.
We're not putting any more thought. I'm not putting any more thought than the players into that round, all right? That's the line. But it looks like Tedward Gaming here just going to fight for the A main control, try to get that ult orb, and just slowly take map, probably clear out Tree here. Tree could be a little dangerous. It is close quarters, and they kind of want to play more of the range here.
But now, this location is revealed. The Raze bot working through A main, and Ant is marked, just has to be careful. Omen smokes go out, and you would think that maybe Tree gets hit up here, but at the same time, Sushi is just waiting on the other side with open arms.
Hey, that
close
classic,
range with the classic. That alt
that
fire.
could do some crazy work. Oh, Benson though.
He's in a good spot, but at the same time, this should get cleared out. It gets tracked.
He gets cleared.
There it is.
Oh, he gets one though.
I can't believe they even let him get away with that. The first pick goes through, and as long as you utilize the range that you have here, this shouldn't work out. I have no clue. That movement tech is absolutely crazy. But in doing so,
with Sushi
giving up the position, Sushi finds one in Tree, but at the same time, how quickly are you going to get cleared out?
You know, some good damage at least for a full save here. You know, that's at least 2 guns down. Maybe they play post exits. Maybe I don't think they go for. I don't think they go for a retake here. They have no guns, have no util.
Well, you know what I mean. You say that, but Wombat's looking to add his name into the fray. Finds, well, I thought 1, but no, not at all. The sounds I actually heard were Varsiel getting his head taken off right off his shoulders, and now Tedward. They do what they should.
Yeah.
They have their conversion.
We haven't seen a team, at least in this series, lose their +1.
I don't think we have yet. I know today it's happened, but I don't think in this series.
Second round, bye round. It's +1. Yeah, it's third round. I'm getting my terminology messed up now.
Well, I usually just call it the pistol conversion route.
Yeah,
I don't think
the conversion route. Yeah, you know,
I don't think we've
that.
seen it been thrown out the window by anyone just yet, and while that notion is still going to remain the same. But right now, Tedward bouncing along C mound. This boombot just going to clear out as the ult orb gets claimed, and now 1 away from the showstopper. A pick
goes in.
Barely even do it.
The judge
is going to be able to find the first shot, and now Sev with the Bucky will be able to get it done, but at the same time, now Benson blinded out. Have to be very careful here, because Sev with that shotgun has all of the advantage, being that it's a close range gunfight. Peeks up, Benson finds one to swing, but there it is.
I was gonna say, like, it was really smart for Benson there too. Instead of like going for another kill earlier in that C thing, just holding CT, letting their team be able to safely rotate, and then go for a retake later. But Nick's just taking the heads of St. Clair.
That being said, Jello finds one, but you got to remember that spike timer is not on their side. Retake has to come through. The crosses are being watched, and there's only so much you can do. The Twins not able to get it cracking. One falls through spawn, the other through waterfall. And in decent fashion, it's going to be Tedward who take that third round as well. They have their +1, as you like to call it.
Yeah, actually, yeah, they do take the +1. You know, Wombat there getting the first kill. Sadly, he's just stuck in that back corner. He's given up his position. He's kind of just he can't do anything. He got his one. He can't really get two. He can't get out. It's just an unfortunate spot. Sadly, also with that Omen smoke in front of his teammate that's also on C, can't get the trade. Has to play back. You know, it started well, but now St. Clair on a little eco round here, or a little light buy here.
I mean, you can say light buy if you want. It's
Oh!
All the same. The shots from the Sheriff, they hit heavy. And right there, it's going to be the first one coming through. Can they find a second? No. High Rise able to claim Sushi's name, Varsiel, on a little bit of a flank.
Oh, no, they didn't clear the corner.
The flanker, the hunter, has become the hunted. Wombat can try it again, but Ant, good composure, knows that no one can be technically to his right, so the only place you need to clear is your left side and just keep watch of it. And
Tencent also realizes that the C team and the B team also push up, and they're all dead, so the world's their oyster. They can just run C uncontested and just take the site basically for free, but they're still going to be diligent and using on the util, clearing out those ratty corners to hopefully not give up another gun to St. Clair.
The last thing you want is to give up a round where you have that eco on the other side, but again, you know what? It's the same thing. I can already predict it right now. St. Clair, give us a double stack. Somebody find 2 headshots.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just waiting for it. I'm just waiting for it. Watch. They're going to walk out that smoke and get to... Oh, never mind.
No, they're planning to actually find themselves both die within 1 second of each other through waterfall. 100%. Just watch this. Watch this.
You're betting
the blind goes out. It's going to be High Rise who actually forces the issue. Finds one. Banson finds the trade
That is
back.
a crazy push out of Tencent there. I think it's getting tired. People are just now just W keying.
Yeah, I think you just gotta
by
if you're
himself.
Benson, you just gotta take the gun and you gotta just press the W key in the opposite direction, get out of dodge, and that's what you've done there.
You know, not the smartest play. You know, it's like you're by yourself. Technically, they didn't know you like both were there, but I think you just kind of back off
But
with your
at
team.
the same time, you know, you're up 4-0 right now on score. Either way, is anyone really going to be like, oh, guys, you know what, that was such a mental bummer. High Rise, you just threw your Vandal like that? Like, what are you doing? Like, come on, let's be real here.
I'm just saying, as a coach, during VOD review, that's getting marked.
That can be VOD review, but when you're in game, you don't want to mess with the mental, and I think right now, Ted, they're not really going to be, Tedward, they're not going to be jarred in the slightest. As we see, High Rise was able to just go ahead and, well, just buy it.
You see that Viper wall there that I was talking about earlier? You know,
yeah,
how they're able just to throw that A wall. Doesn't mean you're committing A, but you're able to just easily get to broken, not to broken, but like the back of deep A main. You're able to come around, able to set yourself up to, like again, have good angles on broken wall, maybe clear out tree, and also fight for the ult orb as well. But it's Ted Gaming here looking to push. Look for A main. The Fatal comes out on A, spots Sushi, but Sushi goes down there because of that, just getting spotted out there, and Jello doesn't.
You've got to hear the zip, no?
No, shift
not
one.
aware.
There's a complete quiet zip. Jello goes through smoke, but just goes down. Barcel trying his best, but there's just nothing St. Clair can do there.
Well, you know what? This so far has been a very great back and forth series, but you know, sometimes you just lose due to fatigue and drying out, and right now it looks like that is what St. Clair ACAD are going through. We were speaking with Banson before we got into this map 3. You know, I'm sorry to expose this dude. He's off, I believe, 6 hours of sleep in the past 48 hours. It's not looking good. He's at the IGL all day. St. Clair, it's no surprise. They're tired. And
they need to find some energy, though.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Tedward, there it is, though.
So far, they're taking advantage. That's a huge boost, though, Varsiel getting on the board with Jello.
Huge kill. The fact that they're able to kill the Raze mid-ultimate, so her ultimate is now gone, got no value.
Yep.
Also, the blast pack mid-air, and what a flick out of Jello. And then also then getting another kill. Now, they can't get these guns because they're just in a bad spot, but now it's 5v3. They just got to play numbers, play passive, play for the information.
And if you're St. Clair, this again, like you said, no reason to overextend. Nyx, pretty much as good as dead, barring finding a player out of position. Should not have any business winning a head-on-head gunfight.
Must got sprayed through the smoke while he's walking up, I think. Yeah, I had to.
But now Wombat, with the Sheriff out, despite the fact that Nyx has fire rate on him, the health is just so jarring to the point where you really would expect Wombat, even with the Sheriff, to come out on top of that.
Looks like the call
30
here is to
seconds
just
left.
a group C and try to get as much damage as he can, maybe get a plant down.
And to be fair to Tedward, it's free. St. Clair, they've moved off of it for whatever reason, and because of this, now the plant goes down, and now it's panic station. St. Clair realize, oh, shoot, we just left that completely out to dry. Nyx probably going to die the second you cross the wall.
High res and
yeah, it's already gone. So he just
They
moved through
need to
earlier.
get
I thought he was
aggressive
gonna
here.
stop
They
there.
need to fight for CT or something here. They need to take some of these lanes away and find some equalizing kills here. But they're just
It's going to be messy.
passive.
It's going to be messy because as the blind comes down, St. Clair are the ones who have to move through angles. Jello finds the headshot, though, and that's going to leave a 4v1.
Time's ticking, though.
And St. Clair, they need to force the issue. One, but no. Jello doubles up, takes one high, one low, and finds 3 on that round. Gives St. Clair their in and their first on the board.
Good momentum builder, and also not an ego builder, but like that's a feel good round. Like, look
That's
at
an
that
ego build.
That's an
I don't
ego.
care what you. I don't care.
That's an ego
That's
build.
an ego build.
What a shot on a Jello from Jello there, just to get the raise in mid satchel, mid ultimate. On like again, St. Clair wins thrifties. They just do it. They find a way. They hit some lucky Sheriff shots, like it's the Wild West, and now St. Clair able to get their first round. You know what Coach used to say? First one's the hardest. First one's the hardest. That's what he says. Hopefully St. Clair able to build some momentum here after that huge thrifty win.
Yeah, well, because of this now, Ted, they got to be very careful with how they execute on, but they've done a good job of doing so. And
That round started like 10 seconds and the
Yep.
ball was planted. That
immediately.
was just like that.
And to be fair, they haven't shown any attention on the B site, so I would St. Clair expect them to just run on in.
Especially on a buy round as well.
Right, but because of that expect the unexpected mentality, Ted, they have their control, but it's all falling around them. The Vise ult goes down as well.
Wombat's still fighting kills.
Wombat, it's just
Oh!
all working for St. Clair. Tack the last one onto Jello with the shorty. Wombat the defuse, and St. Clair just starting to find a foothold on these defensive rounds on Lotus.
Shorty's God's weapon. That's all I gotta say. Don't need no primary. Just pull out that shorty. Ba-bam.
Pull out the shorty, you're going through
You're golden.
smokes. It's what else do you want? Really, it should be the easiest pickup of your life, and there it is. So good stuff there from St. Clair. They have 2 on the bounce, and when they have momentum, they are very dangerous. They usually build these into 4 or 5 round
Jello
swings,
with
and
the ult up there.
especially on Lotus defense, that could be crucial if you're giving that amount of rounds up.
Jello
Tedward
could get
Gaming.
a pick here. Look, they're gonna fight for C main control, and Jello's gonna get posted up here on an op angle here. Oh no, he's just gonna fall off. All right. I guess the eye saw multiple people, and Jello's just like, I'm just gonna. Well,
yeah, you spoke too soon.
well,
I mean,
okay,
heads are
maybe
getting
it wasn't
cleaned off
the-
shoulders. It's not the angle you were expecting, but nevertheless, the artist can still paint a different picture. And now, it's going to be St. Clair with man advantage. Jello, that op shot singing through the heads of Tedward Gaming. But right now, you just want to pull back. You want to have man advantage, play off trades, and just peel.
Oh, Jello might get another one.
A little greedy on the op, and there you go. You find
Jello's
2.
all around. He's Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 305.
Mr. 305 right now has the chance to bag another kill and make it 3 on the round. Sushi able to take 1 down. Banson with 1 as well, and this one is all but over. Nyx
Oh,
It's
they're
very scary.
They're
You do
hunting.
not want to
Oh,
be
no.
giving up rounds. St. Clair, one gets found out. You don't want to peek into that,
You don't
Varsiel.
want to give up another gun there.
Please
like they're running
do
out
not.
with their
Just
knives
keep
out.
your guns. There's no reason to overextend. 26 seconds. There you go. Finally, Wombat able to secure the cross-through spawn. St. Clair, they bag another on a 3-round bounce.
Fantastic op openings from Jello there. Just
yeah.
straight up won the round. Takes out the Rays right off the bat. Gets the guy, repositions B main. That's one thing I like about how smart Jello is with the op, right? He shows himself one site, gets the pick, he doesn't stay. A lot of people, when they see the op, they instantly rotate to the other side of the map or another well, technically at the other side of the map is another bomb site, right? But able to reposition, get himself to another strong position that they're not expecting. Bam, bam. It feels like he's just reading you all the time.
Yeah. And there's no man I would rather trust than Jordan with an op on C Mound. We saw why last round as the fruits of that labor, but now St. Clair playing a little more slowly. Nyx raises the wall, and because of that, this nade will be able to clear out that spawn side from A. And now
solo,
Wombat is the last one remaining. Spikes are down, at least from the Vise, and this should give St. Clair ample time to react. The lurk coming through the back as well is notable from
Jello
the fade.
staring,
Right
though.
now,
He knows. Oh,
engagements
what a
are going
peek.
to happen. Nyx finds one. The blind comes through. Rays, you hear the packs going, and Sushi going to be the better of the two. It's now the showstopper. Doesn't find anything, and because of that gets turned from high rise as well. It's unfortunate Banson with one, but this one really should be going over to Tedward if they just play it right.
Absolutely, it is going to be a tough challenge for St. Clair to retake this site through a Viper ult. But responding, they're going to go for this. Responding Viper ult. Oh, Benson is able to spray and get Nyx. Now it's the table's a switch, but there it goes. Well, both Vipers just die. That's it. That's the round. 2v1 situation though, retake here. Can he get it? Gets spotted sadly by the last second of the eye though. Omen finds him just jiggling, just playing with his food. TP just playing the time. The time is running out. It's not even, has to half it if he needs to win this round. The peak comes out from the fade, and that's the round. 3 out of high res. I'm surprised St. Clair went for that. You know, responding with a Viper ult on top of their ult. Well, they're 2 Viper ults canceling each other out, able to get it, but it just wasn't enough after the trade.
Well, you saw the showstopper also get burned out there as well, so 2 ults off the back of a single Viper pit and nothing gets found. That's really tough. That shot was so close to finding at least 1 pick. But at the end of the day, it is Tedward laughing all the way to the bank. They banked their 6th round in, confirmed. But 3 off the bounce on a Lotus attack isn't bad. If you can definitely find 1 or 2 more rounds, it's more than just cookage.
You're feeling comfortable.
You are feeling very comfortable. 1 more round, you're feeling comfortable. 2 more, and well, I would say that Tedward, now you're in trouble. Nyx opening up the tree door is going to find a bullet straight
That's a
to
huge
the body through a wall. Wombat
Oh!
with 2 as well.
Takes out both controllers, but then High Rise able to trade him out. But what a fantastic round out of Wombat there.
I was going to say, call him the Lorax. He's the ruler of the trees, but right now, head on his knees as he has no more of that taken out. But Tedward.
Man advantage, though, for St. Clair in this retake here. No smokes. This is important. No smokes on Ted Gaming.
As we get into the latter stage here, Varsiel attempting the defuse. It's going to be the Fade Haunt that goes in, and this one should pretty much be done and dusted. However, Jello with a huge shot. They need to contest the tree player, though.
They need to
Jello,
half it.
They need to half it. The bounce pad comes through. Varsiel with 1 coma. Seals the deal, though. Takes out Varsiel and takes out St. Clair and has a huge round to at least confirm that 7-3 split through the first 10.
You know, it's unfortunate. Wombat had a hell of a round, hell of a hold, gets 2 there. St. Clair able to have man advantage in that retake, but they just can't find the kills. They can't get the bomb halved. It's just an unfortunate retake situation there for St. Clair.
Yeah, and it's tough because whenever Tedward have won rounds, and this is actually just for both teams, they're very much back-to-back. There's no, okay, you take one round, I take one round. It's always in chunks, and if Tedward can find another, I was going to say, up until Sushi just made me silence my words, the Twins are cooking.
God.
3 picks within probably about the same time span they were both born at, is now see 3 picks coming through for St. Clair.
Double with the
Twins
Bulldog?
cooking. So now Sushi and Jello, they have established a foothold for St. Clair to claim possibly their 4th round, barring them throwing it away. They just got to play time, play the crosses, and this is going to be huge for their economy as well.
Absolutely. Able to bank up. They got to survive here. You can't give up any guns here. You got to build that econ. So that at least, the half is almost done, but at least you have money for basically be able to buy out for the rest of the half, right? But yeah, St. Clair just honestly just let Ted save. They have money in the bank. I don't think. Well, they have the Guardians and all that, right? But they need to build a bank first. That's their main priority. Than harming the bank of Tedward Gaming. But yeah, just stay together.
30 seconds left.
Tedward's just gonna probably look for any kills, get the alt orbs. St. Clair's just gotta hold that. They just gotta hold bomb. There's no way.
Well, you know what I mean? They're double stacking on C Mound. This time they actually elect to, have someone crouch so you have at least a level change. That's nice. St. Clair seem like they're actually learning from their past mistakes. Now,
Sushi
granted,
gets a Vandal as well.
it took
Gets
them
an upgrade.
about 7 tries in a row to get it right. But there you go, guys. We're organized now, and as toxins go down, 2 seconds left to go. It will not matter. This one is all done and dusted. St. Clair, they bag a 4th round, and with the economy right now that Tedward have, a 5th one could be very much looming.
Absolutely. With that money there, they have the buy. They have some good cushion here. I really like the aggression here. Like look, the one-way smoke comes in. Jello's already up on the mound here, and Sushi just getting lucky with the Bulldog spray. I don't think he saw any of them.
Yeah, put it in reverse.
Put it in reverse.
Put it in
there.
slow-mo.
Put it in
we're
slow-mo.
just testing it all out. Good replay.
Oh my lord.
Good replay following the boombot of the Rays there. Good stuff, Gabriel. We'll go ahead. We'll give you a shout out. It's been killing it on the replay on the broadcast ever since SGS League. And right
Benson.
now, talking about killings, Benson finds 2. Nix
Gets deep
able to answer back, but at the same time, the man running off of 6 hours is looking to maybe take another one off of Tedward. Jello, 2 of his own, and there you go. There's that 5th round on the bounce that I was talking about. And St. Clair, you end the half 7-5. That's pretty damn good considering
Absolutely.
you're on Lotus defense.
Oh, you can talk about homie's running on 6 hours of sleep, but the Twins have enough energy to spare. And
That's
give away.
true. They've probably woken him up by just their
Absolutely.
comms in general. That being said, in 44 seconds, it's a 1v3. This round isn't over. You would just assume it is, but Ant can definitely make something happen
he's gonna
here.
roam through the spawn. He's looking for anything, any openings, any 1v1s that St. Clair's gonna give him here.
30
Well, with
seconds.
Jello's posted up. He's so ready.
Should be free. There you go. So, Jordan finds the 3rd, cleans it all up. St. Clair, 5-7 on your defense.
Pretty
Not
good half.
bad.
Pretty good
Not
half.
bad at all.
Especially
if I do say
with
so
the
myself.
unconventional first round we saw.
Yes. Losing your first, 4 or 5 it was on the bounce, and then being able to rebound, basically go 5-2 the rest of the way. Pretty damn good answer back from St. Clair there. You just got to hope that they can keep it up.
Also,
Jello,
fantastic round out of Benson there. Solo hold, gets 2 on a solo hold on C there.
yeah.
Fantastic.
But I was going to say, if you are watching this game right now, if it's anyone who you need to get under control, Jello is on an absolute burner this series.
37.
Even just throughout the series, he has been hooked, dialed in. And right now, he's the man to beat. No one's been able to really do it as of recently. Jello and company moving on to C Mound. Nick's waiting with open arms and, well,
Just throw the smoke, see what you
say
tell.
maybe an open position and an open gap for St. Clair to exploit. They hit the revolving door towards B, but I'm not going to lie. Tedward, they're already ready for this, so this is going to be very interesting to see what St. Clair do. Sushi ventures a little too deep into the Omen smoke and pays for it. Ant with 1. As now the rotation from St. Clair comes through, you really wonder what they're going to do here, Brendan.
It looks like the call here is to get something on A, maybe get a rotate. If they can get some people to rotate off of B, maybe gives a timing for Wombat here to maybe find a pick. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate.
Light words being able to describe that one, but it, at the same time, it was fairly simple. St. Clair, they've made their push now onto the A site, but with the Omen smoke going down, Ant has given the call. Everybody on Tedward knows about the plans, but you got to get the spike down one way or another.
Gonna plan for Wombat here. Post plant, looking for more A main instead of for tree here. They don't have the util to actually hold or post plant for tree. They need to get some kills here to even out. Oh, Jello, here's the smoke. Get surprised.
Huge Benson with 2 as well. Gets cleared out, but
all of a sudden, it's now around for St. Clair.
Again, the timer, it's not in favor for Tedward. The cross is being
smoke's
held
not
here.
even
The
good.
blind, both Jello and Wombat swing out with different targets in mind. And they send bullets straight to the minds of the Tedward defenders.
From a round that looked like it was all Ted gaming here. But St. Clair able just Benson just finding those heroic plays. Also, they thought the bomb was planted on the other side of the box, so the smoke wasn't covering the bomb for the diffuser, and it's just an easy post plant double swing out to get the a second pistol round for St. Clair in this series.
Yeah, you know what? That's second, but at the best time possible. You'd expect, barring throwing the round, that you'd be tied now 7 apiece, but that hasn't happened yet, and it's esports, and it's on LAN, so anything can happen.
Oh, look at this group, though. Wombat's going to get surprised, unless he gets a farm.
Well, Jello was able to at least pick up on the double stack as well, and finds the second one, covers Wombat's back for a little bit.
It looks like Jordan, is going to get the guns out so they doesn't pass any free guns to Ted here. Looks like St. Clair's just going to group up and go A here with the Viper smoke. Actually, I say that as the smoke goes down.
Well, Nyx is really, really low, as we see holding on to that tree position. Breathe on him and he dies. If Viper breathed on you, you'd probably die as well. Poison gas, I'm pretty sure, is what she exhales. So right now, as Tedward lie waiting, I don't know if they're going to clear him. The tree door's been hit out. This is great trigger discipline, but I don't think that Ant is realized that there are actually 3 in there. I believe sees 2. Sushi with 1. The blind comes through. B-Link, the gunfight happens. Jello
knows.
Clears it out. Knows about the second. And the amount of Jello multi-kills we've had in rounds, it's just been simply nothing short of incredible. He is absolutely fiending this series, and he continues, doesn't matter what he's using. The Vandal, Guardian, Sheriff, you name it, op. He's finding kills in numbers.
Absolutely. And also a fantastic call there. Like, yeah, you weren't, as a team with your conversion round, not going to rush something together, but at least you're doubled up with somebody there, right? That could have been a way for Ted to get into the round, getting that kill on B, getting a free gun, but Jello there able to shut it down. Then also smart enough to grab the gun and throw it back into their spawn to deny it. Oh no.
Yeah, I don't think they're aware of Sev's positioning. The blinding orb misses as well, and this one should all come collapsing down for St. Clair. 4, the better for Tedward. And just when you thought St. Clair were probably going to run away with this one, Tedward says, no, hold on.
We got
this
a game.
Ain't over yet. It's going to be a game like the rest of the series. Small little bits of
coming out.
Potatoes coming through, but eventually Ant lands the shots. It definitely wasn't worse than the St. Clair player. So there you go.
Absolutely. That is just unfortunate. I think they're all trying to, like, snake through. trying to get past the Viper, but the Raze is just watching that. He has the angle, and then the Omen already able to teleport on top of rubble there and just have basically shooting fish in a barrel.
Right. I mean, shooting fish in a barrel, It's what you want if you're Tedward Gaming. You have to do it a couple more times, but, you know, it's doable.
St. Clair not on the strongest buy here, actually.
They're not.
Stinger coming out there.
That's
not
what
a
I'm
lot of
saying.
util,
You could
Wombat
have the
going
same
down.
situation.
Oh, no.
Nick's able to find the first. That's no more Vise for St. Clair. They're Viseless. No vision.
There's
I'm
no
just kidding.
passion.
Benson, no, there's definitely passion, at least from Jello.
Absolutely. That man
right
is all
now,
passion.
right now, again, like you said, it's a little bit of a weird turn of economy for St. Clair after losing that last round, and Tedward, they definitely look a little more comfortable. That being said, the swing of fates is all in the control, really, of this round. Whoever loses here is going to be a lot worse for wear, eco-wise, high rise. Able to find one. St. Clair, I was going to say, they're not doubling up, and yeah, well, double stacking means you can't throw away 2 bodies at one time. It also means that you can't trade out your friends after they've been picked off.
Absolutely. St. Clair definitely not getting the openers that they want. At least, hell, even the map control that they wanted. It's just all falling apart. Like the plan here was like the fake C, get some bait some util out, see who's on C, but they just lose a map. They lose one person, they go back A, they lose another person, then lose 2 more. Because they have to commit to A now, right? Because they burn so much time and they don't have any map, and that's how St. Clair's now losing these attack rounds now.
Yeah, you know, it's just tough, but as the game goes on, it's a stern reminder of how close these two teams are. And not necessarily looking at it this way, but I give St. Clair credit because they have the attacks to work off of for Lotus, but at the same time, this isn't like you have a map to give.
Yeah.
You're now 4 rounds away from going back to a long walk back to your res dorms,
And
where
let me tell you, it's chilly.
It is definitely a lot chillier out, especially with the environment, knowing that you've just lost. And well, St. Clair, yes, they'd technically be favored to still win this half, but at the same time, that just certainly isn't how it is on round count.
Just because you're favored, it doesn't mean it's a
doesn't mean it's a guarantee, exactly. And right now,
Wombat needs to
Tedward,
play smart here, though.
they've found threatening rounds that have kind of shocked St. Clair's economy. We see this right now. If Tedward go up 10-7, I don't think it would surprise anyone. So now the flash comes through.
Omen's by himself, though. He's probably TP out. Yeah, he's just gonna play safe.
There's no reason.
And here
keep your
comes
gun.
Look
Keep
at the
your
rotates.
life.
Look at the rotates.
Yeah.
They're all going.
Immediately, it's like moths to an open flame. They immediately all crash down towards the seaside, and the second that revolving door gets hit, there, boom, straight back through waterfall, looking at B. This is definitely the easiest place to rotate between the 2 sites, of whether it's on C and B. It's a lot harder to rotate from B to A. I don't know if Benson...
He got across. They don't know.
Wow, okay, well that's definitely huge for St. Clair, but they're still playing with downgraded
Benson's gonna
weaponry.
get somebody. He's gonna get one.
Varsiel with the plant. Benson has a great flank, and there's Ant off the board. Coma finds the refrag onto Varsiel. Benson's position is also known now.
He needs to speed up. He needs to speed up.
Can't let everyone from Ted immediately take space, but that's what's happened. Sushi with one grabs the gun, but it doesn't matter. The picks come through, and Benson needs to find someone, but in doing so, someone known as Sev finds him.
It's unfortunate there. Like, Benson's able to get the rotate, and he clears the site, but it's like he took the long way through CT. Well, I think it's actually probably the faster way. He could have gone waterfall, but I think he had a lineup there for the bomb from CT for a little post plant. But it's unfortunate that St. Clair gets cleared out with all the util, the better guns, and then of course the raids all being invested to secure one more round for Tedward Gaming.
Well, this is dangerous. You know, 3-3 apiece since the switch, and well, if this fashion continues on, Tedward will be your No Man's Land champions. It's been a good back and forth series. But at the end of the day, St. Clair, they need a change, and they need it now. And the longer this game goes on, I'm going to say, the more it actually favors Tedward because of the fact that they just look like they have more energy. Even on the player cams, they look more awake. They look more like they're in control. And yes, while that may be true game-wise, they're also not playing as if they're realizing, hey, we're on like the worst side of Lotus here. They don't care about that. That's not a thought that's going through their head right now. The thought that's going through their head is, guys, let's just play it slow. 3 rounds, and we are champions.
Exactly. Round by round. That's what they're thinking about. They're not thinking about percentages. Well, a little bit about percentages, but not the type of percentages of the map of what the side's siding.
No.
Or well, like whatever it is, like T-side or whatever. It's, well, okay, how are we going to fight this map? How are we going to win this side, or at least this round?
That's it, taking it round by round. That's the recipe to build off of. Ant with 1. The 2v1 should be able to find Banson as well, but Banson's actually going to find the 2 instead.
But
He's had huge plays for Alone on the Lurk, but I was going to say, Sev has gotten through unscathed, and because of that, Banson will be able to be found. Sev ulting out. It's a great move. He canceled it. And he has all of St. Clair looking behind him. Sev with the play of the tournament so far. Sushi, there's nothing that you can do. 11-7 is your score. Tedward, 2 away from being crowned No Man's Land champions.
What a round.
That's the play of the tournament right there. I don't care.
That's it. That wins the tournament. I think mentally, like, what can you do there? Because, like, so they fought, like, for A main, right? Benson's able to get a good 2K, able to kill 2, but doesn't realize that usually if you see 2A and they're fighting that aggressively, there should be an Omen there as well. Forgets about the Omen. Omen's on 20 HP that entire fight. Gets 1. TP's cancel the TP. St. Clair thinks he's actually like teleported back to A side or something like that, and then just cleans up.
You could not have better value from an Omen on 20 HP than that. The ult found maximum potential.
It's insane. It's actually insane. And the fact they had the cojones to cancel that and go for more after being up man advantage.
Yeah, he finds 2 as well. Like, it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's an insane play from Sev, someone who's been so consistent throughout this entire day. I would easily say probably the most consistent player on Tedward, in my opinion. Nyx has also been someone who you can add to that list. But when you need a play to be done, Sev is the one who usually you can call upon to make it happen in the clutch. Nyx is just more of a consistent fragger across the board. But right now, Tedward, they're aware of this push that St. Clair is trying to find on the A site. Benson. Let's play this very carefully. Coma finds one, and is this the beginning of the end for St. Clair? Will Tedward move on to match point? Series point, No Man's Land point. It definitely seems that way. St. Clair, you got no eco, you got no money, you got no ults, you got no guns, and you have no lives remaining.